What if Harry discovered his touch could break any dark mark and every female Death Eater begged for his salvation? Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see what if Harry discovered his touch could break any dark mark and every female Death Eater begged for his salvation? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. First contact. The curse missed Harry's ear by 3 inches. He didn't think, didn't plan. His body just moved. 12 months of running, fighting, and almost dying had burned those instincts deep. He hit the cobblestones of Diagon Alley hard, rolled behind an overturned merchant cart, and had his wand up before his brain caught up with what was happening. Potter! The voice was female, desperate. Not the cold drawl of someone trying to kill him. Potter, wait. I'm not. Another spell. This one from above. Harry tracked the trajectory, rooftop, south side, probably Travers based on the ugly purple color of that hex. So the woman wasn't alone, but she also wasn't with whoever was shooting. Interesting. Harry popped up, fired 3 stunners in rapid succession at the rooftop, and sprinted for the narrow gap between Flourish and Blots and the apothecary next door. The alley was chaos. Shoppers screaming, running, trampling each other to get away from the sudden violence. Good. Chaos meant cover. He made it to the gap and pressed his back against cold brick. His breath came fast but controlled. His wand arm was steady. 12 months ago he would have been shaking. Now he was just annoyed. I know you're here. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. You've got about 10 seconds before Aurors show up and this gets complicated. Movement to his left. A figure emerged from behind a stack of cauldrons. Tall, blonde, aristocratic features twisted with an expression Harry had never seen on that particular face before. Fear. Narcissa Malfoy looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her robes were immaculate because of course they were, but everything else was wrong. The slight tremor in her hands. The dark circles under her eyes. The way she kept her left arm pressed tight against her body. Like she was protecting something. Or hiding it. I need your help. The words came out like they physically hurt her. Please. Harry almost laughed. Almost. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? She stepped closer, and Harry raised his wand higher. She stopped. I'm not here to fight you. I'm not here to trick you. I'm here because you're the only person who might be able to. The hex came from nowhere. Harry saw it a split second before impact. Sickly green, aimed directly at Narcissa's back. He didn't think. His free hand shot out, grabbed her arm and yanked her sideways. The curse scorched past them both and blew a chunk out of the brick wall. And then something happened. The moment Harry's fingers closed around Narcissa's forearm, her left forearm, heat exploded through his palm. Not painful heat. Something else. Something that felt like sunlight punching through storm clouds. Like the first breath after almost drowning. Like. Narcissa screamed. Not in pain. In shock. Her sleeve had ridden up when he grabbed her. And Harry could see the dark mark writhing on her skin like a living thing. Black ink twisted and churned. Smoking at the edges where his fingers touched. And then, as he watched, it started to fade. Not disappear. Fade. Like someone was erasing a pencil drawing, one careful stroke at a time. What? Harry tried to let go, but his hand wouldn't obey. Something was flowing through him, out of him, into the place where dark magic had branded her flesh. What the hell is? The mark convulsed one final time. Narcissa's scream cut off into a gasp. And then the snake and skull was gone, leaving nothing but pale, unmarked skin. Harry's hand released on its own. He stumbled backward, suddenly exhausted, like he'd just run 5 miles at full sprint. Narcissa was staring at her arm with an expression he couldn't read. Shock, disbelief, something that might have been hope, if Narcissa Malfoy was capable of such a thing. It's gone, she whispered. Merlin's beard, it's actually gone. How did I? More spellfire from above, right? They were still being shot at. Harry shoved his questions aside and grabbed Narcissa's hand. Her right hand this time, and pulled her deeper into the alley. Move. Now. Questions later. She didn't argue. They ran. 12 minutes later, Harry kicked open the door of an abandoned shop in Knockturn Alley, shoved Narcissa inside, and threw up every ward he knew, which, after a year with Hermione drilling him constantly, was quite a few. The shop looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Dust everywhere. Empty shelves. A few broken display cases holding nothing but shadows. Perfect for a temporary hideout. Terrible for his allergies. Narcissa had collapsed into a rickety chair, still cradling her left arm like she expected the mark to reappear any second. Harry paced the length of the room, wand in hand, trying to process what had just happened. "Start talking," he said. "Why were you looking for me? Who was shooting at us? And what the bloody hell did I just do to your arm?" "I don't know." Her voice was steadier now, but barely. "I don't know what you did. I didn't know you could do that. No one can do that. The Dark Mark is permanent. It's been permanent for decades. The Dark Lord designed it specifically to be unbreakable." "Well, apparently he missed something." Narcissa looked up at him. Her eyes were wet. Not crying, but close. Narcissa Malfoy, on the verge of tears, in front of Harry Potter. The world had officially gone insane. "I came to beg," she said. "I was going to beg you to help me protect my son. Draco is marked. He's 17 and he's marked, and the Dark Lord is using that mark to control him, to punish him, to—" She stopped, took a breath. "I was going to offer you anything. Information, money, service, whatever you wanted. I didn't expect, I never imagined, that I could just remove it, that anyone could." She stood up, crossed to him, and did something that made Harry's brain short-circuit. Narcissa Malfoy dropped to her knees. "Please, whatever you just did, whatever that power is, use it on my son. I'll give you anything. I'll do anything. Just save Draco." Harry stared at her. The Narcissa Malfoy, pure-blood princess, Ice Queen of the Sacred 28, on her knees in a dusty abandoned shop, begging the half-blood son of a woman she'd probably sneered at for years. He should say no. He should walk away. This woman had stood beside her husband as he funded Voldemort's return. She'd hosted the monster in her home. Her son had spent 6 years making Harry's life miserable and had nearly killed several people with that cabinet stunt. But Harry kept seeing that look on her face. The fear, the desperation, the raw, animal terror of a mother watching her child be destroyed. He knew that look. He'd seen it in photos of his own mother. "Get up," he said quietly. "You're getting dust on your robes." Narcissa rose slowly, watching him like he was a wild animal that might bite at any moment. Fair enough. He probably would have watched himself the same way. "I don't know what I did," Harry said. "I don't know how I did it. I don't know if I can do it again. But if there's a way to help Draco—" He ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit he'd never managed to break. "I need information first. Everything you know about the mark. How it works. What it does. Who else has one. You want me to betray the Dark Lord. I want you to give me something to work with. You came to me, Narcissa. You crossed enemy lines and got shot at by your own side. Don't tell me you've suddenly developed loyalty." She flinched. Direct hit. The mark is a brand and a chain. It lets him summon us, speak to us, punish us. He can cause pain through it, unimaginable pain. He can tell when we're lying to him, when we're afraid, when we're— She paused. "He'll already know." Harry's blood went cold. "Know what?" "That my mark is gone." He felt it. The moment you touched me and it started to fade. He felt the connection severing. Narcissa's composure cracked, showing the terror underneath. "He'll be coming. He'll want to know what happened. How it happened. He'll send everyone he has to find out. How long do we have? Minutes, maybe. An hour at most." She grabbed his arm, his right arm, and her grip was strong enough to hurt. "You have to hide. You have to run. Whatever this power is, he'll want it destroyed. He'll want you destroyed. The mark is how he controls his army. If you can break that—" The wards around the shop screamed. Not figuratively. literally screamed. Harry had learned that trick from a book Moody left behind, wards that vocalize threats. And right now they were shrieking bloody murder. "Back door," Harry said. "Now." "There isn't a—" Harry blasted a hole in the wall. They ran. Again. Grimmauld Place was supposed to be safe. The Fidelius charm was still active, with Harry as secret keeper. The wards were layered 6 deep. Half the order could be mobilized within minutes if the alarm went up. But as Harry dragged Narcissa Malfoy through the front door, he wasn't thinking about safety. He was thinking about the look on Ron's face when he saw who Harry had brought home. "Mate!" Ron's voice could probably be heard 3 houses down. He was on his feet, wand out, face cycling through about 15 different emotions in 3 seconds. "What the bloody hell? Ron, that's Narcissa Malfoy. I know who it. That's Narcissa Malfoy. In headquarters. Did you get confounded? Imperioed? Did you eat something weird? Hermione! Hermione! Get down here!" Hermione came down the stairs at speed, wand already drawn, hair flying everywhere. She took one look at the scene. Harry, disheveled and exhausted. Narcissa, pale and clearly terrified. Ron, apoplectic, and her brain visibly started processing. "Explain," she said. "Quickly." Harry explained. It took about 4 minutes, interrupted constantly by Ron's increasingly creative swearing. By the end, both his friends were staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "You removed a dark mark," Hermione said slowly. "By touching it." "Yeah. A dark mark. The dark mark. The supposedly permanent, unbreakable magical brand that Voldemort has used to control his followers for decades. That's the one. By touching it." "Hermione, I was there. I know what happened." She started pacing. Harry recognized the look. Her brain was running at full speed, connecting dots, building theories. "This shouldn't be possible. There's no record of anyone ever removing a dark mark. I've researched it extensively. The magical theory alone suggests it would require—" "Hermione." Harry caught her arm as she passed. "Theories later. Right now, we have a problem. Voldemort knows the mark is gone. He's going to be looking for answers." "He'll be looking for you," Narcissa said quietly. She'd been standing near the door, like she expected to be thrown out at any moment. "He'll tear the country apart to find out what happened. Let him try." Ron's voice had gone hard. "We've been fighting him for a year. We can handle a few more Death Eaters. You don't understand." Narcissa stepped forward, and something in her bearing changed. The fear was still there, but underneath it, Harry could see steel. The dark mark is everything to him. It's how he maintains control. His followers don't serve him out of loyalty. Most of them serve him because they have no choice. Because the mark binds them to him, punishes them for disobedience, makes betrayal impossible. If word gets out that someone can break that bond— She looked at Harry. "You won't just have Death Eaters hunting you. You'll have them seeking you out, begging for freedom." Silence. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "That's—" Hermione's voice was strange. "That actually changes things significantly." "How many?" Harry asked. "How many people carry the mark?" "I don't know exactly. Dozens. Perhaps 100. More were marked in recent months as the Dark Lord consolidated power." Narcissa hesitated. "Not all of them are true believers. Some were marked against their will, coerced, threatened. Children of Death Eaters who had no choice in their fate." Harry thought of Draco, 17 and marked, used as a pawn in his parents' war. He thought of himself at 11, thrust into a conflict he didn't choose, told he was the chosen one before he even understood what that meant. "Who else would want out?" he asked. "If they knew there was a way." "Harry," Ron's voice was warning. "Whatever you're thinking, I'm thinking that we've been fighting this war the wrong way." Harry turned to face his friends. "We've been trying to kill Death Eaters, capture them, fight them head-on. But what if we could just take them away? Steal Voldemort's army right out from under him?" "You're talking about saving Death Eaters." Ron looked like he'd swallowed something sour. People who've killed, tortured, destroyed families. Some of them, yeah. And some of them are people like, Harry gestured at Narcissa. Her. People who are in too deep to get out. People who would flip sides if they could. And how do you tell the difference? How do you know who actually wants redemption and who's just pretending to get close enough to stick a knife in your back? Harry didn't have an answer. He looked at Narcissa, hoping she might, but she just shook her head. You can't know, she said. Not for certain. The mark doesn't reveal what's in someone's heart, only that they serve. Great. Ron threw his hands up. So your master plan is to just… what? Touch every Death Eater and hope the evil ones don't murder you first? I don't have a master plan. I have a power I didn't know I had. A Death Eater in my house who isn't a Death Eater anymore, and Voldemort probably mobilizing half his forces to find me. Harry sat down heavily on the nearest chair. What I need is time to figure this out, and information, and probably a very stiff drink. Hermione moved to his side, her expression shifting from confusion to determination. Then we start with information. Narcissa, you said you'd offer anything in exchange for help with Draco. I'm calling that in. I want everything you know about the mark, the ritual that creates it, the magical theory behind it, any weaknesses, any limitations, any records of people trying to break it. There are no records. Then you'll help me create them. We'll document Harry's power, study it, understand it. If we're going to weaponize this against Voldemort, we need to know exactly what we're working with. Narcissa looked at Hermione for a long moment. Something passed between them, not friendship, not trust, but maybe a temporary alliance. The enemy of my enemy. There are books, Narcissa said finally. At the manor. Hidden. The Dark Lord doesn't know about all of them. My husband's grandfather was obsessive about documenting dark magic. If the information you want exists anywhere, it would be there. Then we get the books, Harry said. But first, he looked at Narcissa directly. We get Draco. Malfoy Manor at night looked like something out of a nightmare. Harry crouched in the shadows at the edge of the property, invisible under his cloak, watching the windows for movement. The place was crawling with Death Eaters, at least a dozen that he could count, probably more inside. Voldemort had clearly decided to use the manor as a forward base, which made this either incredibly stupid or absolutely necessary. Possibly both. Second floor, East Wing. Narcissa's voice was barely audible in the communication mirror. She was hidden in London with Hermione, too recognizable to come along. Draco's room is at the end of the hall. There's a guard outside his door. The Dark Lord has him under house arrest, punishing him for my disappearance. How touching. Harry studied the upper windows. What about the rest of the house? Most of the activity is in the West Wing. The Dark Lord uses my husband's study for meetings. This time of night there will be a gathering. You should have a window of perhaps 20 minutes before anyone checks on Draco. 20 minutes. To get in, find Malfoy, convince him to come quietly, remove his mark and get out. No problem. Harry moved. The wards were sophisticated, but Narcissa had given him the family passwords. He slipped through like a ghost, keeping to the shadows, listening for footsteps. The manor was huge, ostentatious, really all marble floors and towering ceilings, and sound carried strangely. He heard distant voices from somewhere deep in the house. Laughter that sounded wrong. The stairs were a risk. Too exposed. Harry found a servant's passage instead and climbed in darkness. Wand lit just enough to see his feet. 3 flights. 1 locked door, easily opened. A long hallway with portraits that watched him pass. Malfoy ancestors, sneering even in paint. The guard outside Draco's room was asleep. Not hexed or stunned. Just asleep. Slumped against the wall, chin on chest, snoring softly. Harry stared at him for a moment, genuinely unsure if this was a trap or just spectacularly bad luck for the Death Eater movement. He stunned the man anyway, just to be safe. Then he opened the door. Draco Malfoy was sitting on his bed, wand in hand, pointed directly at Harry's face. Don't move. Draco's voice was steady, but his eyes were wild. I don't know how you got in here, But I will kill you if you... Harry pulled off the cloak. Evening, Malfoy. The wand wavered. Draco's face went through about 6 expressions in 2 seconds, settling on something that looked almost like terror. Potter? What, how, why are you? Your mother sent me. That stopped him. The wand lowered slightly. My mother. She's safe. She's in London. And she asked me to get you out of here. Harry glanced at the door behind him, listening for any sign that his entrance had been noticed. We've got maybe 15 minutes. So either you come with me now, or you explain to Voldemort tomorrow why the boy who lived was in your bedroom and you didn't raise the alarm. You're insane. But Draco was already on his feet, shoving things into a bag with shaking hands. This is insane. How did you even get past the wards? There are 20 Death Eaters downstairs. The Dark Lord is... having a meeting, yeah. Your mum told me. Harry watched Draco pack, noting what he grabbed. Books, a few photographs, a small box that he handled almost reverently. Not clothes, not valuables, memories. You ready? No. This is suicide. Draco shouldered the bag anyway. If they catch us, they won't. You can't know that. No, Harry admitted. But I've done a lot of impossible things in the last year. Sneaking one ferret out of a building full of morons shouldn't even crack the top 10. Draco stared at him. Something shifted in his expression. The arrogance that Harry remembered from school was still there, but buried under layers of exhaustion and fear. This wasn't the Draco who'd swaggered through Hogwarts corridors, secure in his family's power. This was someone who'd seen exactly what that power cost. Why are you doing this? Draco asked quietly. After everything my family has done, everything I've done, why would you risk yourself to save me? Harry thought about lying, making up something noble about how everyone deserved a chance at redemption, or how he was doing it for Narcissa, or how it served the greater strategic good. Instead, he told the truth. I don't know. He pulled the cloak back on, becoming invisible. I'll figure it out later. For now, we move. Stay close and don't make any noise. They moved. Getting out was harder than getting in. Something had changed while Harry was upstairs. More patrols. More lights. Voices that sounded alert rather than bored. Halfway down the servants' passage, Draco grabbed Harry's arm. Harry was still under the cloak, which meant Draco was essentially grabbing at air, and hissed a warning. Something's wrong. They're searching for something. Harry's stomach dropped. They know I'm here? I don't. Draco went pale. The mark. Merlin, my mark. What about it? It's burning. Draco clutched his left arm, and Harry could see sweat breaking out on his forehead. He's calling. He knows I'm trying to leave. He's... Draco doubled over with a gasp of pain. He's punishing me. Okay. New plan. Harry threw off the cloak, grabbed Draco's arm, and did exactly what he'd done to Narcissa in Diagon Alley. He wrapped his fingers around the dark mark and willed it to break. The heat came faster this time. Stronger. Maybe because he was trying, or maybe because Draco's mark was fresher, or maybe because somewhere in the building Voldemort was actively pushing back. Harry felt resistance. A cold, oily presence fighting him, trying to hold the mark in place. He pushed harder. Draco screamed. So much for stealth. Come on, Harry growled. Break, you bastard, break. Footsteps thundering upstairs. Shouts from somewhere below. The cold presence pushed back, and Harry felt something in his head. A whisper. A hiss. A voice he knew all too well. You cannot take what is mine, Potter. Watch me. Harry didn't know where the power came from. He didn't understand what he was doing. But something in him responded to Voldemort's challenge, rose up to meet it, and pushed. Not with magic. With something older. Something that felt like pure stubborn refusal to let darkness win. The mark shattered. Not faded. Shattered. Like glass breaking, sending fragments of dark magic scattering into nothing. Draco collapsed against the wall, gasping, staring at his unmarked arm with an expression of total disbelief. Harry caught him before he fell. Can you walk? Yes, I think. Then run. They ran. The manor was waking up around them, Death Eaters pouring from rooms, curses flying. Harry deflected 2 hexes without slowing, blasted a hole in a window, and dragged Draco through. They hit the lawn at a dead sprint, the ward boundary 50 feet away, 40-30. Someone stepped out of the shadows in front of them. Bellatrix Lestrange looked exactly as insane as Harry remembered. Wild hair, wilder eyes, a smile that belonged in a nightmare. "Little baby Potter," she crooned. "Come to play." Harry didn't slow down. He charged directly at her, saw her wand come up, watched the beginning of a curse form on her lips, and then he was past her, dragging Draco, hitting the ward boundary at full speed. The world twisted. Apparition grabbed them both and wrenched them away. The last thing Harry heard was Bellatrix's scream of rage. Grimmauld Place was chaos when they landed. Hermione and Narcissa were already at the door. The mirrors had let them hear everything. Narcissa grabbed Draco the moment he materialized, pulling him into an embrace that looked almost violent in its intensity. Mother and son, reunited, clutching each other like survivors of a shipwreck. Harry staggered inside and collapsed onto the nearest surface. His entire body felt wrong, drained, hollowed out like someone had scooped out his insides and left only the shell. "Harry!" Hermione was at his side, hands fluttering over him, checking for injuries. "Are you hurt? What happened?" "We heard screaming. Broke another mark." His voice came out hoarse. "Malfoy's." Voldemort pushed back this time. "Tried to hold it." "And you beat him?" "Something did." Harry closed his eyes. "I don't know what." "Hermione, I really don't know what's happening to me." She was quiet for a moment. Then her hand found his and she squeezed. "We'll figure it out. We always do." Harry wanted to believe her. He really did. But he kept hearing that voice in his head. Voldemort's voice. "You cannot take what is mine." The fury in it. The fear. Voldemort was afraid. And Harry was pretty sure that was going to make everything much, much worse. Narcissa found him an hour later, sitting in the kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had long gone cold. "He's sleeping," she said, taking the chair across from him. "First real sleep in months, I think." The mark kept him from truly resting. The Dark Lord's presence. Always there, always watching. She paused. "Thank you. I don't know if I said that properly before." "Thank you." "You begged," Harry reminded her. "On your knees, in a dirty shop. I think that counts." A ghost of a smile. "Yes, that was rather undignified, wasn't it? Terrifying, actually. I thought the apocalypse had started." Narcissa Malfoy laughed. It was a small sound, rusty with disuse, but genuine. Harry stared at her, trying to reconcile this woman with the ice sculpture he'd seen at the Quidditch World Cup, sneering at his friends. "The books I mentioned," she said. "They're in a hidden vault beneath the manor's library. I can draw you a map, but getting to them will be difficult. More difficult now. Everything's going to be more difficult now." Harry finally took a sip of his cold tea and made a face. "Voldemort knows what I can do. He's going to protect his people. Guard them. Maybe even pull them back entirely." "Yes, but you're thinking too small." Harry raised an eyebrow. Narcissa leaned forward. "The Dark Lord rules through fear and the mark. Fear can survive distance. He can hurt people from anywhere, kill them with a thought if they displease him enough. But the mark requires physical access. He can't remark someone you've freed. The ritual requires the recipient to be willing, and once they know freedom is possible, they won't want to go back. Would you? If you'd spent years with a monster living in your arm, whispering punishments, broadcasting your every moment of weakness." Narcissa shook her head. "The mark is a prison. You're offering the key. Once word spreads, and it will spread. Secrets don't survive long in that crowd. You'll have more visitors than you can handle." "That's what I'm worried about." Harry set down his tea. "How do I know which ones really want out? Your son almost died tonight. Voldemort fought to keep his mark. He's gonna start sending people to me. Spies, assassins, people who can get close because they're pretending to want freedom." "Yes," Narcissa agreed. "He will. So what do I do?" She was quiet for a long moment. The kitchen clock ticked. Somewhere upstairs, Harry heard Ron snoring. "My husband made me practice occlumency when I was young," Narcissa said finally. "Before the Dark Lord, before any of this. It was a family tradition. Blacks don't trust anyone with their thoughts. I became quite good at it. Good enough to lie to the Dark Lord's face when I needed to." "That's how you hid the mark removal? He didn't sense you planning it?" "He sensed nothing. To him, I was perfectly loyal until the moment you touched me." Narcissa met his eyes. "I tell you this because you need to understand something. The people who come to you, the genuine ones, they'll be the ones who can't hide anymore. The mark broadcasts strong emotions. Fear, hope, desperation. If someone approaches you with a careful plan and a calm heart, they're probably lying. But if they come to you panicked, terrified, barely holding themselves together, they're real. Broken people don't make good actors. It's hard to fake genuine desperation. Even for me." She glanced away. "Especially for me." Harry processed that. It wasn't a perfect system, nothing was. But it was something. A starting point. "Who else might come?" he asked. "If you had to guess." "Several of the younger marks. People like Draco, forced into it by family pressure or punishment. There's a girl Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass. She was marked 6 months ago. Her father traded her for a business arrangement. She's been..." Narcissa hesitated. "Damaged by the experience." "How old is she?" 17. She was in Draco's year at Hogwarts. 17. Harry remembered Daphne vaguely. A quiet Slytherin girl who'd never seemed particularly evil. Just quiet, reserved. Invisible in the way that smart people became invisible when they were surrounded by danger. Who else? Pansy Parkinson. Also young, also marked against her will. Her mother tried to sell her to the Dark Lord as a bride. When that failed, the mark was compensation. Narcissa's voice carried a weight of distaste. "There are others. I can make you a list. But Harry, Mr. Potter. Just Harry." She blinked, thrown off balance. "Harry, then. You need to understand the risk you're taking. Some of these people have done terrible things. Not because they were forced, but because they chose to. Because they enjoyed it. The mark doesn't create evil. It just binds it into service." "I know. Do you? Because you have a hero's instincts. You see someone in pain and you want to help. That's admirable, but it's also exploitable. There will be people who come to you crying and begging, and behind their tears they'll be calculating how to get close enough to kill you. Like your sister?" Narcissa went very still. "You noticed her tonight. Hard to miss." Harry remembered Bellatrix's smile, the madness in her eyes. "She's not someone who wants saving, is she?" "No. Bella loves the Dark Lord. Genuinely, truly loves him. Or loves what he represents. Power without restraint, cruelty without consequence. The mark isn't a prison for her. It's a wedding ring. But she has one. A mark. She was one of the first to receive it. Back when it was an honor, not a chain." Harry filed that information away. "What about others like her? True believers? The Carrows, the Lestranges, though Rodolphus is barely functional anymore. Yaxley, Dolohov." Narcissa recited names like she was reading a grocery list. "These are people who will never want freedom. They'll want you dead. Good to know who my enemies are." "You're taking this very calmly." Harry shrugged. "I've had a prophecy about killing or being killed by a Dark Lord hanging over my head since I was 15. Finding out I can also steal his army is actually pretty good news, relatively speaking." Narcissa stared at him. Then she laughed again. A real laugh this time, startled out of her. "You're very strange, Harry Potter. I've been told." She stood, smoothing her robes. "I should check on Draco. But I meant what I said earlier. I'll give you everything I can. Information, access, whatever you need." She paused at the door. "My family owes you a debt. Malfoys don't forget debts. I thought Malfoys only cared about themselves. We do. But my son is myself. And you saved him." She left without looking back. Harry sat alone in the kitchen, thinking about debts and marks and a war that had just gotten a lot more complicated. 3 days passed before the next one came. Harry was in the drawing room, going through the pile of books Hermione had assembled, trying to understand the magical theory behind what he was doing. It wasn't going well. Most of the texts discussed dark marks as theoretical constructs, permanent bindings of magical contract, blood, and will. Nothing about how to break them. Nothing about touching them and watching them burn away. The knock on the front door made everyone jump. Grimmauld Place didn't get knocks. The Fidelius charm meant no one could find the house unless they were told the secret. The only people with that information were Order members, and Order members used the Floo. Harry was on his feet, wand in hand. Ron appeared at his shoulder, mirror-quick. Hermione came from the stairs. "Are we expecting anyone?" she asked quietly. "No." Another knock, and then a voice, young, female, desperate. "Please, I know you're in there. Harry Potter. Please, I don't have anywhere else to go." Harry exchanged looks with his friends. Ron shook his head emphatically. Hermione bit her lip, thinking, "How did she find us?" Ron hissed, "The Fidelius might not matter." Harry moved toward the door. "If I removed Narcissa's mark at Diagon Alley, if someone saw, if they followed, you can't seriously be thinking about opening that door. We can't just leave her out there. If she really is being hunted, she could be a trap. She could be." Harry's hand found the doorknob. "But Narcissa said the desperate ones are real. And she sounds pretty desperate to me." "Harry," he opened the door. The girl on the doorstep was young, blonde, beautiful in the way that expensive clothes and good breeding made people beautiful. She was also shaking like a leaf, mascara running down her cheeks, clutching her left arm so hard her knuckles were white. Daphne Greengrass looked at Harry Potter with eyes full of terror and hope. "They're coming," she gasped. "They're right behind me. Please, I heard what you did for Narcissa, what you can do. Please, I'll do anything. Just get it off me. Get it off." Harry grabbed her arm and pulled her inside. The mark began to burn. Chapter 2. The price of freedom. Daphne Greengrass hit the floor of Grimmauld Place like a puppet with cut strings. Harry caught her before her head cracked against the hardwood. One hand still wrapped around her left forearm, the heat building between his palm and her skin. The mark writhed under his fingers. He could feel it now. Actually feel it. A cold, slick presence trying to burrow deeper into her flesh to escape him. "Close the door," he shouted at Ron. "Wards up. Everything we've got." Ron moved. Hermione was already casting, layering protections over protections, her wand tracing patterns in the air that sparked gold and silver. Narcissa appeared at the top of the stairs, took one look at the scene, and went pale. "That's the Greengrass girl. How did she—" Questions later. Harry focused on the mark. It was fighting him harder than Draco's had, twisting and coiling like a snake trying to escape a mongoose. "Daphne, Daphne, look at me." Her eyes were glazed with pain. "It hurts. Merlin, it hurts so much. I know it does. But I need you to stay with me. Don't pass out. The more you fight with me, the faster this goes." I can't." "Yes, you can." Harry didn't know if that was true, but it sounded right. "You made it here. You found us. You ran from them. You're stronger than you think." Something flickered in her expression. Not quite belief, but close. Harry pushed. The mark screamed. Not Daphne. The mark itself. A sound that existed somewhere between hearing and feeling. A psychic shriek of protest as dark magic was ripped from living flesh. Harry's vision went white around the edges. His teeth ached. Every instinct told him to let go, to stop, to run from whatever was happening. He held on. The cold presence behind the mark surged forward. Voldemort trying to hold his property, trying to punish the escape attempt. Harry felt the Dark Lord's rage like ice water poured directly into his brain. Felt his attention, vast and terrible, focusing on this single point. "You dare." The voice wasn't words. It was pressure, intent, a will so powerful it bent reality around itself. Harry answered with the only thing he had, Stubborn, bloody-minded refusal. Yeah. I dare. He didn't know what he was doing. Didn't understand the power flowing through him. But he understood this. Voldemort wanted to keep Daphne Greengrass in chains, and Harry Potter was not going to let that happen. The mark shattered. Daphne screamed. Once, sharp, then cut off as she slumped against Harry's chest, unconscious but breathing. Her left forearm was unmarked, clean, like the brand had never existed. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the floor, still holding Daphne, his entire body shaking with exhaustion. Everything hurt. His head, his hands, his chest. Especially his chest, where something felt stretched thin, overused. Harry! Hermione dropped to her knees beside him. Are you okay? What happened? Voldemort pushed back. Harder than last time. Harry's voice came out rough. I think he's figured out what I'm doing. He's not happy. I could have told you that. Ron was at the window peering through the curtains. We've got company. Harry's stomach dropped. How many? Can't tell. They're not crossing the ward line. Just standing there, watching. Narcissa moved to the window, careful to stay out of direct line of sight. Death Eaters. At least 5 that I can see. They must have followed her. They can't see the house, Hermione said. The Fidelius. They don't need to see it. They know the general area. They'll wait, watch for movement, set up surveillance. Narcissa's voice was clinical. Standard protocol for suspected safe-house locations. Can they break the wards? Not quickly, but given enough time and resources. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Harry looked down at Daphne, still unconscious in his arms. Her face was peaceful now. Younger than he remembered, more fragile. She'd been invisible at Hogwarts, one of those Slytherin girls who floated at the edges of everything. Never causing trouble, never standing out. She'd gotten out, made it to him, and now there were Death Eaters outside because of it. We need to move, Harry said. This location is compromised. And go where? Ron turned from the window. Grimmauld Place is the most protected location we have. The Burrow's not safe. Mom and Dad are already in hiding. Shell Cottage's too small. Hogwarts is a wreck. Then we make somewhere new. Harry's mind was racing despite the exhaustion. Somewhere they can't follow. Somewhere with enough space to... To what? Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, what exactly are you planning? He met her eyes. You heard Narcissa. Once word spreads, more people are going to come. People who want out. People who need help. We can't save them one at a time and run every time Death Eaters show up at the door. So you want to, set up some kind of refuge? A safe house for ex-Death Eaters. For victims. Harry looked at Daphne again. She's 17, Hermione. She was marked against her will because her father sold her for a business deal. How many more like her are out there? How many people are trapped because they don't know there's a way out? Ron made a frustrated noise. You're talking like we have resources. We've got 4 wands. 5 if Malfoy's actually willing to fight, and a house that's currently being watched by people who want to kill us. We've got more than that. Narcissa stepped away from the window. We've got information, contacts. I know people who are wavering, people who might help if they thought there was a chance. You expect us to trust your contacts? I expect you to use every weapon available. That's what war is. Narcissa looked at Harry. You have something unprecedented. An ability that the Dark Lord cannot counter, cannot prevent, cannot ignore. If you use it wisely, strategically, you could dismantle his entire power structure. But not if you keep reacting to events. You need to get ahead of them. Harry's head was pounding. The exhaustion from breaking Daphne's mark was settling into his bones, making everything feel distant and slightly unreal. He needed sleep. He needed time to process. He needed to think. Okay, he said finally. Okay. First things first, we secure our location. Figure out what the Death Eaters outside are planning. Make sure Daphne's okay when she wakes up. He started to stand, and Hermione grabbed his arm. You're in no condition to do anything. When's the last time you slept? I'll sleep when... Now. Hermione's voice brooked no argument. You'll sleep now, or I'll stun you and put you to bed myself. Ron, help me get Daphne to the spare room. Narcissa, watch the windows. And Harry, she pointed at the stairs. Bed. For hours minimum. We'll figure out our next move when you're not about to collapse. Harry wanted to argue, but his legs were shaking, and the floor seemed to be swaying slightly, and Hermione had that look on her face that meant she absolutely would stun him if necessary. Fine, he muttered. 4 hours. He made it to his room and was unconscious before his head hit the pillow. Harry dreamed of darkness. Not metaphorical darkness. Actual physical absence of light, pressing in from all sides, thick and cold and hungry. He was standing in the middle of it, and he wasn't alone. Shapes moved at the edge of his vision. Figures. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They were all reaching toward him. Hands outstretched, voices overlapping in a desperate chorus. Please, help us. Free us. Take it off. Make it stop. He couldn't see their faces, could barely see their forms. But he could feel them, the marks they carried, cold brands burning in the darkness like inverse stars. Each one a chain, each one a prison, and beyond them watching, waiting something else. Something vast and old and patient. Something that wasn't Voldemort but was connected to him somehow. Connected to the marks. Connected to Harry. The something turned its attention toward him. Harry woke up screaming. Hermione was at his bedside in seconds. Wand drawn, eyes wide. Harry, what happened? Are you hurt? No. He was drenched in sweat, heart hammering. The taste of that cold darkness still in his mouth. No, I'm Nightmare. Just a nightmare. That didn't sound like just a nightmare. Harry sat up, running his hands through his hair. The details were already fading, the way dreams do, but the feeling lingered. That sense of something watching, something waiting. What time is it? Almost noon. You slept for 6 hours. Hermione hesitated. You needed it. You looked half dead last night. I feel half dead now. He swung his legs out of bed. What's happened? The Death Eaters outside. Gone. They left around dawn. Probably realized they weren't going to see anything useful. But we've got other problems. Of course we do. Daphne's awake. And she's not doing well. The spare room at Grimmauld Place had been converted into something resembling a hospital ward. Daphne was sitting up in bed, knees pulled to her chest, arms wrapped around herself like she was trying to hold herself together. Narcissa sat in a chair nearby, speaking in low tones that stopped the moment Harry entered. Potter. Daphne's voice was hoarse. You actually... I thought I dreamed. It wasn't a dream. Harry pulled up a chair on her other side. How are you feeling? Wrong question. She laughed, and there was no humor in it. I feel wrong. I feel like someone carved a piece out of me and didn't bother putting anything back. She looked at her left arm, bare and unmarked. I kept thinking I could still feel it. The burning. His voice in my head. But there's nothing. Just nothing. Harry didn't know what to say to that. Narcissa caught his eye and gave a small shake of her head. Not now, the gesture said. The Death Eaters were outside last night, Harry said instead. They followed you here. Daphne's face went white. I tried to lose them, I thought. It's okay. They're gone now. But I need to know what happened. How did you find us? How did you escape? She was quiet for a long moment. Her hands were shaking. I heard the rumors, she said finally. Everyone did. The Dark Lord was furious. Narcissa's mark breaking, Draco's disappearing. He blamed Potter, blamed you, said it was some kind of trick. But I knew it wasn't. I knew because I could feel him panicking. Through the mark. His emotions leak through when they're strong enough, and for those few hours. She swallowed. He was afraid. I didn't know he could be afraid. So you decided to run. I decided I'd rather die trying to escape than spend another day with that thing in my arm. Her voice cracked. You don't understand what it's like. He can feel everything. Every thought, every emotion. When I was scared, he knew. When I hated him, he knew. When I cried myself to sleep at night, he knew. And he laughed. I could feel him laughing. Narcissa's expression was carefully blank, but Harry caught something in her eyes. Recognition. She knew exactly what Daphne was describing. How did you get out? I waited until he was distracted. Something happened last night, some kind of meeting, everyone was focused on it. I just walked out, through the front door. I had my wand, some money, nothing else. I apparat to London and started asking questions. One of the street vendors in Knockturn Alley knew someone who'd seen Narcissa Malfoy with Harry Potter. It took me 3 hours to track down the general area. She looked at him. I was going to search every house on the street if I had to. Knock on every door. I didn't care if they killed me. I couldn't go back. I couldn't. Harry thought about his dream. All those figures reaching for him in the darkness. All those voices begging for help. You're safe now, he said. The mark is gone. He can't find you, can't reach you, can't hurt you anymore. I know. Daphne's voice was barely a whisper. That's the terrifying part. I'm free. I've wanted this for 6 months. And now I have no idea what to do. You rest, Hermione said from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard her come in. You heal. You take as much time as you need to figure out what comes next. And if they come for me again, if they find this place, then we deal with it. Harry stood up. You're not alone anymore, Daphne. That's the whole point. She looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Not trust, exactly. Too soon for that. But maybe the beginning of hope. Thank you, she said quietly. I don't know why you're doing this. You don't know me. You don't owe me anything. I know what it's like to have a piece of someone else living in your head. Harry touched his scar without thinking about it. And I know what it's like when it finally stops. He left before she could respond. Some conversations needed to end before they got too heavy. Downstairs, Ron had spread maps across the kitchen table and was frowning at them like they'd personally insulted him. We need a new base, he said without looking up. Somewhere bigger, more defensible, harder to track. I've been thinking about that. Harry slid into a chair across from him. What about the Room of Requirement? At Hogwarts? Mate, the place is half destroyed. The room isn't. Or it shouldn't be. It exists outside normal space. Even if the castle took damage, the room itself might still be intact. Hermione came in, already shaking her head. I had the same thought. But getting there would be almost impossible. The Death Eaters have checkpoints on every route to Hogsmeade. And even if we made it, the castle's wards are down. Voldemort's people are using it as a base. So we'd be walking into enemy territory. Essentially, yes. Harry drummed his fingers on the table. What about somewhere completely new? Unplottable. Under Fidelius. Away from everything. That would take weeks to set up properly. Hermione sat down next to Ron. We'd need to find a location, clear it, ward it, place the charm. And we'd be vulnerable the entire time we were doing it. Then we do it fast. Magic doesn't work that way, Harry. Maybe not. But we're going to have to try something. He looked at both of them. Daphne found us. Others will too. And every time one of them shows up, we risk leading Death Eaters right to our door. We need somewhere that can handle the traffic. Ron and Hermione exchanged one of those looks, the kind that communicated entire conversations without words. Harry had learned to read those looks over the years. This one said they agreed with him but didn't like it. I might know a place, Ron said slowly. It's not perfect. It's definitely not safe. But it's big, it's isolated, and no one's been there in years. Where? Ron grimaced. My Aunt Muriel's country house. She died about 6 months ago. Dragon pox. The ministry's still processing her estate, so officially the place doesn't have an owner. It's in the middle of nowhere, Wales, surrounded by nothing but sheep and hills. Won't your family object? My family's in hiding, and they'd probably be relieved to have someone using the place. It's just sitting there gathering dust. Ron shrugged. It's not fancy like Grimmauld Place, but it's got 15 bedrooms, a basement, and about 30 acres of nothing around it. If we needed to expand, we could. Harry looked at Hermione. Thoughts. It's better than nothing. She was already pulling parchment toward her, making notes. We'd need to scout it first. Make sure it hasn't been compromised. Then set up basic wards. Enough to buy us time if anyone finds it. The Fidelius would come later, once we're established. How soon can we move? If we start today, maybe 3 days. For if we want to do it right. Harry nodded. Then we start today. I'll take first watch here while you two check out the property. Narcissa can help me keep an eye on things, and Draco will come with us. Hermione's tone left no room for argument. I want someone who knows how Death Eaters think, helping us identify potential weaknesses. Harry raised an eyebrow. You trust him for that? I trust that he wants to stay alive. And right now, helping us stay alive is his best chance of managing that. Fair enough. Ron stood, rolling up the maps. We'll leave in an hour. Pack light. This is reconnaissance, not relocation. Be careful. Always am, mate. Harry watched them go, then turned back to the empty kitchen. Somewhere above him, Daphne Greengrass was trying to figure out who she was without a Dark Lord in her head. Narcissa Malfoy was probably doing the same thing, even if she'd never admit it. And outside these walls, Voldemort was planning his response. The war was changing. Harry could feel it. Everything that had come before, the running, the hiding, the desperate defensive battles, that was over. Something new was beginning. He just hoped he was ready for it. Narcissa found him in the library 2 hours later, buried in books about magical bonds and contract law. You won't find what you're looking for in there, she said, settling into a chair across from him. The Dark Mark isn't a simple contract. It's older than that. Darker. Then what is it? She was quiet for a moment. When I was first marked, I was 23, newly married, idealistic in the way that purebloods are raised to be. The Dark Lord explained it as an honor, a connection to something greater than ourselves. He made it sound almost beautiful. But it wasn't. No, it was possession. From the moment the mark burned into my skin, I was his. Not metaphorically, literally. He could feel what I felt, hear what I thought if he focused, command my body if he chose to, though he rarely bothered. The fear of that possibility was enough to ensure compliance. Harry set down the book he'd been reading. Why tell me this? Because you need to understand what you're fighting. Narcissa leaned forward. The mark isn't just magic. It's a piece of him embedded in each of us. When you break it, you're not just removing a brand. You're ripping out a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. His soul. A piece of it. Tiny but real. That's why he can feel through us, command us, punish us. We're not just servants. We're extensions of himself. Harry's mind was racing. He thought about the Horcruxes, fragments of Voldemort's soul, hidden in objects, anchoring him to life. Was the mark related somehow? A different application of the same principle? When I break a mark, he said slowly, what happens to that piece of him? I don't know. It's destroyed, I assume. Burned away like everything else. Narcissa watched his face. Why? What are you thinking? I'm thinking about the Horcruxes. Harry saw her expression flicker. She knew the word. You've heard of them. Rumors. Whispers. The Dark Lord's inner circle knows he's done something to make himself immortal, but the details are closely guarded. She paused. You think the marks are connected? Maybe. Or maybe there's something else entirely. Harry rubbed his temples. I don't know. I don't know enough about any of this. That's the problem. Then we find out. Narcissa stood up. The books I mentioned at the manor. They contain information about the mark's creation, the rituals, the theory, the original source. If answers exist anywhere, they're there. You said getting to them would be difficult. I said it would be difficult, not impossible. A small smile crossed her face, the first real one Harry had seen from her. And I've been thinking, there may be a way. Ron and Hermione returned at dusk, looking tired but optimistic. The house is perfect, Hermione announced, spreading photographs across the kitchen table. Isolated, intact, plenty of room. The basic wards are still up from when Muriel was alive. Nothing fancy, but they'll alert us if anyone approaches. Any signs of surveillance? None that we could detect. The place is genuinely abandoned. Dust everywhere. Mice in the walls. The works. Ron made a face. Going to need a serious cleaning before it's livable. That's fine. Cleaning we can handle. Harry looked at the photos. The house was old, Victorian-looking, all dark brick and narrow windows. It reminded him a bit of Grimmauld Place, actually, same general era, same vaguely ominous aesthetic. We can start moving people tomorrow, Hermione continued. Daphne first. She needs to be somewhere she can actually recover. Then we can bring the others once we've established proper security. About that, Harry glanced at Narcissa, who'd been listening from the doorway. We might need to make a detour first. He explained the plan, Narcissa's books, the information they might contain, the possibility that the Dark Mark was connected to something bigger than they'd realized. By the end, Ron was shaking his head. You want to break into Malfoy Manor, which is currently being used as Voldemort's base of operations. To steal some books. To retrieve some books. They belong to Narcissa. I don't think the Death Eaters are going to care about property rights, mate. The books are hidden, Narcissa interjected, in a vault that the Dark Lord doesn't know exists. The family has kept secrets from outsiders for generations. My husband's grandfather built that vault specifically because he didn't trust anyone, including his own heirs. So no one knows about it? My husband knew. He showed me shortly after we married, as a sign of trust. Her voice carried something complicated. Old pain? Maybe, or bitter irony. Lucius is currently in Azkaban, so he won't be telling anyone. And I doubt he'd want to, even if he could. The books contain information that could destroy him if it fell into the wrong hands. Hermione was frowning thoughtfully. What kind of information? Records of the Mark's creation. The original rituals. Names of everyone who was marked and when. And Narcissa hesitated. Research into how the mark might be broken. Silence. Someone tried to break it before? Harry asked. My husband's grandfather. Abraxas Malfoy was marked against his will by Voldemort's predecessor, a wizard named Grindelwald who used similar techniques. Abraxas spent decades researching ways to remove the brand. He never succeeded, but his notes might contain something useful. Grindelwald used dark marks? Not exactly. His marks were different, less sophisticated, more crude. But the principle was the same. Magical branding to ensure loyalty. Narcissa's expression was unreadable. The Dark Lord improved on the design, made it more elegant, more inescapable. But the foundation was already there. Harry processed this. The mark wasn't Voldemort's invention. It was adapted, refined, which meant there was a history, a lineage, a trail of information that might lead to understanding and weakness. When can we go? He asked. Not tonight. The Dark Lord holds major gatherings on Friday evenings. It's become a ritual of sorts. Everyone is required to attend. That leaves the manor relatively unguarded. Narcissa calculated. 2 days from now, late evening, I can guide you through the hidden passages. You're coming with us? The vault requires blood to open, specifically Malfoy blood or black blood. She held up her hand. I qualify on one count. Draco could also open it, but I'd rather not risk him. Mom. Draco appeared behind her, his expression determined. If you're going, I'm going. Absolutely not. You can't stop me. I know that house better than anyone. I know the patrol routes, the usual guard positions, where people tend to gather when they're not working. You'll need that information. I'll provide it before we leave. It won't be the same. Things change. People change their habits. Draco stepped into the room. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you that I'm coming. You can either accept my help or try to stop me and probably get yourself killed in the process. Mother and son stared at each other. Harry recognized the steel in both their expressions. The same stubbornness, the same determination. Eventually, Narcissa looked away. Fine, but you follow my instructions exactly. No heroics. No deviations. Agreed. Harry nodded slowly. Then we have a plan. 2 days to prepare, get everyone settled at the new location, and rest up. Then we hit the manor. This is insane, Ron muttered, but he was already reaching for quill and parchment. We'll need floor plans, guard schedules, escape routes. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Spoken like a true strategist, Hermione said. Spoken like someone who doesn't want to die. Fair enough. The next morning brought chaos. Harry was eating breakfast, actual breakfast for the first time in days, when the ward screamed again. Different this time. Not a breach, but a detection. Something approaching, not attacking. He was at the door before the knock came. I'm not armed. The voice was female. Young. Terrified. Please. I heard about what you can do. I'll do anything. Please. Harry opened the door. The girl standing there was maybe 16, with dark hair and a face that might have been pretty if it hadn't been swollen with crying. She was holding her left arm out in front of her like an offering. Please, she said again. It hurts. He knows I'm here. He's punishing me. Please make it stop. Behind Harry, he heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath. Ron's muttered curse. Narcissa's quiet, "Oh, Astoria. Astoria Greengrass. Daphne's sister." Harry reached out and touched her arm. The heat came immediately, faster and easier than before. Practice, he thought dimly, even as the mark twisted and burned under his fingers. He was getting better at this. Voldemort pushed back, the same cold fury, the same terrible pressure. But Harry was ready this time. He didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he let it wash over him, through him like water around a stone. He held his ground and kept burning. The mark shattered. Astoria collapsed into his arms, sobbing with relief. Harry held her awkwardly, not sure what to do, until Daphne appeared from nowhere and pulled her sister into a desperate embrace. "You're okay," Daphne kept saying. You're okay, you're here, you're safe." Harry stepped back. His hands were shaking slightly. The exhaustion was there, but muted, less overwhelming than the first few times. His body was adapting. Or maybe the power was growing. "That's 3, Ron said quietly, appearing at Harry's elbow. 3 in less than a week. This is going to keep happening, isn't it?" "Probably. We're not equipped for this. We can barely feed the people we have." "I know. So what do we do?" Harry watched the Greengrass sisters, still clinging to each other, still crying. 2 girls who'd been sold by their own family, branded like cattle, used as pawns in a war they never chose. Free now, safe now, because he'd touched their arms and willed the darkness away. "We figure it out," Harry said. "That's what we always do." The relocation happened that afternoon, faster than anyone had planned. Astoria's arrival changed things. 2 ex-Death Eaters might escape notice. 3, including 2 from the same prominent family, would definitely attract attention. They needed to disappear, and they needed to do it now. Hermione handled logistics, coordinating portkeys, packing essentials, making sure nothing was left behind that could be traced. Ron handled security, scouting routes, checking for surveillance, establishing a perimeter at the new location. Narcissa handled the newcomers, keeping Daphne and Astoria calm, explaining what was happening, preparing them for another move. Harry handled the house itself. Grimmauld Place had been safe once, and it would be again, but for now it needed to look abandoned, dusty, forgotten. He went room by room, casting concealment charms, hiding any sign of recent habitation. He found Draco in the library, staring at a portrait of Sirius's mother that had been silenced years ago. "Charming family," Draco said without turning around. "The Blacks? Yeah, they were something special." Harry leaned against the doorframe. "You ready? For the move or for the manor?" "Both." Draco was quiet for a moment. "I keep waiting to feel relieved. The mark is gone. Mother is safe. By every reasonable measure, things are better than they've been in months." He turned to face Harry. "But I don't feel relieved. I feel terrified." "That's normal." "Is it? I've been terrified for 7 years. You get used to it." That's not exactly comforting. Wasn't meant to be. Harry pushed off from the doorframe. The manor raid. Is there anything else I should know? Anything you haven't told your mother? Draco hesitated. Just for a second, but Harry caught it. There's someone there, Draco said finally. A prisoner. In the dungeons. Harry went very still. Who? I don't know her name. She was brought in about a month ago. Young. Our age, maybe a bit younger. The Dark Lord's been using her for something, rituals, I think. I only saw her once. But she looked. He stopped. Swallowed. She looked half dead. And you didn't mention this before? I didn't know if you'd care. I didn't know if you'd want to complicate the mission for some stranger. Draco's voice was bitter. I'm not used to people risking anything for people they don't know. Harry thought about the girl on his doorstep that morning. About Daphne, about Astoria, about every person reaching for him in that dream. We get the books, he said. And we get her. I wasn't saying. I know. But I am. Harry met Draco's eyes. We're not going to walk away from someone who needs help. Not anymore. That's how this works. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression. Confusion, maybe, or the beginning of understanding. You're actually serious, he said. You actually believe this? Yeah. Why? Because someone believed it about me once. And it made all the difference. Harry turned and walked away before Draco could ask any more questions. The new safe house was everything Ron had promised. Big, isolated, thoroughly depressing. They arrived via Portkey in the overgrown back garden, knee-deep in weeds that hadn't been trimmed in months. The house loomed above them, all dark windows and crumbling chimney pots. Inside wasn't much better. Dusty sheets over furniture, cobwebs in every corner, the faint musty smell of places that had been closed up too long. Home sweet home, Ron muttered. It has potential, Hermione said, with the kind of forced optimism that usually preceded a massive cleaning project. The bones are good. Once we clear out the dust and air it out, it'll still be a depressing old manor house in the middle of nowhere. But a clean, depressing old manor house in the middle of nowhere. Harry left them to their good-natured bickering and helped Narcissa guide the Greengrass sisters inside. Both girls were quiet, shell-shocked, still processing everything that had happened. Astoria hadn't let go of Daphne's hand since they'd left Grimmauld Place. You'll be safe here, Harry told them. The wards are basic, but we're adding more tonight. And the location is isolated enough that no one should find us by accident. What about on purpose? Daphne asked. What happens when the Dark Lord sends people looking? Then we deal with it. Same as always. That's your answer to everything, isn't it? We'll deal with it. Got a better one? She didn't answer, but some of the tension in her shoulders eased, just slightly. Night fell. The others settled into rooms, claiming spaces, trying to make the strange house feel like something approaching home. Harry found himself on the roof, wrapped in warming charms, watching stars emerge above the Welsh hills. The manor raid was tomorrow. In 24 hours, he'd be infiltrating Voldemort's stronghold, trying to steal books about the Dark Mark's creation and rescue a prisoner he'd never met. Terrifying. Impossible. Absolutely essential. He heard footsteps behind him and didn't bother turning. He knew who it was. You should be sleeping, Hermione said, settling down beside him. So should you. I tried. My brain won't stop. Same. They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars. It reminded Harry of nights at Hogwarts before everything went wrong. Late evenings in the common room, studying with Ron and Hermione, complaining about homework like normal teenagers. Do you remember fourth year? Hermione asked suddenly. The Tri-Wizard Tournament? Hard to forget. I was so scared. The whole time, I was absolutely terrified that you were going to die. Every task, I'd watch you face something impossible, and I'd think, this is it. This is when we lose him. Cheerful memory. But you always made it through. Every single time. And I could never figure out how. She turned to look at him. I think I understand now. It's not that you're braver than everyone else, or luckier, or more skilled. is that you don't stop. No matter how bad things get, no matter how impossible the odds, you just keep going. You refuse to give up. That's not really a strategy. No, it's not. It's something better. She put her hand over his. I believe in you, Harry. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens after, I believe you're going to figure this out. Harry looked at her, his best friend, the smartest person he knew, the one who'd stood beside him through everything. Thanks, Hermione. Get some sleep. You're going to need it. She stood up and went back inside. Harry stayed a while longer watching the stars, thinking about tomorrow. Then he went to bed. The next morning, Pansy Parkinson appeared on their doorstep. Harry had never paid much attention to Pansy at school. She was Draco's shadow, always hovering nearby, making snide comments and sneering at Gryffindors. He remembered her trying to hand him over to Voldemort during the Battle of Hogwarts, screaming that someone should grab him before more people died. The girl standing in front of him now looked nothing like that memory. She was thin, gaunt, really bones visible under skin that was too pale, hair that looked like it hadn't been properly washed in weeks. Her robes were torn, her face was bruised, and her left arm was clutched against her chest. Before you say no. Her voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. I know you hate me. I know what I did. I tried to give you up, and I'm not going to apologize for it because I was scared and everyone was dying and I just wanted it to stop. But I'm here now because I don't have anywhere else to go, and if you turn me away, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. They're hunting me right now. Pansy. Harry held up a hand. Stop. She stopped. Her whole body was trembling. How did you find this place? I didn't. I found Grimmauld Place first. Followed the same trail Daphne did, rumors and whispers and people who'd heard things. But when I got there, the house was empty. So I cast a tracking charm on the lingering magical signatures and followed them here. She swallowed. I'm good at tracking. It's the only useful thing I ever learned from my family. Harry studied her. The desperation was real, that much was obvious. But Narcissa's warning echoed in his head. Some people would pretend, would use this as a way to get close. Your arm, he said. Show me. Pansy extended her left arm. The mark was vivid against her pale skin, darker and more defined than Daphne's or Astoria's had been. As Harry watched, it pulsed. A ripple of dark magic that made Pansy wince. He's looking for me, she whispered. Through the mark. He'll find me soon. Please, whatever you're going to do it fast. Harry touched her arm. The heat came, but something was wrong. The mark didn't just fight back. It lashed out. Cold fury slammed into Harry's mind, stronger than anything he'd felt before. Not just Voldemort's anger. Voldemort's intention. This one is mine. Harry staggered. His vision blurred. Pansy screamed. Harry! Someone was shouting. Hermione, maybe, or Ron. Harry, let go. He couldn't. His hand was locked around Pansy's arm, the power flowing through him in a torrent, burning and freezing at the same time. The mark writhed like a living thing, fighting for survival, fighting for control. You cannot take her. Watch me. Harry pushed. Not with magic this time, with something deeper. The same thing that had let him survive the killing curse, resist the Imperius, cast a Patronus strong enough to drive off 100 Dementors. Love, Dumbledore had called it. Will, Harry thought. Pure stubborn refusal to let darkness win. The mark shattered. Not gradually, like the others, but all at once. An explosion of dark magic that knocked Harry backward. He hit the ground hard, ears ringing, vision swimming. When he could see again, Pansy was on her knees, staring at her unmarked arm. Her mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. Then she started to cry. Not the desperate, panicked tears from before. Real crying, deep sobs that shook her whole body. Harry lay on the ground, too exhausted to move, and watched her fall apart. It's gone, she managed between sobs. It's really gone. He's not there anymore. He's not in my head. She collapsed. Hermione was there instantly, checking vitals, casting diagnostic charms. Ron helped Harry sit up, face pale with worry. Mate, you okay? Yeah. Harry's voice came out rough. That one was harder. No kidding. You looked like you were having a seizure. He fought harder. Voldemort. He really didn't want to let her go. Why? What's special about Parkinson? Harry didn't know, but he intended to find out. Pansy woke up an hour later, disoriented and defensive. They'd put her in one of the spare rooms, not quite as nice as the ones Daphne and Astoria had claimed, but comfortable enough. Harry sat in a chair by the door, waiting. "You're staring," Pansy said. "It's creepy. You tried to hand me over to Voldemort." "I know. You were going to let him kill me." "I know." She sat up slowly, wincing. "Are you going to throw me out now? Because I'd understand. I wouldn't even blame you." "I'm not going to throw you out." Harry studied her. "But I am going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer them honestly. That's the deal." "What kind of questions?" "Let's start with an easy one. Why did Voldemort fight so hard to keep you marked? He didn't push like that for Daphne or Astoria." Pansy was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was flat. "Empty. Because I'm useful. Or I was." She looked at her hands. "My mother tried to offer me to him as a bride. When he refused, he found the idea amusing, apparently, a blood trader's daughter as a consort. She offered me as a servant instead. A personal attendant. Someone to manage his household, organize his affairs, keep track of his schedule." "You were his secretary?" "Something like that. I knew things. Where he was going, who he was meeting, what he was planning. Not the details, but the outlines." She laughed bitterly. "He marked me specifically so I couldn't tell anyone. The mark prevents us from sharing his secrets with outsiders. Or it did, anyway." Harry leaned forward. "The mark prevents you from talking about what you know. It burns when we try. The pain gets worse the more sensitive the information. Important secrets can literally kill us if we try to speak them." Pansy looked at him. "But now the mark is gone. So you can talk." "I can talk." Harry's mind was racing. "How much do you know? About his plans, his operations, his weaknesses?" "Enough." Pansy's expression hardened. "Enough to hurt him. Enough to make him regret every moment he spent treating me like furniture." She sat up straighter. "That's why I came to you, Potter. Not just to escape. To fight back. To burn him the way he burned me. That sounds like revenge." "It is revenge. Does that bother you?" Harry thought about it. "Not really." "Good." Pansy swung her legs out of bed. "Then let me tell you what I know." What Pansy knew was staggering. Patrol schedules. Meeting locations. The names of Death Eaters who were wavering, who might flip if given the chance. The locations of safe houses, supply caches, hidden routes. Information that would have taken months to gather through normal intelligence work, handed over in a single conversation. By the time she finished, Harry's head was spinning. Hermione had filled 12 pages of notes. Even Narcissa looked impressed. "The vault in Malfoy Manor," Pansy said. "I know about it." Narcissa went very still. "Impossible. The family keeps that secret. Your husband told the Dark Lord. About a year ago, when he was trying to regain favor." Pansy's voice carried no emotion. "The Dark Lord sent people to retrieve the contents. They couldn't get through the blood wards, but they know it's there. Which means they'll be guarding it." "Yes, 2 people at all times, rotating shifts." Harry looked at Narcissa. "Does this change the plan?" "It complicates it." She was thinking, calculating. "But the vault's defenses are more than just blood wards. There are traps, puzzles, things that will kill intruders regardless of whether they have backup. Can you get past them?" "I can. With time." "How much time?" 20 minutes. Maybe more." Harry did the math. 20 minutes in a hostile location, with guards to neutralize and the constant threat of discovery. It was risky. More than risky, it was probably suicidal. But the information in that vault could change everything. "We go tonight," he said. "As planned. Pansy, you're staying here. You're in no condition to fight, and frankly, I don't trust you in a combat situation yet." "Fair enough." "Hermione, I need you to coordinate from here. Monitor our communication mirrors, track our progress. Be ready to pull us out if things go sideways. I should be going with you. I need you here. If something goes wrong, someone has to take care of these people. He gestured around at the room, at Daphne and Astoria, at Pansy, at the beginning of something that might eventually become a real resistance movement. That's more important than any raid. Hermione wanted to argue. He could see it in her eyes. But she nodded. Ron, Draco, Narcissa, you're with me. Harry stood up. We leave at midnight. The hours before the raid passed in a blur of preparation. Harry checked his equipment. Wand, cloak, mirror, emergency port key. Light and mobile, anything else would slow them down. He practiced the route Narcissa had drawn out, memorizing corridors and hidden passages until he could walk them blindfolded. Dinner was quiet. Everyone knew what was coming. Even the Greengrass sisters, who barely knew Harry, seemed to understand the weight of what was about to happen. At 11:30, Harry found himself in the garden, staring at the sky. Draco joined him a few minutes later. They stood in silence for a while, two former enemies about to risk their lives together. I wanted to say something, Draco said eventually. Before we go. In case we don't, we're going to make it. You don't know that. No. But I'm going to act like I do. Harry turned to face him. What did you want to say? Draco took a breath. I'm sorry. For everything. For the way I treated you at school. For the things I said about your friends. He stopped. Started again. I was raised to believe certain things. About blood, about power, about what made someone worthy. I didn't question any of it until it was too late. By the time I realized how wrong I was already marked, already trapped. And now I'm trying to be better. I don't know if I can. I don't know if any of this makes up for what I did. But I'm trying. Harry studied him. Draco Malfoy, his schoolboy nemesis, the boy who'd spent 6 years making his life miserable, who'd nearly gotten people killed, who'd stood by while terrible things happened, and also the boy who'd been raised by monsters, marked against his will, trapped in a war he didn't choose. It doesn't make up for it, Harry said finally. Nothing erases the past. But it matters. The trying matters. Draco nodded slowly. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We've got a raid to survive first. At midnight, they apparat to the edge of the Malfoy estate. The manor was dark. Harry crouched in the shadows at the property line, watching the building for movement. Narcissa had been right. The Friday gathering had drawn most of the Death Eaters away. Only a handful of lights burned in the windows. Guards on the east entrance, Ron whispered. 2 of them, and there's someone patrolling the garden. We go through the hidden passage, Narcissa said. It opens on the north side, behind the greenhouses. We can avoid all of them. They moved, silent and careful, staying low, using the ground's elaborate landscaping as cover. The greenhouse loomed ahead, a sprawling glass structure that had once housed Narcissa's prize-winning roses. Now it was dark and overgrown, vines pressing against cracked panes. The hidden entrance was exactly where Narcissa had described. A stone beneath a withered apple tree, inscribed with runes that only revealed themselves under moonlight. She pressed her hand to the stone and whispered something too quiet for Harry to hear. The ground opened. They descended into darkness. Harry lit his wand just enough to see the passage ahead, narrow, low-ceilinged, carved from living rock. It smelled like damp and old magic. This leads directly to the basement level, Narcissa whispered. The vault is at the end of the east corridor. The dungeons are the opposite direction. We split up, Harry decided. Narcissa and Draco get the books. Ron, you're with me. We find the prisoner. That wasn't the plan. The plan changed. We can cover more ground this way. Ron looked unhappy but nodded. 20 minutes. Then we're out, books or no books. 20 minutes. They reached a junction point and separated. Harry and Ron went left, toward the dungeons. The passage narrowed further, forcing them to crouch, then crawl, then finally emerge through a concealed panel into a stone corridor. The dungeons were exactly as depressing as Harry had imagined. Damp walls, rusted cell doors, The smell of fear soaked into every surface. Most cells were empty. A few held bodies that Harry tried not to look at too closely. Then he found her. She was in the last cell, curled in a corner, barely visible in the darkness. Young, maybe 15 or 16. Dark hair, pale skin, eyes that had gone hollow from too long in the dark. "Hey!" Harry kept his voice soft. "Hey, we're here to get you out." The girl didn't respond. Didn't even look up. "Ron, get this door open." Ron went to work on the lock while Harry watched the corridor. No alarms yet. No sounds of discovery. Maybe they'd actually pull this off. The door swung open. Harry moved inside, crouching beside the girl. "Can you walk? We need to move fast." Still nothing. She was alive. He could see her breathing, but whatever they'd done to her, whatever rituals Draco had mentioned, had broken something fundamental. "I'm going to pick you up," Harry said. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm getting you out of here. Okay?" She let him lift her without protest. She weighed almost nothing. They moved back through the passage. Faster now, the girl a limp weight in Harry's arms. The route seemed longer going back. Darker, more twisting. Or maybe that was just Harry's imagination running wild. They reached the junction point. Waited. 1 minute. 2. Narcissa and Draco emerged from the other passage. A leather satchel bulging with books slung over Narcissa's shoulder. "We got them," she breathed. "Everything. We need to move." I think someone noticed something. The alarm started wailing. "Run," Harry said. They ran. Through the passage, up toward the surface, the exit point getting closer with every step. Behind them, Harry heard shouting, footsteps, the crackle of hostile magic. They burst out of the hidden entrance into cool night air. The guards had heard the alarm. Figures were running toward them from multiple directions. Harry counted 5, 6, 7, too many. "Get to the apparition point." Harry shoved the girl toward Ron. "I'll hold them off." "Harry, Gio." He turned to face the incoming Death Eaters, raised his wand, and started casting. The first 2 went down before they knew what was happening. Stunned and bound, out of the fight. The third managed to get a shield up, but Harry's second curse shattered it. The fourth was Bellatrix Lestrange. "Potter." Her smile was worse than her curses. "I was hoping I'd see you again. Can't say I feel the same." She laughed and attacked. Bellatrix fought like she did everything else, with mad intensity and absolutely no restraint. Curses flew, most of them illegal, all of them deadly. Harry dodged, deflected, returned fire. He was holding his own, but barely, and he couldn't keep this up forever. Then he saw the opening. Bellatrix's left arm. The dark mark, vivid and proud. She wasn't hiding it, wasn't protecting it. Why would she? No one could touch it without getting close enough to be killed. No one except Harry. He lunged. Bellatrix saw it coming too late. Her wand came up, a killing curse forming on her lips, but Harry was already inside her guard. His hand closed around her forearm. The mark burned. Bellatrix screamed. Not in pain this time, but in rage. "No! What are you? Get off!" Harry held on. The mark fought like nothing he'd ever felt before. Cold fury, black hatred, absolute refusal to yield. This wasn't just Voldemort's presence. This was decades of willing service, of devotion, of twisted love. She doesn't want to be free. Harry realized it in that moment. The mark could only be broken if some part of the person wanted it gone. Narcissa had wanted to protect her son. Daphne and Astoria had wanted escape. Pansy had wanted revenge. Even Draco, buried under years of conditioning, had wanted freedom. Bellatrix wanted nothing except her master. The mark pushed back, hard, and Harry felt something snap. Not the mark. Something in him. A connection he hadn't known existed. A bridge between his power and hers, broken by her refusal. He staggered back. Bellatrix collapsed, clutching her arm, which was still marked, still connected. "You can't take it," she hissed. "You can't take what I give willingly. We belong to him. Forever." Harry looked at her, at the madness in her eyes, at the love that was really just another kind of prison. Then I feel sorry for you, he said. He operated out before she could respond. They made it back to the safe house at dawn. The girl, still unconscious, still broken, was installed in the medical room. Narcissa and Hermione immediately began examining the books, their heads bent together over ancient texts. Ron raided the kitchen for food. Draco collapsed into a chair and didn't move. Harry sat on the stairs and tried to process what had happened. He couldn't break all the marks. Not everyone could be saved. Some people had chosen darkness so completely that the light couldn't reach them anymore. It was a hard lesson, a necessary one, but it didn't change what he had to do. Footsteps. Daphne sat down beside him. I heard what happened. With Bellatrix. Word travels fast. Pansy told us. She was monitoring the mirrors. Daphne was quiet for a moment. You tried to save her. Even after everything she's done. Even though she's a monster. Everyone deserves a chance. Do they? After torture? After murder? After all the evil she's committed? Harry thought about it. I don't know. Maybe not. But I had to try. That's who I am. Daphne studied him. Her expression was strange. Something between admiration and confusion. You're not what I expected, she said finally. I thought you'd be harder. Angrier. More like us. Sorry to disappoint. It's not disappointment. She stood up. It's hope. I'd forgotten what that felt like. She went back upstairs. Harry sat alone, watching the morning light creep across the floor. The war was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, still powerful, still determined to destroy everything Harry cared about. The marks wouldn't all break. The battles wouldn't all be won. But for the first time in a long time, Harry felt like they had a real chance. That would have to be enough. Chapter 3. Wolves among sheep. The knife came out of nowhere. Harry's hand shot up before his brain registered the threat. Reflexes honed by a year of constant danger. He caught the wrist attached to the knife, twisted hard, and had Pansy Parkinson pinned against the kitchen wall in under 2 seconds. What the hell? He demanded. Pansy's face was bone white. Her eyes were wide, and she was screaming. Not attacking screaming. Pain screaming. The kind of sound that came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. Harry let go immediately. Pansy crumpled to the floor, clutching her chest, still making that terrible noise. The knife clattered away across the tiles. A simple kitchen blade, nothing special, probably grabbed from the counter without thought. Harry! Hermione burst through the door, wand raised. What happened? I heard. I don't know. Harry crouched beside Pansy, keeping his distance but watching her carefully. She came at me with a knife. But something's wrong. The screaming faded to whimpers. Pansy's hands were shaking so badly she could barely keep them pressed to her chest. When she finally looked up, her eyes were wet with tears. It made me, she gasped. Something made me. I didn't want to. I couldn't stop. Made you how? The mark is gone. Not the mark. Something else. Pansy's voice cracked. In my head. A voice. It said if I didn't kill you it would. She convulsed. Her back arched off the floor, and for a horrible second Harry thought she was dying. Then she went limp, unconscious, breathing shallow but steady. Hermione was already casting diagnostic spells, her wand tracing patterns over Pansy's prone form. Her expression grew darker with each result. There's something here, she said quietly, embedded in her magical core. It's not a mark, but it's similar. A compulsion of some kind. Voldemort. I think so. It's like a backup system. If the mark fails, this takes over. Hermione's voice was grim. He knew people might try to escape. He planned for it. Harry stared down at Pansy. She looked small on the kitchen floor, broken, and underneath everything, he felt a surge of cold fury. Not at her. At him. At Voldemort, who couldn't even let his followers go. Who had to plant traps inside their minds, time bombs waiting to explode. Can you remove it? I don't know. I'll need to study it. Figure out how it works. Hermione looked up at him. Harry, this changes things. If Pansy has this, the others might too. The implications hit him like a punch to the gut. Daphne, Astoria, Narcissa, Draco, everyone he'd freed. Every person he thought he'd saved. They might all be walking weapons. The next hour was controlled chaos. Hermione ran diagnostic spells on everyone. Every person who'd had a mark removed, plus those who'd been exposed to Death Eater magic. The results were mixed. Daphne and Astoria came up clean, probably because their marks had been newer, less sophisticated. Narcissa had something, but it was dormant. A seed that hadn't sprouted yet. Draco was the same. Pansy's was the worst. Active, aggressive, deeply rooted. Whatever Voldemort had done to her during those months as his personal attendant, it went far beyond a simple brand. It's like he hollowed her out, Hermione explained, voice tight with anger. Made space inside her mind for himself. The mark was just the surface. This goes deeper. Can you fix it? Maybe, with time. But right now, she's not safe to be around. The compulsion could trigger again at any moment. Harry thought about that. About the terrified girl who'd stumbled onto their doorstep begging for help. About how easily this could have gone differently. If he'd been slower, if the knife had been aimed better, if Pansy's hands had been steadier. We don't lock her up, he said. Harry, I mean it. She's a victim, not a criminal. We find another way. What other way? She just tried to kill you. Because something in her head forced her to. The moment she had control back, she stopped. Harry ran a hand through his hair. We can't treat her like a prisoner for something she didn't choose to do. Ron, who'd been standing in the doorway listening, spoke up. What about a monitoring charm? Something that tracks her movements, alerts us if she picks up a weapon or approaches Harry. That's surveillance. That's treating her like a threat. She is a threat, mate. Right now, until Hermione figures out how to fix what's in her head, she's a threat. Harry wanted to argue, but Ron wasn't wrong and they all knew it. Fine. Monitoring charm. But we tell her about it. We explain why. We don't do anything without her consent. And if she doesn't consent, then we figure out something else. Pansy woke up 3 hours later. Harry was there when her eyes opened. He'd insisted on being the one to explain. It felt wrong to let anyone else do it, given that he was the one she'd been compelled to attack. Hey, he said quietly. How are you feeling? Pansy stared at him for a long moment. Then she looked away. You should have let me kill myself. What? When I felt the compulsion start. When I realized what it was making me do. I tried to turn the knife on myself instead. It wouldn't let me. Her voice was dead. Hollow. It's in my head, Potter. In my actual head. He's still there. Even without the mark, he's still there. Hermione's working on it. She thinks she can remove it. And if she can't, what then? I just walk around waiting for the next time he reaches into my brain and makes me hurt someone. Harry didn't have an answer. He wished he did. We want to put a monitoring charm on you, he said instead. Something that tracks your movements and alerts us if something happens. Ron suggested it. I wanted to ask you first. Pansy laughed. It was an ugly sound. You're asking my permission to put me on a leash? I'm asking your permission to help keep everyone safe, including you. She turned back to face him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, exhausted. But there was something else there too. Something that might have been gratitude, buried deep under layers of defensive hostility. Fine. Do it. Put whatever you want on me. She held up her arm. Maybe add a muzzle while you're at it. Seems fitting. Pansy. Just do it, Potter. I don't need your pity. Harry did the charm. It settled over her like a second skin, invisible but present. She didn't flinch, didn't react. Just watched him with those empty eyes. There's something else, he said when he finished. The girl we rescued from the manor. She's awake. That got a reaction. Something flickered in Pansy's expression, recognition, maybe. You know her. Her name is Luna. Luna Lovegood. Pansy's voice was strange. She was captured about a month ago. The Dark Lord was using her for something. I never found out what. but he kept her isolated, special, like she was important somehow. Luna Lovegood. Harry knew the name. She'd been in Ginny's year at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw, quiet, strange, prone to believing in creatures that didn't exist. He'd talked to her once or twice, found her oddly charming in her complete disconnect from normal reality. What kind of important? I don't know. That's the truth. He had her brought to his private chambers once, and when she came out, Pansy shivered. She wasn't scared. She should have been terrified, and she wasn't. She just looked at him like he was something sad she'd found on the side of the road. Harry absorbed that. Can I talk to her? She's in the medical room. But Potter. Pansy caught his arm as he turned to leave. Be careful. Luna's not like the rest of us. She sees things differently, and sometimes what she sees is true. Luna Lovegood was sitting up in bed, braiding her own hair. That was the first thing Harry noticed. Not the pallor of her skin, not the thinness of her frame, but the absolute calm with which she was performing this mundane task. Like she hadn't spent weeks being tortured in Voldemort's dungeons. Like nothing in the world could touch her. Harry Potter, she said without looking up. I wondered when you'd come. You know who I am? Everyone knows who you are. You're the one who's breaking the marks. She finished her braid and finally met his eyes. Hers were huge, pale blue, slightly unfocused. I can see it on you. The light. It's getting stronger every time you do it. The light. The thing that breaks the darkness. It lives in your hands. Luna tilted her head. You don't know what it is, do you? No. I was hoping you might. She smiled, transformed her face, made her look almost healthy for a moment. I might, but you won't believe me. People never do. Try me. Luna patted the bed beside her. Harry sat, feeling oddly like a child about to hear a bedtime story. The dark mark is old magic, Luna said. Older than Voldemort. Older than Grindelwald. It comes from a time when wizards made bargains with things that weren't human. They gave pieces of themselves in exchange for power, and those pieces became chains. The mark is just the visible part. The chain goes much deeper. Into their souls? Into the space between souls. The place where magic lives. Luna's voice was dreamy, distant. Voldemort didn't invent the mark. He just found the old chains and learned to use them. But he doesn't understand what he's dealing with. None of them do. And you do. I understand that there's something on the other end of those chains. Something that's been pulling for a very long time. And every time you break a mark, every time you sever one of those connections, Luna looked at him with sudden intensity. You're waking it up. Harry's blood went cold. He thought about his dream, the shapes in the darkness, the figures reaching for him. And behind them that vast, patient presence. What is it? I don't know its name. Maybe it doesn't have one. But it's old. Older than Hogwarts. Older than written history. Luna's hand found his, and her grip was surprisingly strong. It wants to come back, Harry. And you're giving it the door. Harry found Hermione in the library, surrounded by books from the Malfoy vault. She looked up when he entered, and her expression told him everything he needed to know. She'd found something. Something bad. Tell me, he said. The original mark wasn't created for loyalty. It was created for sacrifice. Hermione pushed a book toward him. Ancient, leather-bound, the pages yellowed with age. Abraxas Malfoy's research was thorough. He traced the mark back to its origins, over 1,000 years ago. A group of wizards made contact with something they called the Hollow King. They bound themselves to it, gave it pieces of their souls, in exchange for power. Luna called it something that wasn't human. She's right. Whatever the Hollow King was, it wasn't a wizard. It wasn't even alive in any way we'd recognize. Hermione's voice was tight. The marks were its feeding tubes. Every person who carried one was slowly being drained. Their magic, their life force, their very essence. The Hollow King was eating them, bit by bit. And Voldemort found this thing and decided to use it? He found the rituals, the binding ceremonies. He adapted them for his own purposes, probably not realizing what he was really dealing with. Hermione pulled another book toward her. But here's the thing, the original marks couldn't be broken. They were permanent. The only way to sever the connection was death. But I'm breaking them. Yes, you're doing something that should be impossible. Hermione met his eyes. The books mention a prophecy, a counter to the Hollow King. They call it the one who carries the wound. Someone who was marked by darkness but survived. Someone who could turn the binding back on itself. Harry touched his scar. The lightning bolt that had been there since he was a baby. The wound that had never healed because it was never meant to. The scar isn't just from the killing curse, he said slowly. It's a failed mark. Voldemort tried to bind me to himself, and it didn't work. It didn't work because you were already protected. Your mother's sacrifice. It turned the binding magic back on itself, created a connection but not a chain. Hermione's voice was wondering now. You're not marked by Voldemort, Harry. You're marked against him, and that's what lets you break the others. So I'm some kind of anti-mark? Something like that. But Harry, she grabbed his arm. The prophecy also mentions a price. Every mark you break, every chain you sever, you're freeing the people on this end. But you're also weakening the barrier holding the Hollow King back. Luna said I was waking it up. You are. Every time you use this power, you're feeding it. Not souls, connections. It's learning how to reach through, how to manifest. Hermione's grip tightened. If you break too many marks too quickly, you might give it exactly what it needs to return. Harry absorbed this. His power, the thing that let him save people, that gave them hope, that was changing the tide of the war, was also potentially bringing about something worse than Voldemort. So what do I do? Stop. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe. Hermione released him, began pacing. Maybe there's a way to break the marks without feeding the Hollow King. A way to close the door instead of opening it. But I need more time to research, more information. How much time? I don't know. Weeks. Months. The books Narcissa brought are helpful, but they're incomplete. There are references to other texts, other sources. We don't have months. Harry stood up. People are going to keep coming. More marked people looking for freedom. I can't just turn them away because there might be consequences down the line. You might have to. No. His voice came out harder than he intended. I'm not going to tell someone they have to keep a monster in their head because helping them might be dangerous. That's not who I am. Then we need to work faster. Hermione's expression was determined. I'll keep researching. You keep saving people. And hopefully we find the answer before the Hollow King finds us. The next morning, Harry woke to shouting. He was downstairs before he was fully conscious, wand in hand, following the sounds to the front entrance. Ron was there, blocking the doorway with his body, and on the other side, Alecto Carrow. She looked nothing like the cruel torturer Harry remembered from Hogwarts. Her robes were torn, her face was bloody, and she was on her knees in the dirt, sobbing. Please, she kept saying. Please, I know what I did. I know what I am. But Amycus is dead and I can't. Please, what's happening? Harry pushed past Ron to see. What's she doing here? Showed up 10 minutes ago. Just apparat right outside the ward line and collapsed. Ron's voice was tight. She's claiming her brother was killed yesterday. Voldemort found out he was planning to defect. Harry looked at Alecto. She was a monster. He knew that. She tortured students at Hogwarts, had enjoyed it, had laughed while children screamed. And now she was on her knees, begging for her life. The mark, Harry said. Show me. Alecto extended her arm. The dark mark was vivid against her skin, pulsing with that familiar dark energy. But there was something different about it, a crack running through the design like someone had taken a hammer to glass. It's breaking, Alecto whispered. On its own. When Amycus died, something changed. I can feel it coming apart, and when it does what? The Hollow King will take me. Her eyes were wild with terror. I've seen it. In dreams. It's waiting. It's been waiting for years. And now the chains are breaking. And it's going to eat us all. Harry's stomach dropped. She knew. Somehow she knew. He grabbed her arm. Harry, no, Ron started. The heat came, faster and stronger than ever. The mark screamed. Harry felt it screaming, a psychic shriek of protest. And behind it, behind the wall of dark magic, he sensed something else. Something vast. Something hungry. Something that noticed him. You. The voice wasn't Voldemort. It was older, colder. A voice that had existed before words, before magic, before anything human. You who break my chains. Harry pushed. The mark resisted, but not the way Voldemort's marks did. This was different. This was something trying to hold onto its food, its connection, its lifeline to the world. He pushed harder. Little sacrifice. Little wound. Do you know what you are? I know what I'm doing, Harry said through gritted teeth. I'm setting her free. You are setting me free. The mark shattered. Alecto collapsed, unconscious. Harry staggered back, his whole body trembling. The presence retreated, but slowly, reluctantly, like it was savoring the moment. Harry! Ron's voice was scared. Mate, what was that? The Hollow King. Harry wiped blood from his nose. When had that started? It talked to me. Talk to you? It's real? I thought that was just old stories. It's real. And it's coming. Harry looked at Alecto's unconscious form. Every time I break a mark, I'm giving it more power. I'm weakening the barrier. Then stop. Stop breaking them. I can't. Harry's voice cracked. Ron, look at her. She's a monster, and she still deserves to be free. They all do. I can't just leave them chained to that thing because the alternative might be worse. Even if it destroys the world? Even then. Harry met his friend's eyes. Because what's the point of saving the world if we become monsters to do it? Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he sighed. You're going to be the death of me, you know that? Probably. Help me get her inside. Alecto Carrow woke up crying. Not screaming. Not raging. Just quiet, helpless tears that streamed down her face as she stared at her unmarked arm. Harry watched from the doorway, unsure what to say. This was different from the others. Daphne and Astoria had been victims. Pansy had been manipulated. Even Narcissa had been trapped by circumstance. Alecto was a true believer. She'd chosen darkness willingly, embraced it, reveled in it. The things she'd done at Hogwarts, the torture, the cruelty, those were her own decisions. You hate me, Alecto said without looking up. You should. Everyone should. I don't hate you. Liar. I hate what you did, the people you hurt. But I don't hate you. Harry entered the room slowly, like approaching a wounded animal. I don't know who you are without the mark. Maybe you're still a monster. Maybe you're something else. That's for you to figure out. And if I'm still a monster, then we deal with that when we get there. Alecto finally looked at him. Her eyes were red, her face was blotchy, but underneath the grief and fear, there was something else. Confusion, like she couldn't understand why she was still alive. My brother and I were marked together, she said. 15 years ago. We believed everything, blood purity, wizarding supremacy, all of it. We thought we were joining a revolution. Her voice cracked. We were children. Stupid, idealistic children who didn't know what we were signing up for. And now? Now I'm 43 years old. And I've spent more than half my life doing terrible things in service of a lie. Alecto's hands curled into fists. Amycus wanted to leave. He'd been planning it for months. Gathering information, making contacts. He was going to defect to your side. Give you everything he knew. The Dark Lord found out. I'm sorry. Don't be. He died trying to do something good. That's more than I deserve. She met Harry's eyes. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect redemption. But I'll give you the same thing Amycus was going to give you, information. Names, dates, locations. Everything I know about the Dark Lord's operations. Why? Because it's the only thing left I can do that isn't evil. Alecto's voice was flat. I can't undo what I did. Can't bring back the people I hurt. But I can help you destroy the thing that made me into this. Harry studied her. The guilt was real, that much was obvious. The desire for atonement may be less clear. People didn't change overnight. Years of cruelty didn't wash away just because the mark was gone. But it was a start. "We'll want that information," he said. "Hermione will debrief you when you're ready. And until then? Until then, you rest. You heal. You figure out who you are without the Dark Lord's voice in your head." Harry turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing." "What?" "The students you tortured at Hogwarts. The ones you used the Cruciatus on for fun. If any of them want to confront you, you don't get to say no. You face what you did." Alecto flinched. "That seems fair." "It's not fair. Fair would be putting you in Azkaban. But we're trying something different." Harry left before she could respond. 3 days passed. 3 days of research, planning, and the slow work of building something that might eventually become a real resistance. The safe house filled with people. Not just freed Death Eaters, Order members too, survivors of battles past, anyone who'd heard the whispers and wanted to help. Kingsley Shacklebolt showed up on the second day, bringing news from the Ministry. Neville Longbottom arrived on the third, with a scar across his face and a story about fighting Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. "Heard you're collecting strays," Neville said with a tired grin. "Figured I qualified." "You're not a stray. Former DA member, wanted by the Ministry, nowhere else to go. Close enough." Harry was glad to see him. Neville had changed over the past year, harder, sharper, with an edge that hadn't been there at school. But underneath it, he was still the same kid who'd stood up to 3 friends when he thought they were doing the wrong thing. The real problem came on the 4th day. Harry was in the garden, practicing defensive drills with Ron, when Hermione came running. "We've got a situation." "What kind of situation?" "There's someone at the ward line, claiming she wants the mark removed." Hermione's expression was strange, troubled in a way Harry didn't recognize. "Harry, it's Pansy's mother. Portia Parkinson had been beautiful once. Now she was gaunt, desperate, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who'd been running for too long. She stood just outside the wards, her left arm extended, her voice carrying across the distance. "Please, I know you hate my family. I know what we've done. But I can't. I can't live like this anymore. Don't trust her." Pansy had appeared beside Harry, her face white. "She sold me to the Dark Lord. She's not here for freedom. She's here for something else. You can't know that. I know her." Pansy's voice was bitter. "She's never done anything that wasn't calculated. Every tear, every gesture. It's all performance." Harry looked at Portia Parkinson, at the desperation in her eyes, at the way her hands shook. Performance? Maybe. Or maybe she was exactly what she appeared to be. Another victim, another person drowning in darkness. "I'm going to talk to her." "Harry, I'm not going to help her yet. Just talk." Harry walked toward the ward line, wand in hand. "Stay here." Portia watched him approach with something like hope. "Mr. Potter, thank you for—" "Save it." Harry stopped just inside the wards. "Your daughter thinks you're lying, that this is some kind of trap. Pansy's here? She's alive." Genuine emotion flickered across Portia's face. "I thought, when she disappeared, I thought the Dark Lord had—" "She's here. She's safe. No thanks to you." Portia flinched. "I deserve that. I deserve worse than that. What I did to her. Selling her to him like property, there's no excuse. I was terrified, and I made a terrible choice, and I've regretted it every day since." "Then why are you here now?" "Because I'm dying." Portia pulled back her sleeve. The dark mark was there, but it looked wrong. Faded in places, almost gangrenous. "The binding is failing. I can feel it rotting inside me. The Dark Lord has been experimenting, trying to find new ways to control us. Some of us are stronger than others. Some of us—" She swallowed. "Some of us aren't surviving the process." Harry studied the mark. It did look sick, corrupted in a way the others hadn't been. Was this the Hollow King's influence? The ancient hunger trying to claim its due? "If I break your mark, will it save you?" "I don't know. But it's the only chance I have." Portia's voice cracked. "Please. I know I don't deserve your help. I know I've done terrible things. But I don't want to die. Not like this. Mom. Harry turned. Pansy had ignored his instructions. Of course she had, and was standing a few feet behind him. Her expression was complicated. Anger, betrayal, and underneath it all, buried so deep she probably didn't even recognize it, love. Pansy. Portia's voice was barely a whisper. My girl. I'm so sorry. Don't. Pansy's voice was hard. Don't apologize. Don't explain. Just. She stopped, took a breath. Harry. Help her. You said not to trust her. I don't. I probably never will. Pansy's eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. But she's still my mother. And I don't want her to die. Harry looked between them. Mother and daughter. Betrayal and forgiveness. The impossibly complicated tangle of family. Okay, he said. But we do this carefully. Breaking Portia's mark was different from the others. The corruption went deep, deeper than Harry expected. When he touched her arm, he felt layers of dark magic, twisted and rotted, like something had been eating at it from the inside. The mark fought back, but weakly, and behind it, the Hollow King was there, watching, waiting. Another one, the ancient voice whispered. Another chain to break. Another step toward my freedom. Harry pushed. The mark crumbled almost eagerly, like it had been waiting to fall apart. The corruption burned away, leaving clean flesh, but as it dissolved, Harry felt something else. Connection. Brief but real. A glimpse into Portia's mind. He saw memories. Pansy as a child, small and trusting. A husband who grew distant, then cruel. The slow slide into darkness, each step seeming necessary at the time. The horrible moment of realization when she understood what she'd become. And underneath it all, guilt. Genuine, devastating guilt. The mark shattered. Portia collapsed. Harry caught her, lowering her gently to the ground. Is she? Pansy's voice was scared. She's alive. The corruption's gone. Harry looked up at her. She meant it, Pansy. The regret. I saw it. You saw into her head? Just for a second. When the mark broke. Harry wasn't sure how to explain it. It's like I could feel what she was feeling. All the guilt, the shame, the wanting to make things right. Pansy knelt beside her mother. Her hand hovered over Portia's face, not quite touching. She really is sorry, Pansy said quietly. I thought I'd be happier about that. Complicated emotions usually are complicated. Thanks for that wisdom, Potter. But there was no heat in it. Pansy looked at him. Why did you help her? After everything I said. Because you asked me to. I said you should help her. I didn't say please. Close enough. Pansy almost smiled. It was the first time Harry had seen anything like it on her face. You're strange, she said. You know that. So I've been told. That night Harry dreamed again. The darkness was thicker this time. The figures reaching for him were more distinct. He could almost see their faces. And the presence behind them, the Hollow King, was closer. More real. 17 chains you've broken. The voice said. 17 connections severed. Do you know how many more there are? I don't care. You should. Each one brings me closer. Each one weakens the barrier. Soon I will be free, and then I'll stop you. Will you? The presence seemed to laugh. You are the one setting me free, little sacrifice. You are my door, my key, my instrument. I'm not your anything, but you are. Whether you know it or not. Whether you choose it or not. You were made for this, marked for this. The voice grew softer, almost gentle. I have been waiting for one like you for a very long time. Harry woke up screaming again. The morning brought no comfort. Harry sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of tea he wasn't drinking, trying to process the dream. The Hollow King was getting stronger. He could feel it. Every mark he broke, every person he freed, was feeding the ancient horror. But what was the alternative? Leave people chained? Let them suffer? You look terrible. Daphne slid into the chair across from him. She looked better than she had when she'd first arrived. Color in her cheeks, life in her eyes. The haunted quality was still there, but fading. Thanks. Wasn't a compliment. She reached across the table and took his cup. You're not drinking this anyway. I was thinking. About. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about the dreams, about the Hollow King's voice, about the warnings. Felt too big, too terrifying to share. But looking at Daphne, at this girl who'd survived something awful and was slowly learning how to live again, he felt something shift. There's something behind the dark mark, he said quietly. Something old. Every time I break one, I'm giving it power, making it stronger. Daphne processed this. And you're still breaking them anyway. What choice do I have? Leave people trapped? No. But maybe you need help. She set down the teacup. I've been thinking about what I can do here. I feel useless. Everyone else is fighting, planning, researching. I'm just recovering. You were tortured for months. Recovery takes time. I know. But I can't just sit here. Daphne leaned forward. I know people, Harry. Slytherins. People who were marked young against their will. People who would defect if they knew there was a way. We can't risk sending messages. Voldemort would intercept them. Not messages. Me. Daphne's voice was determined. Let me go back. Let me make contact. I can find the people who want out and guide them here. That's suicide. Is it? The mark is gone. He can't track me anymore. And I know how to move in those circles, how to blend in, how to stay invisible. Her eyes met his. You can't save everyone by yourself. Let me help. Harry wanted to say no. Every instinct screamed that it was too dangerous, too risky, too likely to end in disaster. But she was right. He couldn't do this alone. Not yet, he said finally. Not until we understand more about what we're dealing with. But when we're ready, when we have a real plan, yes. I'll let you help. Daphne nodded slowly. That's fair. In the meantime, you can help Hermione research. She's drowning in books and could use someone with actual knowledge of how Death Eater circles work. Granger? You want me to help Granger? Is that a problem? Daphne's expression was complicated. We weren't exactly friends at school. I may have said some things. Everyone said things. That's what war does. Harry stood up. New start, Daphne. For all of us. The confrontation came 3 days later. Harry was in the strategy room, a former parlor converted to their planning center, when the ward screamed. Not the quiet alert of someone approaching. The full-throated shriek of imminent attack. Contact! Ron's voice echoed through the house. Multiple contacts. South approach. Harry was moving before Ron finished speaking. Through the house, out the back door, wand raised against whatever was coming. 20 figures in black robes. Death Eaters advancing in formation. Spells already flying. Defensive positions. Harry threw up a shield that absorbed 3 curses. Protect the house. The battle was chaos from the first moment. Spells flew everywhere. Stunners, hexes, worse things that Harry didn't want to name. Ron was at his right, Hermione at his left, the 3 of them forming a wall between the attackers and the people inside. There's too many, Hermione shouted. We can't hold them. We have to. Harry ducked a killing curse. Get everyone out the back. Potter! The voice cut through the battle. The Death Eaters parted, and through their ranks strode Voldemort himself. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He staggered, nearly fell, forced himself upright through sheer will. Did you think you could hide from me? Voldemort's voice was almost conversational. Did you think you could steal my followers? Corrupt my servants? Break my marks without consequence? I was hoping, yeah? Your hope is misplaced. Voldemort raised his wand. I have come to end this, to end you, and to reclaim what is mine. Harry felt the Dark Lord's power gathering. A killing curse forming, bigger and more powerful than anything he'd faced before. Harry! Hermione screamed. He didn't think. He just moved. His hand shot out, not toward Voldemort's wand, but toward his chest. Toward the place where the connection between them had always been strongest. And he pushed. It wasn't like breaking a mark. It was like grabbing hold of a lightning bolt with his bare hands. Power surged through him, his own and Voldemort's tangled together, fighting for dominance. Harry felt the Dark Lord's mind pressing against his, felt memories and emotions and pure hatred flooding into him. But underneath it all, he felt something else. The connection, the scar, the bond that had existed between them since that night in Godric's Hollow. And through that bond, he felt Voldemort's marks. All of them, dozens of dark brands, scattered across the country, connected to the Dark Lord by threads of power. Harry grabbed those threads and pulled. The world went white. When Harry opened his eyes, he was lying on his back in the garden. Hermione was kneeling beside him, tears streaming down her face. Ron was standing guard, wand raised, but there was nothing to guard against. The Death Eaters were gone. No, not gone. Down. Every single one of them lay unconscious on the ground, their left arms bare. Their marks were gone. All of them. And in the center of the garden, Voldemort knelt. His robes were torn, his snake-like face twisted with fury and, for the first time Harry had ever seen, fear. "What have you done?" the Dark Lord whispered. "What have you done?" "Freed them." Harry's voice came out hoarse, broken. "All of them. Every mark in range. Every chain you've ever made." "Impossible." "Clearly not." Voldemort screamed. Pure rage, pure hatred, pure disbelief. And then he was gone. Operat away, fleeing from a battle he'd expected to win easily. Harry lay there, staring at the sky, too exhausted to move. "Well done," the Hollow King whispered in his mind. 43 chains broken in a single moment. "You have exceeded my expectations." Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. The darkness was closing in, unconsciousness reaching for him. "The barrier is weakening. Soon I will walk your world again. And you, little sacrifice, will be there to welcome me." Everything went black. Chapter 4. The Carrow problem. Harry woke up to arguing. Not the friendly kind. The kind where people were barely keeping their voices below shouting, words sharp enough to cut. "Can't just keep her here like some kind of guest. She tortured children. And I'm telling you, the strategic value of her information." "Strategic value?" "Kingsley, my sister still has nightmares about what that woman did to her." Harry forced his eyes open. He was in his room at the safe house, tucked into bed, with absolutely no memory of how he'd gotten there. His entire body ached like he'd been hit by a truck. Several trucks, moving at speed. The arguing continued downstairs. He recognized the voices now, Neville and Kingsley going at it hard. About Alecto, presumably. He tried to sit up. Bad idea. His vision swam, and he nearly blacked out again. "Easy." Hermione appeared at his bedside, pressing him gently back down. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Don't try to move yet. 2 days. Whatever you did in that battle, breaking all those marks at once, it nearly killed you." Hermione's voice was tight. "Your magical core was completely depleted. We weren't sure you were going to wake up." Harry processed that. 2 days. Voldemort fleeing. 43 marks broken in a single moment. Did it work? Are they all free? Every Death Eater who was in range. About 40 of them. Hermione's expression was complicated. "They're scattered across the property. Some ran when they woke up. Others stayed. A few." She hesitated. "A few asked to join us. And the others? The ones who ran are being tracked where possible. The ones who stayed are being held in temporary detention until we can figure out what to do with them." Hermione sat on the edge of his bed. "Harry, this is a mess. We weren't prepared for this many people. We don't have the resources, the space, the security protocols. We'll figure it out." "That's what you always say." "Because it's always true." Harry forced himself to focus despite the pounding in his head. What's happening downstairs? Neville and Kingsley disagreeing about Alecto. Neville wants her handed over to what's left of the Ministry for trial. Kingsley thinks we need her information too badly to risk it. What do you think? Hermione was quiet for a moment. "I think they're both right. She did terrible things and should face justice." but she also has information that could save lives. She looked at him. What do you think? Harry thought about Alecto kneeling in the dirt, begging for help, about the guilt in her eyes when she talked about her brother, about the way she'd flinched when he mentioned the students she'd tortured. I think, he said slowly, that justice and usefulness aren't mutually exclusive. She can give us information and face consequences for what she did. It doesn't have to be either or. The question is what those consequences look like. Traditional punishment? Rehabilitation? Something else entirely? I don't know. But I know who should help decide. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the wave of dizziness. Help me get downstairs. Harry, you need rest. I'll rest later. Right now, there's a fight that needs stopping. The scene in the common room was tense. Neville stood on one side, face flushed, fists clenched at his sides. Kingsley stood on the other, calm but immovable, his deep voice carrying that particular weight that made people want to listen. Between them, seated in a chair with her hands bound, was Alecto Carrow. She looked worse than Harry remembered. The 2 days he'd been unconscious had clearly been hard on her. Dark circles under her eyes, a tremor in her hands, the look of someone who hadn't slept and wasn't sure she deserved to. And I'm not suggesting we ignore what she's done, Kingsley was saying. I'm suggesting we prioritize. Prioritize. Neville's voice cracked. She used the Cruciatus on first years. She made students practice dark curses on each other. That's enough. Harry's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the argument. Everyone turned to look at him. Neville with surprise, Kingsley with relief, Alecto with something that might have been hope or might have been fear. Harry. Neville moved toward him. You're awake. Are you okay? I'm fine. And you're both right. What? Alecto should face consequences for what she did. She should also give us everything she knows that could help us win this war. Harry limped toward the center of the room, Hermione hovering at his elbow. Those two things aren't contradictory. So what do you suggest? Kingsley asked. Harry looked at Alecto. What do you suggest? She stared at him. You're asking me? You know what you did. You know what you deserve. And you're the only one who can decide if you actually want to make amends or if you're just saying what we want to hear. Harry pulled a chair over and sat down heavily. So tell me, what should happen to you? Alecto was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I should die. That's not an option. It should be. What I did, there's no making up for it. No amount of information or help or... Her voice broke. I tortured children. I enjoyed it. I told myself they deserved it because of their blood or their families or whatever excuse I could find, and I enjoyed watching them scream. Neville made a sound. Not words, just a raw noise of pain and anger. I can't undo that, Alecto continued. I can't bring back the ones who died. I can't heal the ones I broke. All I can do is... She stopped, swallowed. All I can do is try to make sure no one else has to go through what they did. How? Information. Names, dates, locations. Everything I know about the Dark Lord's operations. Alecto met Harry's eyes. And when the war is over, if it's ever over, I'll face whatever justice you decide. Trial, prison, execution. I won't fight it. That's not good enough. Neville's voice was hard. Words are cheap. How do we know you mean any of it? You don't. Alecto didn't look away from Harry. You can't. Trust isn't built with promises. It's built with actions. So let me act. Let me prove I mean what I say. Kingsley spoke up. She's right. The only way to know if her conversion is genuine is to give her the opportunity to demonstrate it. And if she's lying, if she's playing us, then we deal with that when it happens. Harry stood up. Alecto, here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell Hermione everything you know. Every detail, every secret, every piece of information that could help us. In return, you'll be given a place here, not as a prisoner, but not as a full member either. Supervised. Monitored. On probation. Harry, Neville started. I'm not finished. When the war is over, you'll face a tribunal. Not ministry officials, survivors. The people you hurt. They'll decide what happens to you. Harry looked at Neville. Is that acceptable? Neville's jaw was tight. And if they decide she deserves death? Then that's what happens. Silence. Neville looked at Alecto, really looked at her. For the first time. The hatred in his eyes was still there. But underneath it, Harry could see something else. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But something like acknowledgement. Fine, Neville said finally. But I want to be there for the debriefing. I want to hear everything she knows. Done. Harry turned to Alecto. Is that acceptable to you? Alecto nodded slowly. More than acceptable. More than I deserve. Probably. But we're not in the business of giving people what they deserve. Harry headed for the door. We're in the business of winning a war. Don't make me regret this. He left before anyone could respond. His legs were shaking, and he needed to sit down before he fell down. Narcissa found him in the library an hour later. Harry was slumped in a chair, staring at nothing, trying to gather the energy to do anything productive. The confrontation with Alecto had drained what little reserves he'd had left. You handled that well, Narcissa said, settling into the chair across from him. I handled it. I don't know about well. Better than most would have. Certainly better than I would have at your age. She studied him. You look terrible. Everyone keeps telling me that. Because it's true. Narcissa pulled a small vial from her robes. Restorative potion. Mild, but it should help with the fatigue. Harry took it, sniffed it cautiously, then downed it in one gulp. The effect was immediate, not energy exactly, but a lessening of the crushing exhaustion. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I'm here because we have a problem. Narcissa's expression was serious. The Death Eaters you freed in the battle, some of them are talking. Word is spreading through Voldemort's ranks. More people want out. That's good. Isn't it? It's complicated. The genuine defectors, yes. But there will also be spies. Plants. People sent specifically to get close to you. Narcissa leaned forward. The Dark Lord isn't stupid. He knows he can't stop you from breaking marks. So he'll try to use it against you instead. Harry thought about that. How do we tell the difference? Real defectors versus plants. We can't. Not for certain. But we can make it harder for the plants to succeed. Narcissa pulled a folded piece of parchment from her robes. I've been thinking about this since you freed me. A system. Process. Something more structured than just touching everyone who shows up at the door. Harry unfolded the parchment. It was covered in neat, precise handwriting, notes, diagrams, what looked like a flowchart. First contact, Narcissa explained. Anyone seeking freedom is held at a secure location, separate from our main operations. They don't learn where we're based, who else is here, or any operational details. Quarantine. Essentially, during this period they're questioned. Not interrogated, questioned. About their history, their motivations, their knowledge. We verify what we can, flag inconsistencies, build a profile. And then you break the mark. But not immediately. The questioning happens first while they're still connected to the Dark Lord. That way, any information they give us is information he also has access to, which means we can identify what's real and what's been planted. Harry studied the flowchart. It was clever. More than clever, it was exactly the kind of systematic approach they needed. After the mark is broken? More questioning. Compare what they say now to what they said before. If there are significant differences, if they suddenly reveal information they were unable to share before, we pay attention to what changed and why. Narcissa's expression was hard. Anyone who comes through this process is still monitored, still supervised. Trust is earned slowly. This is a lot of infrastructure. We don't have the people for it. We didn't. But 43 new arrivals changes that calculus. Narcissa's voice was dry. Many of them are useless, of course. Foot soldiers, hired wands. But some have skills we can use. Investigators, interrogators, people trained to spot lies. You want to use ex-Death Eaters to vet incoming ex-Death Eaters. Who better? They know the tricks, the tells, the ways people hide their true intentions. Narcissa met his eyes. I'm not suggesting we trust them completely, but trust can be built in stages. Give them small responsibilities. See how they perform. Expand their roles as they prove themselves. Harry thought about it. It made sense in a twisted sort of way. And they definitely needed some kind of system. The current approach of just dealing with each arrival individually wasn't sustainable. Okay, set it up. You're in charge of the process. Narcissa blinked. Me? You're the one who designed it. You understand how Death Eaters think. And frankly, you're the only person here who has experience managing anything more complicated than a school club. Harry stood up, feeling marginally better thanks to the potion. Talk to Kingsley about resources. Pull whoever you need to make it work. Potter, I was a Death Eater 3 weeks ago, and now you're not. That's the whole point, isn't it? Harry headed for the door. I need to check on the others. Let me know if you run into problems. He left Narcissa staring after him with an expression he couldn't quite read. The common room had transformed into something between a refugee camp and a field hospital. Ex-Death Eaters were everywhere. Sitting in corners, sprawled on conjured cots, clustered in small groups speaking in hushed voices. Some looked relieved. Some looked terrified. A few looked like they were waiting for the other shoe to drop. Harry moved through the crowd, nodding to faces he recognized, avoiding the ones he didn't. He found Ron by the fireplace, looking overwhelmed. This is insane, Ron said without preamble. We've got 40 people we can't feed, can't house, can't trust. Half of them are still in shock. The other half are demanding to know what happens next. What have you been telling them? The truth, that we're figuring it out. Ron ran a hand through his hair. Some of them want to fight, want to go back and hit Voldemort while he's reeling. Others want to disappear, go into hiding and pretend none of this ever happened. And the rest don't know what they want. They've been following orders so long they don't know how to function without someone telling them what to do. Ron's voice was frustrated. It's like trying to herd cats. Traumatized, dangerous, magically trained cats. Harry surveyed the room. He could feel the tension. Fear and hope and suspicion all mixed together. These people had been enemies hours ago. Some of them had probably tried to kill members of the Order. And now they were all under the same roof, expected to somehow become allies. We need structure, Harry said. Narcissa's working on a vetting system, but that's just for incoming people. We need something for the ones already here. Like what? Like, Harry paused thinking. Like Dumbledore's army. Remember how that worked? Small groups, regular meetings, people taking responsibility for each other. That was a school club. This is a war. Same principles apply. Give people purpose. Give them community. Give them something to belong to that isn't the Dark Lord. Harry looked at Ron. Can you handle it? Me? You're good with people. Better than me. And you understand military structure. All those chess games had to teach you something. Ron stared at him. You're serious. Completely. I don't, Harry. I'm not a leader. Neither was I until I had to be. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Figure it out. Start small. Get the ones who want to fight organized into squads. Put the ones who want to hide to work on logistics. Find something for everyone to do. And the ones who are just waiting for things to go wrong? Watch them, but don't treat them like prisoners. Treat them like people who are scared and need time to adjust. Harry looked around the room again. We're building something here, Ron. Something new. It's not going to be perfect, but it has to start somewhere. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Okay, I'll try. That's all any of us can do. Harry found Daphne on the roof. She was sitting with her legs dangling over the edge, staring at the Welsh hills in the distance. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of gold and orange. You shouldn't be up here, Harry said, settling down beside her. If anyone saw you, I needed air. Daphne's voice was distant. It gets claustrophobic in there. All those people, all that tension. I couldn't breathe. I know the feeling. They sat in silence for a while. The wind was cold, but not unpleasant. After the chaos of the past few days, the quiet was almost painful. I've been thinking about what you said, Daphne said eventually. About letting me help. Going back to make contact with people who want out. And I want to do it. More than ever. She turned to look at him. What happened in that battle, you breaking all those marks at once, that's going to change everything. Voldemort's going to tighten his grip. Anyone who's wavering is going to be watched more closely. If we don't move fast, we'll lose our chance. Harry considered this. She wasn't wrong. The element of surprise was gone. Voldemort knew what Harry could do now, and he'd be taking steps to protect his remaining followers. It's still dangerous. Everything is dangerous. But this is something I can actually do. Something that matters. Daphne's expression was determined. I'm not asking permission, Harry. I'm asking for support. Backup plans. A way to contact you if things go wrong. And if I say no, then I'll go anyway. Just less prepared. Harry almost laughed. The quiet, invisible Slytherin girl had steel in her spine. He shouldn't have been surprised. She'd survived 6 months of hell. But it still caught him off guard. 3 conditions, he said. 1, you don't go alone. We find someone to go with you. Someone who can watch your back. Fine. 2, you check in daily. If we don't hear from you for more than 24 hours, we assume the worst and send extraction. Agreed. 3, you don't take unnecessary risks. If something feels wrong, you get out. No heroics. Daphne's lip quirked. Heroics are your department, Potter. And look how well that's worked out for me. She almost smiled. It transformed her face, made her look younger, less haunted. Deal, she said. When do I leave? Tomorrow, if you're ready. I've been ready for weeks. Dinner that night was chaos. 40+ people crammed into a dining room meant for 20. Food appearing in waves as house elves, borrowed from Hogwarts, still loyal despite everything. Struggled to keep up with demand. Conversation rising and falling in unpredictable surges. Harry sat at the head of the main table, trying to eat while fielding questions from 6 different people at once. Need more beds. We've got people sleeping 3 to a room. Supplies are running low. If we don't get a shipment by Thursday, some of the new arrivals are refusing to cooperate with Narcissa's vetting process. Reports of Death Eater activity in Manchester. Should we investigate or... Enough. Harry held up his hand. The table went quiet. One thing at a time. Beds. Talk to Ron, he's working on organization. Supplies, Hermione's handling logistics. Coordinate with her. Vetting, if someone refuses the process, they don't get inside the inner perimeter. Simple as that. Manchester, he paused. What kind of activity? The speaker was a young man Harry didn't recognize. Former Death Eater, presumably, one of the ones freed in the battle. Recruiting, the man said. The Dark Lord is trying to rebuild his forces. Hitting up old contacts, making new threats. Word is he's getting desperate. Desperate how? Offering things he wouldn't have considered before. Positions. Power. Promises of immunity when he wins. The man hesitated. And he's looking for you specifically. Put out a bounty. Anyone who brings information about your location gets rewarded. Anyone who brings you in gets... He stopped. Gets what? A place at his right hand. That's what he's saying anyway. Harry absorbed this. A bounty. Voldemort was so rattled by what had happened that he was publicly offering rewards for Harry's capture. Good. Rattled enemies made mistakes. Let him look, Harry said. In the meantime, we focus on what we can control. Building our strength. Preparing for what comes next. And what does come next? Someone asked. Harry looked around the table. At the faces watching him, ex-Death Eaters and Order members and everyone in between. At the impossible situation they'd found themselves in. We win, he said simply. We take back everything Voldemort's stolen. We free everyone he's enslaved. And then we build something better. That easy? I didn't say easy. I said that's what we do. Harry stood up. Anyone who's not prepared to work toward that goal can leave. No judgment, no consequences. But if you stay, you fight. Understood. Silence. Then, slowly, nods began around the table. Not everyone. Not unanimous. But enough. Good. Harry picked up his plate. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to eat somewhere quieter. Hermione will handle any questions. He left before anyone could object. The quieter place turned out to be the garden. Sitting on a stone bench with his plate balanced on his knees. The food was good, hearty shepherd's pie, probably made by one of the house elves who'd worked at Hogwarts for decades. Harry ate mechanically, not really tasting it, his mind elsewhere. The Hollow King was still out there, getting stronger with every mark he broke. And Harry had no idea how to stop it. You're brooding. Luna Lovegood sat down beside him without invitation. She was still too thin, still too pale, but there was something more present about her now. More focused. Thinking, Harry corrected. Brooding, Luna repeated. You get a little line between your eyebrows when you do it. Very distinguished. Despite everything, Harry felt his lips twitch. Thanks. You're welcome. Luna picked a flower from the garden and began methodically dismantling it. You're worried about the Hollow King. How did you? Harry stopped. Right? You see things. I see lots of things. Most people don't believe me. Luna didn't sound bothered by this. But you believe me, don't you? After everything that's happened? Yeah, I believe you. Good. Then you should know that the Hollow King isn't just getting stronger because of the marks you're breaking. It's getting stronger because of what's happening to Voldemort. Harry frowned. What do you mean? They're connected. Voldemort and the Hollow King. More than just the marks. Luna's voice was dreamy, but her words were precise. Voldemort found the old rituals and used them without understanding what he was really doing. He thought he was creating servants. Instead, he was creating anchors. Anchors for what? For the Hollow King's return. Every marked person is a point of connection between our world and wherever the Hollow King exists. The more marks there are, the more stable the connection becomes. Luna dropped the flower petals one by one. But the connection goes both ways. It's not just the Hollow King using Voldemort. It's Voldemort feeding on the Hollow King. Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort is using that thing's power? Part of it. A tiny fraction. But it's been building for decades. Every mark he creates, every person he binds, he gets a little bit stronger. Luna looked at him directly. That's why he's so powerful, Harry. It's not just his skill or his Horcruxes. He's been channeling an ancient horror for 50 years. And when I break the marks, you sever those connections, cut off his power source, make him weaker. Luna smiled gently. But you also weaken the barrier holding the Hollow King back. It's a trade. One threat for another. So I'm screwed either way. Maybe. Or maybe there's a third option. Luna stood up, brushing grass from her robes. The Hollow King wants to return. Voldemort wants to live forever. You want to save people. 3 different goals, pulling in 3 different directions. What's your point? My point is that you've been thinking about this as a binary. Stop Voldemort or stop the Hollow King. But what if you could do both? Luna began walking away. The original wizards who made the bargain, they didn't want to serve the Hollow King forever. They wanted power, then freedom. They were looking for a way out. Did they find one? Luna paused at the garden gate. I don't know, but the books Narcissa brought might. Look for mentions of the severance. It's important. She disappeared into the house before Harry could ask anything else. The next morning, Harry was in the library at dawn. The books from the Malfoy vault were spread across 3 tables, organized by age and subject. Hermione had been working through them systematically, but there was too much material for one person. Harry started with the oldest volumes, crumbling texts written in archaic English, full of diagrams and formulas that made his head hurt. He was looking for any mention of the severance, whatever that meant. He found it in the 3rd book he opened. The severance rite, the text read, performed only once in recorded history, a method by which all bonds to the Hollow King may be broken simultaneously. casting the entity back to its realm of origin and sealing the doorway forever. Harry's heart started pounding. This was it. A way to stop the Hollow King without letting Voldemort win. He kept reading. The rite requires 3 components. First, a vessel marked by the Hollow King's power who yet resists its control. Second, a connection to every active binding, allowing the vessel to reach all anchors simultaneously. Third, a sacrifice of sufficient magnitude to fuel the casting. Harry's stomach dropped at that last word. Sacrifice. Of course there was a sacrifice. There was always a sacrifice. The nature of the sacrifice is not specified in surviving records. Some scholars theorize it refers to magical power, a permanent diminishment of the caster's abilities. Others suggest a more literal interpretation. More literal, meaning death. Harry stared at the page for a long moment. Then he closed the book and sat back. Option 3. Stop Voldemort and the Hollow King at once. Save everyone. The cost. Everything. Hermione found him still sitting there an hour later. Harry? She moved closer, concern on her face. What is it? What did you find? He told her. Everything. The severance rite, the requirements, the implications. Hermione listened in silence. When he finished, her expression was carefully controlled. A sacrifice, she said. It doesn't specify what kind. No. But you know what it probably means. I know what the pessimistic interpretation is. That doesn't mean it's correct. Hermione pulled the book toward her, began reading rapidly. There has to be more information. Other sources. Something that explains exactly what's required. Maybe. Or maybe this is it. Maybe there's no way around it. Harry. I'm not saying I'm going to do anything. He stopped, took a breath. I needed to tell someone. I couldn't carry this alone. Hermione's hand found his. Her grip was tight, almost painful. You're not alone, she said. You've never been alone. And we're gonna figure this out. Together. Like we always do. And if there's no other way, then we make one. Hermione's voice was fierce. You don't get to martyr yourself, Harry Potter. Not after everything. Not when we've come this far. Harry looked at her. His best friend. The one who'd been there from the beginning, through every impossible situation. Okay, he said quietly. We'll find another way. Damn right we will. The day continued in a blur of activity. Daphne left on her mission, accompanied by a former Death Eater named Marcus who'd proven himself useful during the vetting process. Harry watched them disappear beyond the ward line and tried not to think about all the ways it could go wrong. Narcissa's system went live. The first batch of new arrivals, 3 people who'd sought them out since the battle, went through the quarantine process. One was cleared quickly. One needed more time. One was flagged as a potential plant and held for additional questioning. Ron organized the ex-Death Eaters into work groups. Security, logistics, intelligence, research. People grumbled, but they followed instructions. Having something to do was better than sitting around waiting for disaster. Alecto's debriefing continued. Neville sat in on every session, his face hard, his questions pointed. But he stayed professional. He didn't let his hatred interfere with the process. And underneath it all, the Hollow King waited. Harry felt it sometimes. A presence at the edge of his awareness, patient and hungry. It was getting closer. The barrier was weakening. And every mark he broke fed its approach. But he couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. The people trapped in those marks deserved freedom, regardless of the cost. Even if the cost was everything. 3 days after Daphne left, she sent her first message. Harry was in the strategy room when the mirror activated. Her face appearing in the glass, pale but determined. I found them, she said. A group of 5. Young, most of them. Marked against their will. They want out. But they're scared. Can you get them here? Maybe. But there's a complication. Daphne's expression was grim. Voldemort knows something is happening. He's cracking down. Loyalty tests. Random torture sessions. Anyone who shows even a hint of wavering gets. She stopped. It's bad, Harry. Worse than before. Can you get them out or not? I think so, but I need more time. Another week, maybe two. You have 1 week. After that, you come back regardless. Harry, 1 week. That's the deal we made. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. 1 week. I'll make it work. The mirror went dark. The week passed slowly. Harry threw himself into work, training sessions, strategy meetings, the endless task of turning a collection of former enemies into something resembling a functional organization. He practiced with his power, learning to control it more precisely. He studied the books, looking for alternatives to the severance rite. He found nothing useful. The Hollow King's presence grew stronger. Sometimes Harry could hear its voice even while awake. Whispers at the edge of hearing, promises and threats tangled together. Soon, it said. Very soon. Harry ignored it. What else could he do? On the 6th day, everything changed. The attack came without warning. One moment, Harry was eating lunch. The next, the wards were screaming and spells were flying and people were dying. Not Death Eaters this time. Something else. Creatures that moved like shadows, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with cold light. What the hell are those? Ron shouted, blasting one back with a powerful curse. It dissolved into smoke, then reformed seconds later. I don't know. Harry threw up a shield as 3 more converged on him. Hermione! I see them. They're not fully physical. Conventional spells won't stop them for long. Hermione was casting furiously, binding spells and banishing charms and things Harry didn't recognize. We need to. The largest creature lunged. Harry dodged, but barely. He felt its touch. Cold. So cold. Pulling at something inside him. These are my heralds. The Hollow King's voice whispered. A taste of what is to come. Harry grabbed the creature's reaching limb and pushed. The heat came, his power, the thing that broke Marks, and the creature shrieked. Not in pain. In recognition. It knew what he was, what he could do, and it was afraid. Harry pushed harder. The creature dissolved, not reforming this time, actually destroyed. He turned to the next one, and the next, reaching for them with his power, burning them out of existence. By the time it was over, he was on his knees, gasping, his vision swimming. But the creatures were gone. All of them. Harry! Hermione was at his side. Are you okay? What did you do? Same thing I do to the Marks, Harry managed. They're made of the same stuff. The Hollow King's power. I can unmake them. But at what cost? Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking. The exhaustion was bone deep, worse than after the battle. I don't know, he admitted. But I don't think I have a choice anymore. The aftermath was chaos. 3 people dead. A dozen injured. The safe house's wards badly damaged. And the certain knowledge that the Hollow King could now send its servants to attack them directly. Harry sat in the ruins of the garden, surrounded by scorched earth, and tried to figure out what to do next. Narcissa found him there. You can't keep going like this, she said. The power you're using, it's consuming you. Every time you reach for it, you get weaker. I know. Then stop. And let those things kill everyone? Let the Hollow King's heralds run rampant. Harry shook his head. I'm the only one who can stop them. You saw what happened. Conventional magic doesn't work. Then find another way. Train others. Build weapons. Something that doesn't require you to burn yourself out. There isn't time. You saw what Luna said, what the books say. The barrier is weakening. Those things are going to keep coming, more and more of them, until the Hollow King breaks through entirely. Harry looked at her. The severance rite is the only way to stop it. The severance rite requires a sacrifice. I know. Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. You've already decided. No, I haven't. I'm hoping, Harry stopped. I'm hoping Hermione finds another way. I'm hoping we figure out what the sacrifice actually means. I'm hoping there's an option I haven't thought of yet. And if there isn't? Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. Daphne returned on the 7th day, just as promised. She brought 5 people with her, young, terrified, marked. Harry freed them one by one, feeling the Hollow King's presence surge with each broken mark. "Thank you," the ancient voice whispered. "Thank you for feeding me." Harry ignored it. What else could he do? That night he dreamed of ending. Not death exactly. Something more complete. A dissolution, a merging, a becoming nothing that was also becoming everything. The Hollow King waited in the darkness, patient and hungry. Soon, it promised. Very soon you will understand. Harry woke up screaming. But this time he didn't scream alone. Daphne was there, holding his hand, her face pale in the moonlight. "Bad dreams?" she asked. "The worst. Tell me." So he did. All of it. The severance rite, the sacrifice, the growing certainty that there was only one way this could end. Daphne listened in silence. When he finished, she didn't let go of his hand. "You're not alone in this," she said. "Whatever happens, whatever you decide, you're not alone. I might have to be, at the end. Maybe, but not yet." Daphne squeezed his hand. "Not tonight." They sat together in the darkness, and Harry found that the fear was a little easier to bear. Chapter 5. Cracks in the foundation. 12 people arrived at the safe house before dawn. Harry was already awake. Sleep had become more enemy than friend lately, when the wards chimed their alert. He was at the perimeter before Narcissa's vetting team could even mobilize. "Stay back!" one of the arrivals shouted. A woman, middle-aged, with the bearing of someone who'd spent her life giving orders. "We're not armed. We're not here to fight." "Then why are you here?" "Because the Dark Lord has lost his mind." The woman stepped forward slowly, hands raised. "I'm Augusta Rowell. These are my family members and our closest associates. We were marked during the First War. Most of us didn't want it then, and we certainly don't want it now." Harry studied the group. 12 people. Men, women, one teenager who couldn't be older than 15. All of them showing the same signs of exhaustion and fear he'd seen on every defector who'd made it this far. "The vetting process. We know about your process. We'll submit to whatever you require." Augusta's voice was steady, but her hands trembled slightly. "What we won't do is go back. The Dark Lord executed 3 of his inner circle yesterday. People who'd served him for 20 years. He's paranoid, unstable, seeing traitors everywhere. Why? Because of you. Because of what you did to his marks." Augusta met his eyes. "You broke something in him when you freed all those people at once. He's not the same. The control, the cold calculation, it's gone. What's left is just rage and fear." Harry processed this. Voldemort, destabilized. That should have been good news. Instead, it just meant more chaos, more unpredictability, more danger. "Narcissa will handle your intake. Cooperate fully, answer every question, and we'll see what happens." Augusta nodded. "Thank you. We won't forget this." "Don't thank me yet. We haven't decided if we're keeping you." The influx continued throughout the day. By noon, 37 new people had arrived at the safe house, overwhelming Narcissa's carefully designed system. The quarantine area wasn't big enough. The vetting teams were stretched thin, and Harry's power was being called upon again and again as people begged to have their marks removed immediately, unable to wait for the standard process. "You have to slow down," Hermione said, catching him between sessions. "You've already freed 11 people today. Your magical core can't sustain this pace. What am I supposed to do? Tell them to wait while Voldemort hunts them through their marks?" "Yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do." Hermione grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. "Harry, I've been monitoring your vitals. Every time you break a mark, your core contracts a little more. At this rate, you'll burn yourself out within a week." "Then I burn out." "That's not," Hermione's voice cracked. "That's not acceptable. You're not expendable. You're not a tool to be used up and discarded. I'm the only one who can do this. Which is exactly why you need to be protected. If you destroy yourself saving 30 people, what happens to the thousands still trapped? What happens to everyone counting on you to end this war?" Harry wanted to argue. The words were right there, the same stubborn refusal that had carried him through every impossible situation. But looking at Hermione's face, the fear, the frustration, the exhaustion that mirrored his own. Something broke loose. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay, I'll slow down. You promise?" "I promise. 5 marks per day, maximum. The rest go through the standard process." Hermione sagged with relief. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just figure out how to make this work without killing me." The system adapted. Narcissa reorganized the vetting process to prioritize the most urgent cases. People actively being tracked, people showing signs of imminent execution, people too young or too damaged to wait. Everyone else went into quarantine and waited their turn. Ron's organizational structure expanded to accommodate the influx. Security rotations doubled. Work groups multiplied. What had been a safe house became something closer to a small village, with all the complications that entailed. Harry found himself in meetings constantly, strategy sessions, resource allocation, conflict resolution. The leadership role he'd never wanted had become unavoidable. "We need more space," Kingsley said during the afternoon briefing. "The current facility can't handle these numbers." "Where do you suggest we go?" "There's an abandoned manor about 20 miles north. Used to belong to a wizarding family that died out during the First War. It's larger, more defensible, and already has basic wards in place." "Have you scouted it?" "Neville's team checked it out this morning. It's clear." Harry nodded slowly. "Make preparations. We'll start moving non-essential personnel tomorrow. That's going to split our forces." "I know, but we don't have a choice." Harry looked around the table. "We're growing too fast. If we don't adapt, we'll collapse under our own weight." Evening brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the library, his default location when he needed to think, when the wards announced an arrival at the main entrance. Not an attack. A single person approaching slowly, making no threatening moves. He went to investigate and found himself face to face with someone he hadn't expected to see again. Bellatrix Lestrange. She looked nothing like the mad warrior who dueled him at the manor. Her robes were torn and dirty, her hair matted with something that might have been blood. Her eyes were different. The madness was still there, but underneath it, something new. Something that looked almost like uncertainty. "Potter." Her voice was hoarse. "I need to talk to you. Last time we talked, you tried to kill me. I try to kill most people. Doesn't mean we can't have a conversation." Bellatrix made no move toward her wand. "I'm not here to fight. I'm here because—" She stopped. Her jaw worked silently for a moment. "I'm here because he threw me away." Harry went very still. "What?" "The Dark Lord. My master. Another pause, longer this time. "He threw me away. Like garbage. After everything I gave him, everything I sacrificed. He looked at me and said I was no longer useful." "Why?" "Because of you. Because my mark didn't break when you touched me." Bellatrix laughed, and there was no humor in it. "He thinks I'm compromised. That something changed when you tried to free me, even though it didn't work. He doesn't trust me anymore." Harry studied her. The desperation was real, that much was obvious. But Bellatrix had been Voldemort's most devoted follower for decades. The idea that she'd turn against him was almost impossible to believe. "What do you want?" "What do you think I want? You broke everyone else's chains. Break mine." Bellatrix thrust her arm toward him. The mark was vivid, pulsing with dark energy. "Do it. Whatever you did before, do it again. It didn't work last time. Because I didn't want it to work. I was fighting you." Bellatrix's voice cracked. "I'm not fighting anymore. I want it gone. I want him out of my head. I want—" She stopped, and for a terrible moment, she looked like she might cry. "I want to be free." Harry reached out slowly. His fingers closed around her forearm. The heat came, familiar now, almost routine. He pushed against the mark, expecting resistance, expecting the same stone wall he'd encountered before. The wall wasn't there. The mark fought back, but differently. Not with Bellatrix's devotion. That was gone, shattered by betrayal. Instead, it fought with Voldemort's power alone, and Harry's ability was stronger than that. He pushed harder. The mark screamed. Harry felt Voldemort's attention snap toward them. felt the Dark Lord's rage and disbelief as he realized what was happening. The connection between master and servant stretched, twisted, began to tear. Bella, the voice echoed through the mark. My Bella, you cannot leave me. Watch me, Bellatrix whispered. The mark shattered. Bellatrix collapsed. Harry caught her before she hit the ground, lowering her gently. She was breathing hard, tears streaming down her face. But there was something in her expression that hadn't been there before. Peace. It's gone, she said wonderingly. He's gone. I can't feel him anymore. She looked at her unmarked arm. I didn't know what it would be like, not having him there. It's so quiet. Bellatrix, don't. She held up a hand. Don't offer comfort. Don't try to be kind. I don't deserve it, and we both know it. She pushed herself upright, wiping her face with dirty hands. I came here for freedom, not forgiveness. Those are two different things. I know. Good. Bellatrix met his eyes. What happens now? Now you go through the same process as everyone else. Quarantine, vetting, questions. Harry's voice was flat. You've done terrible things, Bellatrix. Worse than most of the people here. If you think breaking your mark means all that goes away, I don't. Her voice was quiet. I know what I am, what I've done. I'm not asking for redemption. I'm asking for a chance to destroy the thing that made me into this. Harry studied her for a long moment. The most dangerous Death Eater in Voldemort's service, now unmarked and asking to join the resistance. This was either a miracle or a trap. Narcissa handles the vetting process. She'll decide if you stay. Narcissa. Something complicated crossed Bellatrix's face. My sister. She's been here for weeks. She's part of what we're building. I know. I heard the rumors. Bellatrix's voice was strange. I thought she was weak, running away instead of staying loyal. But she's not weak, is she? She just saw the truth before I did. The truth about what? About him. About what he really is. About what we were really serving. Bellatrix laughed again, but softer this time. All those years, I thought I was serving a vision, a cause, something greater than myself. Turns out I was just food. The reunion between Bellatrix and Narcissa was not what Harry expected. He'd anticipated shouting, accusations, maybe hexes, sisters who'd chosen opposite sides of a war finally confronting each other. Instead, they just stood there. For a long moment, neither spoke. Narcissa's face was carefully blank, the mask she'd perfected over years of navigating dangerous politics. Bellatrix's expression was harder to read, somewhere between defiance and desperation. Sissy, Bellatrix said finally. Bella. More silence. You were right. The words seemed to cost Bellatrix something. About him. About what he was turning into. You saw it before any of us. I didn't see it. I felt it. Narcissa's voice was quiet. Through the mark. Through Draco's mark. The way he punished our son for my husband's failures. And you ran. I ran to save my child. What did you run for? The question hung in the air. Bellatrix's jaw tightened. I didn't run. I was thrown away. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Bellatrix's voice cracked. Running means you chose to leave. Being thrown away means you weren't worth keeping. She looked at her sister. Do you know what that's like? Giving everything you have to someone, and then discovering you're disposable. Narcissa was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer. I know what it's like to realize the person you devoted yourself to was never worth it. Whether you chose to leave or were forced out, the betrayal feels the same. Something passed between them. Not forgiveness, not reconciliation, but maybe the beginning of understanding. She goes through vetting, Narcissa said to Harry. Full process. Extended quarantine. If there's any indication she's here to cause harm. I'm not, Bellatrix interrupted. I'm here because I want to watch him burn, the same way he burned me. Revenge isn't a reliable motivation. Maybe not, but it's honest. Bellatrix met her sister's eyes. You want to know what I'm really feeling? Fine. I'm angry. I'm humiliated. I gave that man everything. My youth, my sanity, my soul. And he threw me away like garbage. I want to make him pay. I want to tear down everything he built and leave him with nothing. Her voice hardened. Is that reliable enough for you? Narcissa studied her for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. It's a start. The next 3 days were a blur. More arrivals. More vettings. More marks to break, carefully rationed to keep Harry from burning out. The second facility came online, splitting their forces but easing the pressure on the main safehouse. And underneath it all, the Hollow King waited. Harry felt its presence constantly now. A cold weight at the edge of his awareness, growing heavier with each passing day. The barrier was weakening. The heralds would return. And when they did, they'd be stronger than before. He needed answers. He needed to understand the severance rite, what it actually required, what the sacrifice really meant, whether there was any way to perform it without dying. Luna found him in the library on the third night, surrounded by books and looking increasingly desperate. You're looking in the wrong place, she said, settling into a chair across from him. Then where should I be looking? Inside yourself. Luna's voice was dreamy, but her eyes were sharp. The answers you need aren't in books. They're in the connection you already have. What connection? The one between you and the Hollow King. The one your scar represents. Luna tilted her head. You've been trying to understand the enemy from the outside. But you're already part of it. Have been since you were a baby. Harry's hand went to his forehead automatically. The scar is from Voldemort. The killing curse. The scar is from what happened when Voldemort's power hit your mother's protection. His power was already connected to the Hollow King. When it touched you, some of that connection transferred. Luna smiled gently. That's why you can break the marks. You're not attacking from outside. You're attacking from inside. That doesn't make sense. Most true things don't. Luna stood up. You want to understand the severance, right? Stop reading about it. Start feeling it. The knowledge is already there, buried in the connection you've been trying to ignore. She drifted toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The sacrifice the rite requires, it's not what you think. Not death, not power, something else. Her expression was unreadable. Something you've been carrying for a very long time. She left before Harry could ask what she meant. That night, Harry tried something different. Instead of fighting the Hollow King's presence, he reached toward it. Instead of building walls against the whispers, he listened. The darkness opened. Harry found himself standing in the void he'd seen in his dreams. That endless space filled with reaching figures and hungry shadows. But this time, he wasn't a passive observer. He was there intentionally, present, aware. You come seeking answers. The Hollow King's voice was everywhere and nowhere. How amusing. I come seeking understanding. There's a difference. Is there? The presence shifted, and Harry sensed something like curiosity. You are unusual, little sacrifice. Most who bear my mark run from what they carry. You walk toward it. You're not in my head. The mark failed. No. The mark succeeded in ways your Dark Lord never understood. He could feel the ancient entity's attention focusing. Voldemort thought he was claiming you. Instead, he was preparing you. For me. For you. The severance rite requires a vessel. Someone touched by my power but not controlled by it. Someone who can reach all my anchors at once and sever them simultaneously. The voice grew softer. Do you know how long I've waited for such a one? Harry's blood ran cold. You want me to perform the rite. I want to be free. The rite would cast me back to my realm and seal the door. But it would also end Voldemort's power and free everyone he's marked. The Hollow King's presence seemed to smile. A fair trade, don't you think? What's the sacrifice? The question you've been afraid to ask. The darkness shifted. The sacrifice is not your life, little sacrifice. It is your connection. The wound that makes you what you are. My scar. Your link to Voldemort. Your ability to touch the darkness without being consumed. The Hollow King's voice was almost gentle. To perform the severance, you must give up the part of yourself that makes you special. You will become ordinary, mortal, unremarkable. Harry processed this. Not death, not power, his identity, the thing that had defined him since he was a year old. And if I refuse? Then the barrier continues to weaken. My heralds grow stronger. Eventually, I break through. The voice hardened, and everything you love burns. So it's blackmail. It's reality. You have a choice. Give up what makes you special, or watch the world end. The darkness began to recede. Choose wisely, little sacrifice. Time is running short. Harry woke up gasping. Morning brought clarity. Harry understood now what he had to do. The severance rite. Sacrifice his connection, his scar, his power, his identity as the boy who lived, to end both Voldemort and the Hollow King simultaneously. No more breaking marks one at a time. No more slowly feeding the ancient horror. One moment, one action, everything resolved. He just had to give up who he was. You're thinking about it. Daphne found him in the garden, sitting on the same bench where he'd talked to Luna. I can tell by the look on your face. Thinking about what? The sacrifice, whatever it is. She sat down beside him. You've got that expression, like you're already grieving something you haven't lost yet. Harry was quiet for a moment. How do you always know? I pay attention. You should try it sometime. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. I learned what the sacrifice is, what the rite requires. And it's not death. He struggled to find the words. It's everything that makes me different. My connection to Voldemort. My ability to break the marks. All of it. To perform the rite, I have to become ordinary. Daphne processed this. That doesn't sound so bad. It doesn't. You'd lose your power. So what? You'd still be alive. You'd still be you. She turned to face him. Harry, your power isn't what makes you valuable. It's what you do with it. How you treat people. The choices you make. That doesn't go away just because you can't break marks anymore. But if I can't break marks, then you find other ways to help. Lead. Plan. Fight. Daphne's voice was firm. You're more than your scar, Harry. You're more than what was done to you as a baby. Don't you understand that? Harry stared at her. The quiet Slytherin girl who'd stumbled onto his doorstep begging for help, who'd become something like a friend, who was now telling him truths he'd been afraid to hear. I've been the chosen one since I was a year old, he said quietly. I don't know who I am without that. Then maybe it's time to find out. The attack came that afternoon. Not heralds this time. Death Eaters. A coordinated assault on the secondary facility, hitting hard and fast while most of their defensive forces were at the main safe house. Harry felt the ward scream and was moving before anyone could stop him. Harry, wait! Hermione's voice faded behind him as he apparat. The secondary facility was chaos. Spells flying everywhere. Buildings burning. People running, fighting, dying. Harry threw himself into the battle. His power surged, not the mark-breaking ability but something else. Raw magic channeled through the connection the Hollow King had described. He'd never felt anything like it before. Curses dissolved before they reached him. Shields materialized without conscious thought. When he struck back, his spells hit harder than they had any right to. ISSS, the Hollow King whispered. Use what I gave you. Embrace what you are. Harry ignored the voice and kept fighting. The Death Eaters were experienced, organized, deadly. But they weren't prepared for what Harry had become. One by one, he cut through them, stunning, binding, occasionally doing worse when there was no other choice. Then he saw who was leading them. Voldemort stood at the center of the carnage, robes billowing, wand raised. His snake-like face was twisted with fury, and behind him, barely visible in the smoke, was something else. A darkness that moved wrong, that made Harry's scar burn just by existing. A herald, but bigger than before, stronger. Potter. Voldemort's voice cut through the battle. I knew if I pushed hard enough, you'd come running. I'm predictable that way. Yes, you are. The Dark Lord raised his wand. This ends now. Harry felt the killing curse building. Felt it through the connection he'd been trying to understand. Voldemort was channeling everything he had into this one strike. But so was Harry. He reached not for the curse but for the connection behind it. The mark power that still bound Voldemort to dozens of followers. The threads of dark magic that spread out from the Dark Lord like a spider's web. And he grabbed them all at once. "No!" Voldemort screamed. Harry pulled. The world went white. When Harry opened his eyes, he was lying in a crater. The battle was over. Death Eaters lay scattered across the ground, all of them unmarked, most of them unconscious. The secondary facility was damaged but standing. The Herald was gone. Destroyed or banished, Harry couldn't tell. And Voldemort was on his knees 30 feet away, clutching his chest, his face a mask of agony. "What did you do?" the Dark Lord gasped. "What did you do?" "Took your army." Harry pushed himself upright, every muscle screaming. "All of them, every mark you've ever made. Gone." "That's impossible. Everything I do is impossible. Apparently that's my thing." Voldemort staggered to his feet. He looked diminished somehow, smaller, weaker. The connection to the Hollow King had been feeding him power for decades. Now that connection was severed, and he was feeling the loss. "This changes nothing." But his voice lacked conviction. "I'll make more marks. Build a new army. You've only delayed the inevitable. Maybe, or maybe this is the beginning of the end." Harry raised his wand. "Your choice. Surrender or die." Voldemort laughed. It was a hollow sound. "You won't kill me. You're too noble for that. Try me." They stared at each other across the devastated battlefield. Two enemies, bound together by prophecy and circumstance, finally approaching the end of their war. Then Voldemort apparated away. Harry let him go. He was too exhausted to pursue, too drained to fight anymore. And besides, the Dark Lord wasn't the real threat anymore. The Hollow King was getting impatient. The aftermath was complicated. Breaking every mark at once had pushed Harry's power far beyond its limits. When he finally returned to the main safe house, he collapsed and didn't wake up for 18 hours. When he did wake up, everything had changed. Voldemort is retreating. Kingsley stood at Harry's bedside, his expression grave. His forces are scattered, demoralized. Most of his marked followers have either fled or switched sides. He's down to a handful of true believers. That's good news. It is, but there's something else. Kingsley hesitated. Reports are coming in from across the country. People seeing things. Shadows moving wrong. Cold spots that drain magic. The Hollow King's heralds are multiplying. Harry's stomach dropped. How many? We don't know. Dozens, at least. Maybe hundreds. Kingsley met his eyes. Whatever you did in that battle, breaking all those marks at once, it accelerated the process. The barrier is failing faster than we expected. Of course it was. Harry had known this was coming. Had been warned repeatedly that his power was feeding the Hollow King's return. But he hadn't had a choice. He couldn't let Voldemort keep enslaving people. He couldn't stand by while others suffered. Now the bill was coming due. How long do we have? Days. Maybe a week if we're lucky. Kingsley's voice was grim. The heralds are testing our defenses. Probing for weaknesses. They're not attacking in force yet, but that's coming. When it does, conventional magic doesn't stop them for long. You're the only one who can truly destroy them, and you just burned yourself out breaking those marks. Kingsley shook his head. We need another option, Harry. Something that doesn't rely on you alone. Harry thought about the severance rite, about the sacrifice, about giving up everything that made him special in order to end this once and for all. There might be a way, he said quietly, but I need time to prepare, and I need to talk to some people first. What kind of way? The kind that ends this. All of it. Voldemort and the Hollow King both. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the dizziness. Gather everyone important. I'll explain in an hour. The meeting convened in the strategy room. Harry looked around the table at the faces assembled there. Ron and Hermione, his oldest friends. Narcissa and Draco, former enemies turned allies. Kingsley and Neville, representing the resistance. Luna, representing whatever Luna represented. Daphne because she'd earned her place, and Bellatrix still under guard but allowed to attend. Quite a group. A year ago, half of them would have been trying to kill the other half. "I know how to end this," Harry said without preamble. "All of it. The war, the Hollow King, everything." "How?" Hermione asked. "There's a ritual. Ancient. It's called the Severance Rite." Harry explained what he'd learned from the books, from Luna, from his direct communication with the Hollow King. The requirements, the process, the sacrifice. By the time he finished, everyone was staring at him. "You want to give up your power," Ron said slowly. "Everything that makes you, you. Not everything, just the magical part, the connection, the scar." Harry touched his forehead. "I'll still be me. I'll just be normal. Normal." Hermione's voice was strange. "Harry, you've never been normal. Even before Hogwarts, before any of this, you weren't normal." "I know, but maybe that's okay." Harry looked around the table. "I've been the chosen one for 17 years. It's time to let someone else carry that weight." "And the Hollow King?" Narcissa asked. "You're certain this ritual will stop it?" "It will cast it back to wherever it came from and seal the door permanently. No more heralds. No more marks. No more ancient horror trying to eat our world. At the cost of your power. At the cost of something I never asked for." Harry's voice was firm. "I didn't choose to be the boy who lived. I didn't choose this scar or this connection or any of it. It was forced on me, and I've been living with the consequences ever since. This is my chance to finally be free of it." Silence around the table. "When would you do it?" Daphne asked. "Soon. The barrier is failing. We have days, maybe less." Harry looked at her. "I wanted everyone to know what was coming. And I wanted to say..." He stopped. "I wanted to say thank you. For everything. For believing in me. For fighting beside me. For not giving up even when things seemed impossible." "Harry." Hermione's voice cracked. "This sounds like a goodbye." "It's not. Or it shouldn't be. The rite doesn't kill me. It just changes me. But there's always risk with ancient magic." He met each of their eyes in turn. "If something goes wrong, I need to know that you'll keep fighting. That you'll finish what we started." "Nothing's going to go wrong." Ron's voice was gruff. "You're Harry Bloody Potter. You don't get to die from some ancient ritual." "Ron, no. I mean it." Ron stood up, his face flushed. "You've been my best mate for 7 years. I've watched you do impossible things. Face down dark lords and dragons and giant spiders. You always come through. You always survive." His voice broke slightly. "You don't get to give up now. Not when we're this close." "I'm not giving up. I'm ending it." Harry stood up too, facing his friend. "This is what I was meant to do, Ron. This is what the prophecy was really about. Not killing Voldemort. Freeing everyone from the darkness that's been controlling them for centuries. The prophecy said, neither can live while the other survives. And after the rite, neither of us will be what we were. Voldemort will be stripped of his stolen power. I'll be stripped of my connection to him. We'll both be diminished." Harry smiled slightly. "Maybe that's the point. Maybe the prophecy was never about one of us dying. Maybe it was about both of us finally becoming human." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. "You're still an idiot. I know. And you're still my best mate. I know that too." The preparations took 2 days. Harry needed specific conditions for the rite, a place of power, particular alignments, components that had to be gathered from across the country. Hermione threw herself into the research, determining exactly what was needed. The others handled logistics, gathering materials, keeping the safe house running while Harry focused on what was coming. And through it all, the heralds kept coming. Not full attacks, not yet, but probing strikes, tests, each one a little stronger than the last, each one requiring more of Harry's dwindling reserves to repel. He was running out of time. On the night before the ritual, Daphne found him on the roof again. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked, settling down beside him. "Didn't try. Seemed pointless." The great Harry Potter giving up on sleep. Truly the end times are upon us. Harry almost smiled. Something like that. They sat in silence for a while. The stars were bright overhead. No moon tonight, just the scattered light of a billion distant suns. I never thanked you, Daphne said eventually, for saving me, for freeing me, for giving me a chance at something other than what I was born into. You don't have to. Let me finish. Her voice was quiet but firm. Before you broke my mark, I'd given up. I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life, however long that was, as a slave. A tool. Something to be used and discarded. She turned to look at him. You changed that. Not just by breaking the mark, but by believing I could be more than what they made me. You've proved that yourself. I just gave you the opportunity. The opportunity was everything. Daphne reached out and took his hand. I know you're scared about tomorrow, about what you're giving up, but I want you to know whatever happens, it was worth it. You were worth it. Harry looked at their joined hands, at this girl who'd become so much more than the quiet Slytherin he remembered from school. What happens after? He asked. After the rite, if it works, I'll be ordinary. Just some guy with a funny scar and too many traumatic memories. Then you figure out who you want to be. Same as the rest of us. Daphne squeezed his hand. That's the gift you're giving yourself, Harry. The chance to be something other than a weapon. I don't know who I am without all this. Neither do I. Neither does anyone. Daphne leaned her head against his shoulder. That's what makes it an adventure. Dawn broke gray and cold. Harry stood in the center of a stone circle, ancient, powerful, one of the sites Luna had identified as suitable for the rite. The others were gathered at the perimeter, maintaining the protective wards while Harry did what needed to be done. Are you ready? Hermione asked. No, but I don't think I ever will be. Harry looked at his hands. How do you prepare to give up part of yourself? You don't. You just decide it's necessary and then you do it. Hermione's voice was steady, but her eyes were wet. I'll be right here, whatever happens. I know. Harry turned to face the center of the circle, drew a deep breath, and began. The rite wasn't complicated, not really. Words in an ancient language, gestures that felt instinctive, a focus inward, toward the connection he'd carried all his life. He felt the scar pulse, felt the link to Voldemort, to the Hollow King, to all the darkness that had shaped his existence. For a moment, he understood everything, the full scope of what he'd been part of, the intricate web of power and pain that bound them all together. Then he began to cut. Not physically, not with magic in the traditional sense. He cut with will, with intention, with the absolute certainty that this was right, that this was necessary, that this was what he was always meant to do. The connection screamed. And oh, the Hollow King roared. And oh, you cannot, the severance completed. Harry woke up lying on his back, staring at the sky. Hermione was hovering over him, her face streaked with tears. Ron was there too, and Daphne, and the others. All of them gathered around, expressions somewhere between relief and disbelief. Did it work? Harry asked. His voice came out hoarse. Is it over? Feel your forehead, Hermione whispered. Harry raised a trembling hand to his face. Where the lightning bolt scar had been for 17 years, there was nothing, just smooth, unmarked skin. The connection is gone, Hermione said. We checked. The link to Voldemort, the resonance with the Hollow King, all of it, severed completely. And the heralds? Gone too. All of them. They just dissolved, like they were never there. Harry lay there, processing. He felt different, lighter somehow. The constant weight he'd carried, the presence of the Dark Lord, the hunger of the ancient horror, it was gone. For the first time in his life, his mind was entirely his own. Voldemort? He asked. Reports are still coming in. Kingsley stepped forward. But from what we're hearing, he collapsed at the same moment you completed the rite. His stolen power is gone. He's just a man now. A man with decades of dark magic corrupting his soul, but nothing more than that. So it's over. The war isn't over. They're still fighting, still chaos, Still a lot of work to do. Kingsley's expression was complicated. But the impossible part? The part that only you could do. Yes, that's over. Harry closed his eyes. He felt tears streaming down his face, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. It was over. He was free. Chapter 7. Breaking Point. The funeral pyres burned for 3 days. Harry stood at the edge of the field they designated for the dead, watching flames consume what remained of the battle. Death Eaters and Order members burned together. In death, at least, the distinctions that had divided them didn't matter. Bellatrix's pyre was separate. Narcissa had insisted on that. Whatever her sister had done, whatever crime she'd committed, she deserved to be mourned properly. She saved your life. Draco appeared at Harry's shoulder. That's something. It's not enough to erase everything else. No, but it's what she chose to do at the end. Draco's voice was quiet. My mother hasn't stopped crying since we brought back the body. I don't think I've ever seen her cry before. They were sisters. Whatever else happened between them, I know. Draco watched the flames. It's strange. I spent years being terrified of Aunt Bella. The way she looked at people like they were insects she might squash for entertainment. And now she's gone. And I feel... He stopped. I don't know what I feel. That's normal. Grief doesn't come with instructions. Nothing comes with instructions. Draco turned to face him. Potter, there's something I need to say. Harry raised an eyebrow. Thank you. For everything you've done. For my mother. For me. For... Draco gestured vaguely. For not being the person I always assumed you were. Who did you assume I was? Arrogant. Self-righteous. Someone who thought he was better than everyone else because of his scar and his fame. Draco's mouth twisted. Turns out that was me I was describing. We were both idiots. Probably still are. Probably. Draco extended his hand. But maybe we can be less idiotic going forward. Harry looked at the offered hand. 6 years of schoolboy rivalry. Insults, hexes, near-fatal cursings. And now this, a former enemy offering reconciliation over a field of burning dead. He took the hand. Deal. The celebrations started that night. Word had spread across the wizarding world. Voldemort was dead, truly dead this time, and the war was finally over. People poured out of hiding, flooded the streets, embraced strangers and wept with joy. Harry avoided the crowds. He wasn't ready for adulation, for the inevitable questions about what came next, for being treated like a savior again. He found a quiet corner of the safe house and sat alone, staring at nothing. Hiding? Luna drifted into the room like a particularly ethereal ghost. Thinking. Same thing for you. She settled into the chair across from him. The Raxburts are very active around your head tonight. That usually means you're worrying about something you can't control. I'm worrying about everything. That seems excessive. Luna tilted her head. The war is over. The Hollow King is banished. Voldemort is dead. What's left to worry about? Everything that comes after. Harry rubbed his temples. Rebuilding. Justice. Figuring out what to do with all the people whose lives were destroyed by this war. It's overwhelming. Then don't do it all at once. Luna's voice was simple, practical. Do one thing, then another, then another. Eventually, you'll find you've done quite a lot without realizing it. That's not how the world works. That's exactly how the world works. It just doesn't feel that way when you're in the middle of it. Luna stood up. Come outside. The stars are beautiful tonight, and it would be a shame to miss them because you were too busy worrying about tomorrow. Harry wanted to refuse, but there was something about Luna's certainty, her absolute conviction that things would work out, that made it hard to argue. Fine, but only for a few minutes. That's what everyone says. And then the stars keep them for hours. Luna was right about the stars. Harry lay on his back in the garden, staring up at the infinite scatter of light, and felt something in his chest slowly unknot. The war was over. Voldemort was dead. Whatever came next, he'd face it. But not tonight. Tonight, he could just exist. Room for one more? Daphne settled onto the grass beside him without waiting for an answer. Her shoulder brushed his, warm in the cool night air. Couldn't sleep? Harry asked. Too much noise in my head. She stared at the sky. I keep thinking about everyone we lost. All the people who should be here celebrating and aren't. Yeah. And then I feel guilty for being happy. Like I don't deserve to feel relieved when so many people are grieving. You're allowed to feel both things. That's what Hermione keeps telling me, anyway. Hermione's smart. Everyone keeps saying that. Daphne laughed softly. It was a good sound, genuine, unforced. Harry realized he didn't hear her laugh often enough. Can I ask you something? She said after a while. Sure. What happens now? Between us, Harry turned his head to look at her. In the starlight, her features were soft, almost dreamlike. I don't know. What do you want to happen? I don't know either. Daphne was quiet for a moment. I came to you broken, desperate, looking for someone to save me, and you did. But I don't want to be just someone you saved. I want to be… She stopped. I don't know what I want to be. Maybe we figure it out together. Is that an offer? It's a possibility. Harry reached over and took her hand. We've got time now. No war to fight. No marks to break. No ancient horrors to banish. We can actually get to know each other. See what's there. That sounds terrifyingly normal. I know. I'm not sure I remember how normal works. Daphne laughed again. Neither do I. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we can learn together. They lay there in silence, hands intertwined, watching the stars while overhead. For the first time in a very long time, Harry felt something like peace. Morning brought reality crashing back. The ministry was in chaos. Acting officials scrambled to establish order, but decades of corruption and infiltration had left the institution hollow. Half the Wizengamot was dead or in custody. The Auror department was decimated. We need leadership, Kingsley said at the emergency meeting. Someone to stabilize things until proper elections can be held. You, Harry said immediately. You're the obvious choice. I'm a soldier, not a politician. Right now, we need both. Harry looked around the room. Kingsley has the respect of the Order, the experience in law enforcement, and the credibility to bring people together. He's the only candidate who makes sense. I second that, Hermione said. Kingsley for interim minister. The room murmured agreement. Kingsley looked uncomfortable but didn't refuse. Fine. But this is temporary. 6 months, maximum. Then we hold real elections and I step aside. Agreed. Good. Now, Kingsley pulled out a stack of parchments. We have approximately 300 prisoners requiring trials. We have a judicial system that barely functions. We have infrastructure damage across a dozen major population centers. And we have a population traumatized by years of war who expect us to fix everything immediately. He looked at Harry. Any ideas? A few. But you're not going to like all of them. Harry's plan was simple in concept, complicated in execution. Former Death Eaters would be sorted into categories. True believers, those who had committed atrocities willingly and enthusiastically, would face full trials and appropriate punishment. Coerced participants, those who had been marked against their will or acted under duress, would be evaluated individually with rehabilitation prioritized over punishment. And those in between would require careful judgment. You're asking us to show mercy to people who tortured and killed, Neville said flatly. Some of the survivors won't accept that. I'm asking us to be practical. We can't execute everyone who ever wore a dark mark. We don't have the resources for mass trials, and even if we did, that kind of wholesale vengeance would tear society apart. So we just forgive and forget? We forgive where forgiveness is warranted. We remember everything. Harry met Neville's eyes. I'm not asking you to accept this easily. I'm asking you to consider whether justice means punishment for everyone or healing for everyone. Those aren't the same thing. No, they're not. And that's exactly the problem we have to solve. The debate continued for hours. In the end, they reached an imperfect compromise, a tribunal system, with representatives from both victims and former Death Eaters, tasked with evaluating each case individually. It wouldn't satisfy everyone. Nothing would. But it was a start. Narcissa approached Harry after the meeting. "I want to discuss the tribunal process," she said. "Specifically, who will be judging and how. You're worried about bias. I'm worried about vengeance masquerading as justice." Narcissa's voice was measured. "Many of the people who will be judged were my friends. My family. People I've known for decades. I don't want to see them executed because someone's grief overrides their judgment. And I don't want to see guilty people walk free because they had the right connections." Harry studied her. "You're asking me to protect your people. I'm asking you to ensure fair treatment for everyone, including those who did terrible things." Narcissa met his eyes. "We both know that I've done terrible things, stood by while innocents suffered, facilitated atrocities through my silence. If the tribunal operates on pure emotion, I could be executed alongside the worst offenders. Do you think you deserve execution?" Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. "I think I deserve consequences, real ones that reflect the harm I caused. But I also think that blanket punishment without individual consideration is just another form of tyranny." Harry nodded slowly. "I'll ensure the tribunal includes people who can be objective. Not just victims, mediators, people whose judgment isn't clouded by personal loss." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. The outcome is still uncertain." Harry paused. "Narcissa, there's something I've been meaning to ask." "Yes." "The books from the Malfoy vault. The ones we used to research the Dark Mark. There was information in there that went beyond what we needed for the war. Historical records, magical theory, things that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. You're wondering what to do with them. I'm wondering if they should exist at all." Narcissa considered this. "Knowledge is never dangerous on its own. Only the application is dangerous. Those books represent centuries of research. Some of it terrible, yes, but some of it potentially valuable for understanding and preventing future dark magic. So we keep them? We secure them, restrict access, ensure that only responsible researchers can study them." Narcissa's expression was thoughtful. "Burning books has never prevented evil. It only ensures that when evil resurfaces, we're less prepared to fight it." It was a good point. Harry made a mental note to discuss it with Hermione. The first tribunal convened a week later. Harry attended as an observer, not a judge. He'd argued for that distinction. His involvement in the war made him too emotionally invested to be objective. Better to let others make the hard decisions while he provided support from the sidelines. The first case was Augustus Rookwood, a Death Eater since the First War, responsible for multiple murders, including several ministry officials. Had continued serving Voldemort willingly even after the Dark Lord's first fall. The evidence was overwhelming. The tribunal deliberated for less than an hour. "Guilty on all counts," the lead judge announced. "Sentence: life imprisonment in Azkaban, not execution." Even for someone as clearly guilty as Rookwood, the tribunal had chosen imprisonment over death. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. Part of him wanted the finality of execution, a clear ending to the threat Rookwood represented. But another part understood the tribunal's reasoning. Death was easy. Living with the consequences of your actions was harder. The second case was more complicated. Marcus Flint, former Slytherin, marked at 19 during the height of the war, had participated in several attacks but had also provided warnings that saved lives on at least 2 occasions. He played both sides, the prosecutor argued, participated in violence when it served him, helped the resistance when it served him. His motivations were entirely selfish. Selfish motivations don't negate good outcomes, the defense countered. The lives he saved are no less real because he saved them for personal reasons. The tribunal deliberated for 3 hours. In the end, they reached a split decision, guilty of participation in violent attacks, but with mitigating circumstances. Sentence: 5 years supervised rehabilitation, with the possibility of reduced time for demonstrated reform. It wasn't perfect justice, but it was justice that tried to account for complexity. The cases continued for weeks. Harry watched as former enemies were sorted into categories: the irredeemable, the misguided, the coerced, the complicated. Some outcomes satisfied him. Others made him question whether any system could truly account for the messiness of human behavior. Pansy Parkinson's case was particularly difficult. She'd been marked young, used as Voldemort's personal attendant, forced into proximity with horrors that would break most people. But she'd also provided intelligence that saved lives, and her behavior since defection had been exemplary. The defendant acted under duress, her defender argued. She had no choice in receiving the mark and no realistic opportunity to resist her assigned duties. Punishing her for survival would be unjust. She had opportunities to resist that she didn't take, the prosecutor countered. She chose compliance over courage. That choice has consequences. Harry wanted to speak up, wanted to point out that choice under threat wasn't really choice at all. But he'd committed to staying silent, to letting the system work. The tribunal deliberated for 2 days. Finally, they reached a verdict. Guilty of complicity through inaction. Not guilty of direct participation in violence. The judge looked at Pansy, who stood pale and trembling in the defendant's box. Sentence: 2 years community service, to be served assisting victims of the war she failed to prevent. The defendant will also undergo mandatory counseling to address trauma resulting from her captivity. Pansy's legs buckled. Ron caught her before she hit the floor. "It's over," he said quietly. "You're going to be okay." She burst into tears. The tribunals revealed unexpected patterns. Many of the younger Death Eaters, those marked in their teens or early 20s, received relatively light sentences. The tribunal recognized that adolescent decision-making, especially under family pressure, deserved different consideration than adult choices. Older Death Eaters were judged more harshly. They'd had decades to reconsider, to resist, to find other paths. Their continued service was harder to excuse. And then there were the special cases. People whose situations defied easy categorization. Draco Malfoy was one of them. The defendant was marked at 16, under threat of death to himself and his family. His defender argued. He was a child, forced into an impossible situation by adults who should have protected him. The defendant facilitated a Death Eater invasion of Hogwarts, the prosecutor countered. He nearly killed 2 students with his misguided attempts to complete his assigned task. Child or not, his actions had real consequences. Harry sat in the gallery, watching his former rival face judgment. Draco's face was pale but composed. He'd known this was coming, had prepared for it. Does the defendant wish to speak? Draco stood slowly, only to say that the prosecution is correct. I did terrible things. I made choices that hurt people. And while I was young and scared, that doesn't erase the harm I caused. He met the tribunal's eyes. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a chance to make amends. To spend the rest of my life trying to undo even a fraction of the damage. The tribunal deliberated for 4 hours. Guilty of facilitation and reckless endangerment. Not guilty of murder or torture. The judge's expression was unreadable. Sentence: 3 years supervised rehabilitation, with mandatory community service and ongoing evaluation. The defendant shows genuine remorse and potential for reform. The tribunal recommends therapeutic support rather than punitive measures. Draco's shoulders sagged with relief. From across the room, Narcissa let out a breath she'd clearly been holding for hours. It wasn't absolution, but it was a chance. The toll of the tribunals was heavy. Harry found himself exhausted in ways that sleep couldn't fix. The constant exposure to suffering, both the suffering of victims and the suffering of perpetrators, wore at something deep inside him. "You need a break," Hermione said, finding him staring at nothing in the library. "You've been attending every session for 3 weeks. That's not sustainable. Someone needs to witness this. Not you. Not every time." Hermione sat down beside him. "Harry, you've done enough. More than enough. Let other people carry some of the weight." "I don't know how to do that." "Learn." Her voice was gentle but firm. "You spent years being the only one who could save the world. That's not true anymore. There are hundreds of people working on reconstruction, on justice, on healing. You don't have to do everything yourself. It feels wrong to step back, like I'm abandoning responsibility. It's not abandonment. It's delegation. Hermione took his hand. The best leaders know when to let others lead. You've built something incredible here. A movement, a community, a chance at real change. Now let it function without you for a while. Harry wanted to argue. The urge to be involved, to control outcomes, to ensure things were done right. It was deeply ingrained. But Hermione was right. He was burning out. And a burned-out Harry was useless to everyone. Fine. 1 week. I'll take 1 week away from the tribunals. A month. 2 weeks. 3 weeks. And you actually rest, not just move your worrying to a different location. Harry almost smiled. You're very bossy, you know that? I prefer assertive. Now go find Daphne. She's been asking about you. Daphne was in the garden, reading a book in the afternoon sun. She looked up when Harry approached, and something in her expression softened. Hermione finally convinced you to take a break? Threatened, more like. Harry sat down beside her. Apparently, I'm not allowed to witness every tribunal proceeding ever. Shocking news. Daphne set down her book. How are you actually doing? And don't say fine. That's what you tell everyone else. Harry was quiet for a moment. I'm tired. More tired than I've ever been. And I keep waiting for something else to go wrong. For the next crisis. The next impossible problem. What if there isn't one? There's always one. Not always. Daphne reached over and took his hand. The war is over. Voldemort is dead. The Hollow King is banished. For the first time in your entire life, Harry, there's no prophesied enemy waiting to destroy you. That's what scares me. I don't know how to exist without a threat. Then learn, like the rest of us. Daphne squeezed his hand. I spent my whole life being defined by my family, by what they wanted, what they expected, what they forced me into. And then the mark broke and I was free and I had no idea who I was without those constraints. How did you figure it out? I'm still figuring it out. Every day. And that's okay. Daphne met his eyes. You don't have to have all the answers right now. You just have to be willing to look for them. Harry thought about that. About the identity he'd built around being the chosen one. About the emptiness he'd felt since giving up the scar. What if I don't like what I find? Then you change it. That's the beauty of being ordinary. You get to become whoever you want. Daphne smiled. Though personally, I think you'll find something good. You're irritatingly decent that way. Irritatingly, aggressively. It's very annoying. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. For the first time in weeks, he laughed. The break helped more than Harry wanted to admit. He spent the first few days just sleeping long, dreamless hours that slowly refilled reserves he hadn't realized were empty. Then he started walking the grounds, exploring the safe house property he'd never really examined, finding quiet spots where he could think without interruption. On the 4th day, he found Alecto Carrow. She was sitting on a bench at the edge of the property, staring at nothing. Harry almost turned around. He wasn't sure he was ready for this conversation, but something in her posture stopped him. She looked lost. Completely, utterly lost. Carrow. She startled, then relaxed when she saw who it was. Potter. Come to check on the monster. Come to check on a person. Harry sat down at the opposite end of the bench. How are you doing? How do you think? Alecto's voice was bitter. I testified at 3 tribunals this week. Watched people I've known for decades get sentenced. Some of them deserved it. Some of them. She trailed off. Some of them what? Some of them were just like me, caught up in something they didn't fully understand until it was too late. Alecto met his eyes. I'm not asking for sympathy. I know what I did. But there's a difference between people who reveled in the cruelty and people who just went along. Is there? You tell me. You've been sitting in those tribunals every day. You've seen the cases, the complications. Alecto's voice was tired. I used to think morality was simple. Good people, bad people. The Dark Lord's side, the other side. Now I see it's all just gray. That's not a comfortable realization. No, it's not. Alecto stood up, brushing off her robes. For what it's worth, I'm grateful. For the chance you gave me. For not just executing me when you had the excuse. I don't want gratitude. I know. But you have it anyway. She started walking back toward the house, then paused. Potter. Yeah. Whatever you're figuring out about yourself, don't take too long. The world needs people like you. People who can see the gray without being paralyzed by it. She left before Harry could respond. On the 10th day, news came that changed everything. Harry was having breakfast when Kingsley appeared, his face grave. We have a problem. Of course we do. Harry set down his fork. What now? Voldemort's body. Kingsley hesitated. It's gone. Harry's blood went cold. What do you mean, gone? I mean it vanished from the secured morgue sometime in the last 12 hours. No signs of forced entry. No magical traces we can identify. It's just gone. That's impossible. He's dead. I watched him die. I know. But his body is missing, and that raises questions we need to answer. Kingsley sat down heavily. There are rumors already. People saying he's not really dead. That he'll come back like he did before. He won't. The Horcruxes are destroyed. There's nothing anchoring him anymore. You're certain? Harry thought about it. Really thought. The Horcruxes had been systematically destroyed over the past year. The connection to the Hollow King had been severed. The Mark network was dissolved. Every mystical tie that had kept Voldemort alive was gone. I'm certain. Whatever happened to his body, he's not coming back. Then where did it go? Harry didn't have an answer. The investigation consumed the next several days. Every possible angle was explored. Loyalists who might have stolen the body as a relic. Enemies who might have taken it for desecration. Even the possibility of spontaneous magical dissolution. Nothing panned out. The body had simply vanished, leaving no trace. This is going to cause problems, Hermione said at the strategy meeting. People need closure. Seeing the body, knowing for certain that he's dead, that's psychologically important. We can't produce what we don't have. Then we need to address the rumors directly. Make a public statement. Explain what we know and what we don't. Hermione looked at Harry. You should be the one to do it. Why me? Because people trust you. Because you were there when he died. Because your word carries more weight than anyone else's. Harry didn't want to do it. The idea of standing in front of crowds, making speeches, being the face of reassurance, it was exactly the kind of thing he'd been trying to avoid. But Hermione was right. His word mattered. His voice could calm fears that no one else's could. Fine. Arrange it. The speech happened 2 days later. Harry stood on a hastily constructed platform in Diagon Alley, facing a crowd of several hundred people. Cameras from the Daily Prophet flashed. Quick quotes quills hovered, ready to capture every word. He felt sick. I know there are rumors, he began. About Voldemort. About whether he's really dead. About what his missing body means. The crowd murmured. Harry pressed on. I was there when he died. I watched him take his last breath. I saw the life leave his eyes. He is dead. Not temporarily. Not recoverable. Completely and permanently dead. Then where's the body? Someone shouted. I don't know. And honestly, it doesn't matter. Harry's voice strengthened. The body is just flesh. What made Voldemort dangerous, his power, his connections, his anchors to life, all of that is gone. Destroyed. Even if someone found a way to resurrect his physical form, there would be nothing to resurrect. The soul is gone. How can you be sure? Because I know more about how he stayed alive than anyone else. Harry touched his forehead, the smooth skin where the scar had been. I was connected to him for 16 years. I felt him die. I felt the connection sever. And I'm telling you with absolute certainty, Tom Riddle is not coming back. The crowd was silent. Harry could see the fear in their eyes, the desperate need to believe, warring with years of experience that said Voldemort always found a way. I know it's hard to trust, Harry said quietly. I know we've been burned before, but this time is different. This time we won. Really won. And the best way to honor that victory is to move forward. To build the world we want to live in. To not let his shadow hang over us forever. He stepped back from the podium. The crowd was still silent. Then, slowly, someone started clapping. Then another person. Then another. Within minutes, the entire crowd was applauding. Harry stood there, accepting the noise, and tried to believe his own words. That night he dreamed of darkness. Not the Hollow King, that presence was gone, banished forever. This was different, older. Something that existed in the spaces between worlds, watching and waiting. A voice whispered through the void. You think this is over? Harry couldn't respond, couldn't move. You think you've won. The darkness pressed closer. But winning and ending are not the same thing. The wheel turns. The cycle continues. And someday, not today, not tomorrow, but someday, the darkness will return. Harry woke up gasping. Beside him, Daphne stirred. Nightmare? Something like that. Harry stared at the ceiling, his heart pounding. Just a dream. But as sleep slowly reclaimed him, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. Something waiting. Something patient. Chapter 8. What we become 3 months after the war ended, Harry Potter was bored. He hadn't expected boredom. After 17 years of constant crisis, he'd assumed peace would feel like relief. Instead, it felt like waiting for a shoe that never dropped. You're pacing again, Daphne said without looking up from her book. They'd settled into a comfortable routine. Mornings together, afternoons pursuing separate activities, evenings reconnecting over dinner. It was domestic in a way Harry had never experienced. I'm not pacing. I'm walking with purpose. You're walking in circles. That's pacing. She finally looked up. What's bothering you? Nothing. Everything. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I don't know how to do this. Do what? Live. Just live. Without a mission. Without a threat. Without something to fight against. He stopped by the window, staring out at the grounds. I've been the chosen one since I was a baby. Every year of my life has been building toward something. And now that something is done, and I don't know what comes next. Daphne set down her book. Have you considered that maybe nothing has to come next? That you could just exist for a while? That's the problem. I don't know how to just exist. Neither did I. Daphne rose and crossed to him, sliding her arms around his waist from behind. When you broke my mark, I felt exactly like you do now. Lost. Purposeless. Like a puppet with cut strings. How did you get past it? I'm still getting past it. Every day. She rested her chin on his shoulder. But it helps to have something to focus on. Something small and manageable. Not saving the world, just making one corner of it slightly better. Like what? Like the school Hermione's starting. Have you thought about getting involved with that? Harry had heard about the school. Hermione's grand project to reform wizarding education. A new institution that would teach magic without the blood prejudice, without the house rivalry, without the systemic failures that had allowed someone like Voldemort to rise. I'm not a teacher. You taught Dumbledore's army. You were good at it. That was different. That was survival training, not actual education. The skills transfer. Daphne released him and moved to face him directly. Harry, you have knowledge that most people will never have. About dark magic. About how to fight it. About the psychological manipulation that Death Eaters use to recruit and control. That's valuable. It's also traumatic. Yes, which is exactly why students need to learn about it from someone who survived. Daphne's expression was serious. The next generation deserves to understand what happened. Not a sanitized version, the real thing, so they can recognize the warning signs and stop it from happening again. Harry thought about that. About the students who would grow up in the post-war world, hearing stories about Voldemort that would inevitably become distorted over time. About how easy it would be for history to repeat itself if people forgot what darkness really looked like. I'll talk to Hermione. Daphne smiled. Good. Now come have lunch. You've been pacing for an hour and you need food. Hermione's office was buried under approximately 3 tons of paperwork. "Sorry about the mess," she said, clearing a stack of documents off a chair so Harry could sit. "Turns out founding a school involves slightly more bureaucracy than I anticipated." "Slightly? Fine. Massively more. The ministry has requirements for everything. Building codes, curriculum approval, staff certification, student safety standards." She trailed off, gesturing helplessly at the chaos. "I've been at this for 2 months and I'm not even halfway through the permit process." "Sounds miserable." "It's necessary. The old system failed us, Harry. Hogwarts taught us how to cast spells, but it didn't teach us how to think critically, how to question authority, how to recognize manipulation." Hermione's voice carried the fervor of someone who'd spent considerable time thinking about this. "We need something better. And you want me to be part of that? I want you to teach." Hermione pulled a folder from one of the stacks. "Defense against the dark arts, obviously. But more than that, practical experience. What it actually feels like to face darkness. The psychological realities of conflict." "That sounds like trauma education." "It is trauma education, but age-appropriate and carefully designed." Hermione opened the folder. "I've been working with mind healers to develop a curriculum. Something that exposes students to difficult realities without re-traumatizing them. It's delicate work." Harry looked at the papers. Lesson plans, psychological frameworks, carefully worded discussions about fear and manipulation and the seductive nature of power. "You've really thought this through." "I've been thinking about it since 5th year. Since Umbridge proved that the ministry couldn't be trusted to educate us properly." Hermione's expression was complicated. "We almost lost the war because people didn't know how to fight back. Because they'd been taught to trust authority instead of thinking for themselves. I don't want that to happen again." "Neither do I." Harry set down the folder. "Okay, I'm in. But I have conditions." "Name them." "I'm not doing this alone. I want other veterans involved, people who can share different perspectives. Ron, if he's willing. Some of the reformed Death Eaters, if they're up for it." Hermione blinked. "You want former Death Eaters teaching students?" "I want students to hear from people who made wrong choices and lived with the consequences. I want them to understand that evil isn't some distant monster. It's ordinary people making bad decisions for understandable reasons." Harry met her eyes. "The best way to prevent another Voldemort is to show kids exactly how someone becomes a Death Eater. The gradual steps, the rationalizations, the point where you realize you've gone too far but don't know how to stop." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "That's actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised." "I'm not. I'm impressed." She smiled. "Okay, we'll do it your way. But we need to be careful about which former Death Eaters we include. Some of them aren't ready for that kind of responsibility. I'll talk to Narcissa. She can help identify the right candidates." "Perfect." Hermione stood up, extending her hand. "Welcome to the staff, Professor Potter." Harry took her hand, feeling something shift inside him. Not excitement exactly, but purpose. Maybe this was what coming next looked like. The news of Harry's teaching appointment spread quickly. Public reaction was mixed. Some people were enthusiastic. Who better to teach defense than the wizard who'd defeated Voldemort? Others were skeptical. Harry Potter had no formal teaching credentials, no educational experience beyond a student club, and a few were outraged. "You can't be serious." The letter arrived 3 days after the announcement, written in cramped, angry handwriting. Harry Potter as a teacher? The boy who broke 1,000 dark marks and thinks he understands consequences? He should be in therapy, not a classroom. Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside. There would be more like it. People who couldn't separate him from the war, who saw him as a weapon rather than a person. "Fan mail?" Daphne asked, spotting the letter. "Hate mail. Someone thinks I'm too damaged to teach children." "Are they wrong?" "Probably not." Harry leaned back in his chair. "I am damaged, pretty severely, but damaged people can still be useful. And I'd rather have someone who understands trauma teaching about it than someone who only knows it from textbooks. That's a very healthy perspective. Hermione's been making me read mind healer literature. Apparently, integration of difficult experiences is the goal, not pretending everything's fine. Harry smiled slightly. I'm a work in progress. Aren't we all? Daphne sat down across from him. Speaking of progress, I've made a decision. About what I want to do with my life. Now that I have one. She took a breath. I want to work with the tribunal system, help evaluate cases, use my experience to identify who's genuinely reformed and who's just playing the part. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's heavy work. I know, but I'm uniquely qualified for it. I know how Death Eaters think, how they manipulate, how they pretend. And I know what genuine change looks like because I've been through it. Daphne's voice was steady. I want to make sure that the people who deserve second chances get them, and the people who are faking it don't. You'd be good at that. I think I would be too. She smiled. Look at us, both finding purpose, both contributing to something bigger than ourselves. Very responsible adults. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The first planning meeting for the school happened a week later. Harry arrived at Hermione's office to find a group already assembled. Ron, looking slightly uncomfortable in the academic setting. Narcissa, elegant and watchful. Neville, whose presence surprised Harry, and Luna, whose presence surprised no one. I've asked everyone here because you each bring something valuable, Hermione began. Different perspectives on the war, different experiences, different lessons learned. The goal is to create a curriculum that doesn't shy away from difficult truths. What kind of difficult truths? Neville asked. All of them. How Voldemort recruited followers. How the Ministry failed to stop him. How good people became complicit in terrible things. Hermione looked around the table. We're not writing propaganda. We're writing history. Honest history that acknowledges complexity. That's going to be controversial, Ron said. Everything worth doing is controversial. Hermione pulled out a stack of folders. I've drafted initial units for each of you. Harry handles combat and survival. Neville covers resistance and psychological warfare. Luna addresses propaganda and manipulation. Narcissa explains the internal mechanics of Death Eater culture. Ron. Wait. Ron held up a hand. Narcissa is teaching about Death Eater culture? To children. Who better? She lived it. Hermione's voice was calm. Students need to understand how ordinary people get drawn into extremist movements. Narcissa can explain that from the inside. Some parents won't accept it. Some parents won't accept any of this. That's why attendance will be voluntary. Hermione looked at Narcissa. Are you comfortable with this role? Narcissa was quiet for a moment. I'll be telling children about the worst choices I ever made, explaining how I rationalized them, showing them exactly how seductive darkness can be when you're scared and desperate and looking for something to believe in. Her voice was measured. It will be the hardest thing I've ever done. But yes, I'm comfortable with it. Good. Hermione turned to Luna. What about you? Ready to teach about propaganda? Luna smiled dreamily. I've been thinking about how the Quibbler covered the war. My father published things that seemed crazy to most people, but turned out to be true. Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet published things that seemed credible, but turned out to be lies. The difference between truth and propaganda isn't always obvious. That's exactly the kind of nuance we need. Hermione made a note. Neville, I'll teach about resistance, about what it means to fight when winning seems impossible. About how we kept hope alive during the worst of it. Neville's expression was serious. But I want to be honest about the cost, too. The people we lost. The compromises we made. Resistance isn't glorious. It's just necessary. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. This was right. This was what came next. Not another war, but the work of preventing wars. Building something instead of destroying something. Ron. Hermione prompted. Ron shifted uncomfortably. I still don't know what I'm supposed to contribute. Strategy. Tactics. how to organize resistance without getting caught. Hermione smiled. You coordinated our efforts for over a year. You turned a safe house full of former enemies into a functional organization. That's exactly the kind of practical knowledge students need. I'm not a teacher. Neither was Harry. Neither was I until I decided to be. Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. We're all learning as we go, Ron. That's the point. Ron looked at their joined hands, then at the faces around the table. Former enemies and old friends, united by a common purpose. Fine, he said finally. But if I'm terrible at this, you can't blame me. Wouldn't dream of it. The school opened 6 months later. They called it the Phoenix Academy, a name that acknowledged destruction and renewal, endings and beginnings. The first class consisted of 40 students, ages 11 to 17, drawn from families across the ideological spectrum. Harry's first lesson was terrifying. He stood at the front of the classroom, facing 24 young faces, and felt completely unprepared. These weren't soldiers learning survival skills. They were children who'd grown up in the shadow of war, looking to him for wisdom he wasn't sure he had. I'm not going to tell you that fighting dark magic is easy, he began. It's not. It's terrifying and exhausting, and sometimes you fail no matter how hard you try. But I'm also not going to tell you it's impossible. Because I'm standing here, alive, having faced the worst darkness our world has ever produced. And I survived. A hand went up. A girl, maybe 12, with dark curls and skeptical eyes. Yes. How did you survive? Everyone says you were the chosen one, but that doesn't really explain anything. Harry smiled slightly. Good question. The truth is, being the chosen one didn't protect me. It just made me a target. What actually kept me alive was help from my friends. Refusing to give up even when things seemed hopeless. And making decisions that prioritized other people's safety over my own. That sounds like luck. Some of it was luck. But some of it was skill that I developed through practice. And some of it was character, the willingness to do what's right even when it's dangerous. Harry looked around the classroom. That's what I'm here to teach you. Not spells, you'll learn those elsewhere. I'm teaching you how to think, how to stay calm under pressure, how to make hard choices when there are no good options. Another hand. A boy this time, older, with the hard eyes of someone who'd seen too much. My father was a Death Eater. He died at the battle where you killed Voldemort. The boy's voice was flat, challenging. Are you going to teach us that everyone who followed him was evil? The room went silent. Harry felt the weight of the moment. One wrong word could shatter everything. No, he said carefully. I'm going to teach you that most people who followed Voldemort were ordinary, scared, looking for belonging and purpose. Some of them did evil things. Some of them just went along. And some of them eventually found the courage to choose differently. He met the boy's eyes. Your father's choices were his own. They don't define you. Everyone says they do. Everyone is wrong. We built this school specifically to teach people that they're more than their parents' mistakes. Harry took a breath. You're here because someone believed you deserve a chance to become whoever you want to be. Not a Death Eater's son. Just a student, learning alongside everyone else. The boy stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, some of the hardness in his expression faded. Okay. Harry nodded. Okay. Now, let's talk about fear. The weeks blurred into a rhythm. Harry taught 3 classes, beginning, intermediate, and advanced, and found himself unexpectedly engaged. The students challenged him, asked difficult questions, refused to accept easy answers. They were exactly the kind of critical thinkers Hermione had hoped to cultivate. Narcissa's classes were the most controversial. She taught in the afternoon, to the oldest students only, and her sessions regularly left participants shaken. She didn't sugarcoat anything, the seduction of power, the rationalization of cruelty, the slow erosion of conscience that turned ordinary people into monsters. I told myself that blood purity was just tradition, Harry overheard her saying during one session. That the violence was necessary for a greater cause. That the people who suffered deserved it somehow. Those were lies I told myself because the truth was unbearable. "What was the truth?" a student asked. "That I was scared. Scared of being rejected by my family. Scared of losing my status. Scared of the Dark Lord's punishment if I questioned anything." Narcissa's voice was steady, but Harry could hear the pain underneath. Fear is the foundation of fascism. Not hatred, fear. The hatred comes later, as justification. Harry waited until the students left before approaching. That was intense. Narcissa turned, her expression carefully controlled. It needs to be intense. They need to understand viscerally how this happens. Intellectual understanding isn't enough. "Are you okay?" "I'm reliving the worst years of my life in front of children, asking them to learn from my failures." Narcissa almost smiled. "No, I'm not okay, but I'm doing what needs to be done. That's more important than my comfort." "Is it helping? The teaching?" "I think so. Some of them look at me with disgust, they should, given what I've done. But others look at me with understanding. Like they're starting to see how the trap works." Narcissa straightened her robes. "If even one student recognizes the warning signs and walks away from darkness because of what I've taught them, it will be worth every moment of discomfort." "That's very noble. It's very practical. I'm paying a debt that can never be fully repaid. The least I can do is make the payments useful." Ron's tactical classes were the most popular. He'd found his stride surprisingly quickly, translating battlefield experience into practical lessons about organization, communication, and resource management. Students loved the hands-on exercises, mock scenarios where they had to coordinate responses to simulated crises. "You're good at this," Harry told him after observing a particularly effective session. "Don't sound so surprised." Ron was grinning, more relaxed than Harry had seen him in months. Turns out all those chess games were actually useful. Who knew? Hermione, probably. She knows everything. Ron's expression softened. "We're really doing this, aren't we? Building something that matters. Not just fighting fires, preventing them. Feels weird. Feels right." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on. Luna's teaching about media literacy, and I want to see if she actually uses the word Raxpert in an academic context." She did. Twice. The anniversary of Voldemort's death arrived without warning. 1 year. 365 days since Harry had watched the Dark Lord fall. Since Bellatrix had sacrificed herself. Since the war ended and everything changed. The Ministry planned commemorations. Speeches were written. Memorials were dedicated. The wizarding world prepared to celebrate its liberation with appropriate pomp and circumstance. Harry wanted nothing to do with any of it. "You have to make an appearance," Kingsley said, his tone apologetic. "People need to see you, to know you're still here, still fighting for them." "I'm teaching children. Isn't that fighting for them?" "It's not the same. The symbol matters, Harry. The boy who lived. The one who ended it. People need to see that symbol standing strong." Harry wanted to argue. The symbol felt hollow now, a costume he'd worn for so long that people couldn't see the person underneath. But Kingsley was right. The appearance mattered more than his comfort. One speech, 20 minutes. Then I'm leaving. That's all we need. The anniversary ceremony was held at the Hogsmeade Memorial, a massive monument listing the names of everyone who died in the war. Both sides. Hermione had insisted on that, and after considerable debate, the Ministry had agreed. Harry stood before the crowd, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes. He'd prepared remarks, but looking at the sea of faces, grieving, hopeful, expectant, the words seemed inadequate. He set aside his notes. 1 year ago, I watched Voldemort die. I thought that was the end. That once he was gone, everything would be okay. Harry paused. I was wrong. The crowd murmured. This wasn't the triumphant speech they'd expected. The war didn't end when Voldemort fell. The damage he caused, to families, to institutions, to our collective psyche, that's still being repaired. Will be repaired for generations. Harry's voice strengthened. But we are repairing it. Every day. Through tribunals that seek justice without vengeance. Through schools that teach critical thinking instead of blind obedience. Through the slow, difficult work of building a world where someone like Voldemort can never rise again. He looked at the names on the memorial. So many names. People he'd known. People he'd never met. All of them gone because of a war that should never have happened. This monument lists victims from both sides. That was controversial. Some people think Death Eaters don't deserve to be remembered alongside their victims. Harry took a breath. But most Death Eaters were victims too. Of manipulation, of fear, of a system that failed to protect them from darkness. They made terrible choices, and they should be held accountable for those choices. But they were still human beings. They still had families who loved them. And forgetting that, pretending that evil is always external, always other, that's exactly how we let it happen again. The crowd was completely silent. I don't want to be a symbol anymore. I've been the boy who lived, the chosen one, the defeater of Dark Lords. I've been everything people needed me to be. But those titles, those symbols, they're not who I am. They're just roles I played because someone had to. Harry met the eyes of the crowd. The real heroes of this war weren't symbols. They were ordinary people who did extraordinary things, who risked everything for people they loved, who refused to give up even when hope seemed impossible. He gestured at the memorial. Those are the people we should remember. Not me. Not Voldemort. The thousands of ordinary people who lived and died and fought and loved and never asked for recognition. Harry's voice cracked slightly. They're the ones who won this war. They're the ones who deserve our gratitude. And they're the ones we should be working to become. He stepped back from the podium. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, somewhere in the crowd, someone started to applaud. Then another. Then another. By the time Harry reached the edge of the crowd, the entire assembly was on its feet. That night, Harry sat alone in his quarters at the school. Daphne was working late, tribunal evaluations that couldn't wait. The students were asleep. The grounds were quiet. And Harry found himself, for the first time in months, completely at peace. He'd done it. Found purpose. Found meaning. Found a way to exist that wasn't defined by crisis and combat. It wouldn't last forever. Nothing did. But for now, for this moment, it was enough. A knock at the door broke his reverie. Come in. Luna entered, her expression unusually serious. Harry, I need to show you something. What is it? I've been having dreams. About the Hollow King. About darkness returning. Luna sat down across from him. I know you banished it. I know the connection is severed. But something is stirring. Something old. Harry felt a chill despite the warm room. The Hollow King is gone. I felt it leave. The Hollow King, yes. But there are other things. Other powers. The Hollow King wasn't alone in the darkness. Luna's eyes met his. I've seen them, Harry. In my dreams. Watching. Waiting. Learning from what happened. Learning what? Learning that they can be reached. That the barrier can be weakened. That humans are capable of opening doors they shouldn't open. Luna's voice was soft but urgent. The Hollow King failed because you were prepared. Because you understood what you were fighting. But the next threat, whatever it is, might not be so obvious. Might not announce itself until it's too late. Harry processed this. The familiar weight of responsibility settling back onto his shoulders. What do you want me to do? Watch. Listen. Prepare. Luna stood up. You've built something beautiful here. Something worth protecting. Don't let your guard down just because one enemy is gone. She left without another word. Harry sat in the darkness for a long time, thinking about enemies and vigilance and the never-ending nature of the fight against darkness. Then he went to bed. Tomorrow there would be students to teach, a world to protect, a future to build. Whatever came next, he'd face it. He always did. Chapter 9. The Marked King. The nightmare started with whispers. Harry stood in darkness. Not the empty void of the Hollow King, but something different, deeper. This darkness had texture, layers, a sense of ancient things watching from just beyond perception. You thought it ended, the whispers said. You thought victory meant safety. Harry tried to respond, but his voice wouldn't come. The Hollow King was merely the first to reach through, the loudest, the most desperate. The whispers coiled around him like smoke. But we are patient. We have always been patient. And now we know the door can be opened. A shape emerged from the darkness. Not the Hollow King, something else entirely. Smaller, more human, familiar in a way that made Harry's blood run cold. Voldemort. But not Voldemort. The figure wore Tom Riddle's face. But the eyes were wrong. Too deep, too old. Something ancient looked out through those stolen features, wearing the Dark Lord's body like a suit. You banished one threat and created another, the thing said with Voldemort's voice. The body you let vanish. The soul fragments you scattered. Did you think they simply ceased to exist? Harry woke up screaming. Dawn found him in the library, surrounded by books about soul magic and spiritual residue and the metaphysics of death. You look terrible. Daphne appeared in the doorway, concern evident on her face. Did you sleep at all? Nightmare. Bad one. About. Harry hesitated. The dream had felt different from ordinary nightmares. More real, more urgent. More like the visions he used to receive through his connection to Voldemort. But that connection was severed. Had been severed for over a year. There was no way, Harry. Daphne crossed to him, taking his hands. Talk to me. I saw Voldemort. Or something wearing Voldemort's face. Harry's voice was rough. It said the body we lost, the soul fragments, they didn't just disappear. Something else found them. Something like the Hollow King? Something worse. Something that learned from what happened with the Hollow King. Harry met her eyes. Luna warned me. Weeks ago. She said there were other things watching. Learning. Waiting. And you didn't tell anyone? I thought it was just Luna being Luna. Cryptic warnings about invisible threats. Harry pulled away, running his hands through his hair. But this dream, it felt real, Daphne. It felt like a message. A message from what? I don't know. But I think we need to find out. The emergency meeting convened within the hour. Harry gathered everyone who mattered: Hermione, Ron, Kingsley, Narcissa, Luna, Neville, Daphne. The core of what they'd built together, now facing the possibility that their victory had been incomplete. Voldemort's body vanished a year ago, Harry began. We assumed it was stolen by loyalists or destroyed by magic. But what if it was taken by something else? Something that wanted the residual power it contained. The Horcruxes were destroyed, Hermione said carefully. His soul should have been completely untethered. Should have been. But we're dealing with magic we don't fully understand. Harry looked at Luna. You've been having dreams too. Tell them what you told me. Luna's expression was uncharacteristically serious. The Hollow King wasn't alone in the darkness. It was just the one that found a way through first. Others have been watching, studying, learning from its mistakes. She paused. And they found what the Hollow King never did, a ready-made vessel. A body already saturated with dark magic. A soul already fragmented beyond normal comprehension. You're saying something possessed Voldemort's corpse, Kingsley said flatly. I'm saying something is using what's left of him. The body, the scattered soul fragments, the magical residue of a wizard who spent 50 years channeling power from beyond our reality. Luna's voice was soft. They're building something, or rebuilding something. And when they're finished, we'll be facing Voldemort again. Ron finished. But worse, because whatever's driving him won't have any of his weaknesses. The room fell silent. We need more information, Hermione said finally. Speculation isn't enough. We need to know exactly what we're dealing with. How do we get that information? The same way we always have. Research, investigation. Finding people who know things we don't. Hermione looked at Narcissa. The Malfoy Vault. Were there any texts about entities beyond the Hollow King? Other powers that might try to breach our reality? There were references. Incomplete. The Hollow King was always the primary focus. Narcissa's expression was thoughtful. But my husband's grandfather was obsessive about cataloging threats. If information exists, it would be in the deeper archives. Then we start there. The journey back to Malfoy Manor felt like stepping into the past. Harry hadn't been to the estate since the night they'd rescued Luna. The memories were unpleasant. Dark corridors, Death Eater patrols, the constant awareness of danger lurking around every corner. Now the manor was empty, abandoned. The Death Eaters who'd occupied it were dead or imprisoned, and the Malfoy family had no desire to return to a place so saturated with trauma. The archives are in the sub-basement, Narcissa said, leading them through dusty hallways. My husband showed me once years ago. I doubt anyone else knows they exist. Not even Voldemort? Especially not Voldemort. The Malfoys have always kept secrets from their masters. Narcissa's voice carried a hint of dark humor. It's how we've survived so many regime changes. The sub-basement was deeper than Harry expected, 3 levels below the main dungeons. Access through a series of concealed passages and bloodlocked doors. The architecture grew older as they descended, shifting from relatively modern stonework to something that looked almost ancient. This section predates the current manor, Narcissa explained. The original estate was built on an older foundation. My husband's family has occupied this land for over 1,000 years. Convenient for dark magic research. That was rather the point. The archive itself was a circular chamber lined with shelves that stretched into darkness overhead. Thousands of books, scrolls, and artifacts filled the space. A repository of forbidden knowledge accumulated over generations. We're looking for anything related to entities beyond the Hollow King, Hermione said, already scanning the nearest shelves. Alternative threats, parallel powers, anything that might have learned from the Hollow King's attempt to breach our world. They split up, each taking a section of the archive. Harry found himself in a corner dedicated to what the labels called External Threats Classification. The texts were old, some barely legible, but the general theme was consistent. The Hollow King wasn't unique. Found something, he called out. The others gathered around as Harry spread an ancient text on a reading table. The language was archaic, but Hermione cast a translation charm that made it readable. The Court of Shadows, she read aloud. 7 entities of the outer dark, bound together by hunger that transcends mortality. The Hollow King is but one, the Wanderer, the Opener of Ways. His siblings wait beyond the veil. The Collector of Souls, the Wearer of Faces, the Dreamer of Ends, the Hunger that Walks, the Voice of Nothing, and the one called Only the Inevitable. 7 of them, Ron said grimly. There are 7 of these things. And the Hollow King was just one. Hermione continued reading. The Collector of Souls is said to prize fragments above all else. Broken spirits, shattered essences, incomplete beings that might be gathered and reconstructed according to its design. Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry said quietly. He shattered his soul into 7 pieces. That's exactly the kind of thing this collector would want. It gets worse. Hermione's voice was strained. The collector has been known to wear the faces of those it claims, using their memories and power as its own. A soul fragmented willingly is considered the greatest prize, for it contains not merely essence but intent. The will to persist beyond natural death. The implications hung in the air. Voldemort wanted immortality more than anything, Narcissa said slowly. He fragmented his soul specifically to avoid death. That kind of focused intent would make his fragments incredibly valuable to this thing, Harry finished. It's not just wearing his body, it's using his obsession, his drive, his absolute refusal to accept death. Then what we're facing isn't just Voldemort's corpse animated by an external force, Hermione said. It's a merger, something that combines Voldemort's knowledge and power with an ancient entity's capabilities. Fantastic. Ron's voice was flat. Because regular Voldemort wasn't hard enough to kill. They spent 3 days in the archive, gathering everything relevant to the Court of Shadows. The picture that emerged was terrifying. The 7 entities were older than recorded history, perhaps older than humanity itself. They existed in a realm beyond normal reality, feeding on whatever they could reach through the barriers separating their world from ours. The Hollow King had been the most aggressive, constantly seeking ways to break through entirely. Its failure had been instructive to its siblings, who now understood that subtlety might work where force had failed. The collector doesn't need to break the barrier, Hermione explained during their final briefing. It just needs vessels, incomplete souls that it can inhabit, using their connection to our world as an anchor. And Voldemort's soul fragments are perfect for that, Harry said. More than perfect. They're ideal. A soul fragmented by dark magic, saturated with power, driven by an obsession that aligns perfectly with the collector's nature. Hermione's expression was grim. If this thing successfully merges with all of Voldemort's fragments, how many fragments are we talking about? Kingsley interrupted. I thought the Horcruxes were destroyed. They were. But destroying a Horcrux doesn't annihilate the soul fragment. It releases it. Normally, released fragments dissipate naturally. But if something was waiting to catch them, then every Horcrux we destroyed was actually feeding this thing. Harry felt sick. We thought we were winning. We were actually making it stronger. Not intentionally. You couldn't have known. But the result is the same. Harry stood up, pacing. 7 fragments. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul. If the collector has gathered all of them, it's possible it hasn't, Narcissa interjected. The fragments were released at different times in different locations. Some might have dissipated before the collector could reach them. How do we find out? We locate the collector. See what it's become. Narcissa's voice was steady. If it's still incomplete, we might have a chance to stop it before it finishes merging. If it's already whole, then we're in serious trouble. Finding the collector proved easier than expected. Not because it was hiding poorly, but because it wasn't hiding at all. 3 days after they left the Malfoy archives, reports started coming in from across Britain. Sightings of a figure that looked like Voldemort, walking openly through wizarding communities, seemingly unconcerned about being seen. It's announcing itself, Daphne observed, making sure people know it's back. Why would it do that? Terror. The same reason Voldemort always operated in the open when he was strong enough. Fear is a weapon. Daphne's expression was troubled. But there's something else. These sightings, they're all at locations where Horcruxes were destroyed. Harry examined the map they'd created, marking each sighting. The pattern was clear. The collector was visiting the sites in order: the Gaunt Shack, the cave where the locket had been hidden, Hogwarts where the diadem was destroyed. It's not just announcing itself. It's completing a ritual. What kind of ritual? I don't know. But it's following a specific path, hitting specific locations. Harry traced the pattern on the map. If I had to guess, I'd say it's gathering residual energy. Whatever was left behind when the Horcruxes were destroyed. Finishing the merger, Hermione said quietly. It's absorbing the last traces of Voldemort's soul. Then we need to stop it, now, before it completes the circuit. Harry looked at the next location in the pattern, the spot in the forest where he'd destroyed the locket. They had maybe 24 hours before the collector reached it. We set a trap. The forest was exactly as Harry remembered. Cold, dark, thick with trees that seemed to absorb light and sound. The clearing where Ron had destroyed the locket was just ahead. A small open space that still felt wrong, even after all these years. This is where it happened, Harry said quietly. Where Ron stabbed the locket. Ron stood beside him, his expression complicated. I still have nightmares about what it showed me, what it tried to make me believe. That's exactly why this location matters to the collector. The trauma, the emotional energy, feeds on that. They'd come with a full team: Harry, Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Neville, and a dozen trained fighters from the Phoenix Academy's advanced classes. They'd prepared extensively, studying everything they could about the collector, developing strategies to contain and combat an entity that existed partially outside normal reality. Harry wasn't sure any of it would be enough. Movement, one of the scouts reported. Something's approaching from the north. Moving slowly, deliberately, everyone in position. Remember, contain first, fight second. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we commit to full engagement. The team spread out, forming a loose perimeter around the clearing. Harry positioned himself at the center, where the locket had been destroyed. If the collector was following residual energy, this was where it would come. Minutes passed. The forest grew darker. Then he appeared. The figure that stepped into the clearing wore Voldemort's face. But the resemblance was superficial. The movements were wrong, too fluid, too alien, like something that had learned to operate a human body from a distance. The eyes were the worst part. Deep and empty and hungry in a way that made Harry's soul recoil. Harry Potter. The voice was Voldemort's, but distorted, layered, like multiple voices speaking in imperfect unison. I wondered when you would come. You're not Voldemort. I am everything Voldemort was. His memories, his power, his ambition. The thing smiled, and it was horrible. But I am also more. The fragments your enemy created, they called to me across the void, begged me to give them purpose, to make them whole again. You're using him. I am completing him, giving him the immortality he always craved. The collector spread its arms. Through me, Tom Riddle will never die. His hatred, his brilliance, his magnificent cruelty, all preserved forever. He was a monster. Yes, a glorious monster. And now his monstrous will serve a greater purpose. The collector's eyes fixed on Harry. You fascinate me, little sacrifice. You defeated the Hollow King. Closed the door my sibling had pried open. I did not think humans capable of such things. We're full of surprises. Indeed, which is why I have come to offer you a choice. The collector stepped closer. Join me. Let me add your essence to my collection. Your determination, your resilience, your impossible capacity for survival. These are traits I value. I'll pass. You misunderstand. I am not offering partnership. I am offering absorption. The collector's smile widened. You will cease to exist as a separate entity. But your strengths will persist, incorporated into something far greater than you could ever be alone. Definitely passing. Then I will take what I want by force. The attack came without warning. The battle was unlike anything Harry had experienced. The collector didn't fight like Voldemort had, with curses and hexes and the tools of wizarding combat. It fought with reality itself, bending space and time around its form, existing in multiple places at once, striking from angles that shouldn't be possible. Harry's team scattered, their carefully planned formation breaking apart as the collector moved through them like smoke through a broken window. Spells passed through its form harmlessly. Physical attacks connected but seemed to cause no damage. It's not fully here, Hermione shouted. It's existing partly in our world and partly somewhere else. Then how do we fight it? I don't know. Harry dodged a strike that would have taken his head off and found himself face to face with the collector. Up close, the wrongness was even more apparent. The skin too smooth, the features too perfect, like a painting of a person rather than a person. You cannot win, the collector said. You defeated the Hollow King because you had a weapon, your connection to its power. But you severed that connection, gave up your advantage. Now you are merely human. Humans have beaten worse odds. Have they? The collector tilted its head. Show me. Harry reached deep, not for the power he'd lost, but for something else. The thing that had always defined him, that had let him survive impossible situations long before he'd understood the magic of his scar. Stubborn refusal to give up. He attacked. Not with spells, those were useless. Not with strategy, the collector was too fast, too unpredictable. He attacked with pure intention, throwing himself at the entity with everything he had, forcing it to deal with him directly instead of picking off his teammates. The collector seemed surprised. Its attacks became more focused, more intense, all aimed at the single human foolish enough to challenge it directly. That was what Harry had wanted. Now, he shouted. The trap activated. Hermione had spent 3 days preparing the ritual, a containment circle built from principles stolen from the Malfoy archives. It wouldn't destroy the collector, but it might hold it long enough to figure out how. Silver fire erupted from the ground, forming a cage around the entity. The collector screamed. A sound that existed partly outside normal hearing, and thrashed against the barrier. "It's working," Ron shouted. "It's holding," Hermione corrected. "That's not the same thing." Harry watched the collector struggle against its confinement. The silver fire was definitely causing it pain, but the entity was strong. Stronger than they'd anticipated. Already, he could see the barrier weakening, the fire dimming. "How long do we have?" "Minutes. Maybe less." Hermione's voice was strained. "We need to figure out how to actually destroy it, not just contain it." "The soul fragments," Daphne said suddenly. "That's what's anchoring it here. Voldemort's pieces. If we could separate them." "How?" "We can't even touch the thing properly." "Not touch. Reach." Daphne looked at Harry. "You used to be connected to Voldemort. Through the scar. Even though the connection is gone, there might be residual resonance. Something you could use to reach the fragments inside this thing." "That's incredibly theoretical. Do you have a better idea?" Harry didn't. The barrier was failing. They had seconds at most. He stepped toward the containment circle. "Harry, what are you doing?" "Something stupid." He placed his hand against the silver fire. It burned, but not unbearably. "If there's any part of Voldemort still in there, any fragment that remembers who it was, I need to reach it." The collector's attention fixed on him. "What are you attempting?" "I'm talking to what's left of Tom Riddle." Harry met the entity's ancient eyes. "I know you're in there somewhere. Buried. Absorbed. But you were too stubborn to die completely. Too arrogant to let anything truly consume you. He is mine now. Part of me. There is no separation. There's always separation. That's the thing about souls, they resist merger. Even fragments want to be whole again. And I'm betting that somewhere in that stolen body, some part of Voldemort is screaming to get free." The collector laughed. "You understand nothing." "Maybe." Harry pushed harder against the barrier, reaching with everything he had. But Voldemort spent his whole life trying to escape death, trying to be eternal. And instead, he ended up as food for something older and hungrier than he ever imagined. That's not immortality. That's consumption. And I don't think he's okay with that. Something shifted in the collector's expression. A flicker of something that wasn't ancient hunger, something that looked almost like human rage. "Get out of my head." The voice was Voldemort's. Not the layered distortion of the collector, but the pure, undiluted fury of Tom Riddle refusing to be controlled. "That's it." Harry pushed harder. "Fight it. You're Voldemort, the Dark Lord. You don't serve anything. Anything serves you." The collector screamed again, but this time it was different, discordant. Two voices fighting for control of one body. "He is mine. I am in One's." The containment circle shattered, but instead of attacking, the collector collapsed inward, the body convulsing as two incompatible wills tore at each other from inside. "What did you do?" Hermione demanded. "I reminded Voldemort who he is." Harry watched the thing writhe. His ego was always his greatest weakness. He'd rather destroy himself than be subordinate to anything. The convulsions intensified. Silver fire, not from the containment circle, but from within the body itself, began to leak from the collector's eyes, mouth, ears. The entity was tearing itself apart, Voldemort's fragments rejecting the merger with the same stubborn fury that had defined him in life. "Get back!" Harry shouted. "Everyone back!" They ran. Behind them, the collector exploded. The aftermath was quiet. Where the entity had stood, there was nothing but a crater of scorched earth. Whatever remained of Voldemort's soul fragments, whatever was left of the collector's presence in their world, all of it was gone, annihilated by the conflict Harry had provoked. "Is it over?" Ron asked. "This one, yes." Harry looked at the sky. "But there are 6 more. 6 more entities in the Court of Shadows. And now they know we can fight back." That sounds like the opposite of reassuring. It is. Harry turned to face his friends, his family, really the people who'd stood beside him through everything. The Hollow King taught them that our world could be reached. The Collector taught them that we're dangerous. The next one will be smarter, more careful. Then we prepare, Hermione said firmly. We study. We develop defenses. We make sure we're ready. That's going to take years. We have years. The barriers between worlds don't weaken overnight. Hermione's expression was determined. We built a school to prepare people for the next threat. This is just confirmation that we were right to do it. Harry nodded slowly. The weight of responsibility settled back onto his shoulders. Different from before, but familiar. He'd wanted to be ordinary, had tried to step back from the endless fight against darkness. But some fights didn't end. Some responsibilities couldn't be delegated. Okay, he said finally. We prepare. We train. We make sure the next generation is ready for whatever comes through. He looked at Daphne. And we don't forget to live in the meantime, because if we spend all our time waiting for threats, we'll miss the things worth protecting. Daphne took his hand. That's very mature of you. Hermione's been making me read philosophy. That explains it. They walked back toward the academy together, leaving the scorched crater behind. Above them, the stars were coming out, distant lights in an infinite darkness. Somewhere out there, ancient things were watching, learning, waiting. But so was Harry Potter. And he'd beaten impossible odds before. He'd do it again. Chapter 10. Liberation. 5 years later, Harry Potter stood at the edge of the world. Not literally, though the cliff overlooking the Scottish Highlands felt close enough. Below him, the Phoenix Academy sprawled across the valley, its towers and courtyards filled with students who'd never known the terror of Voldemort's reign. A new generation, raised in peace, trained for threats they might never face. Harry hoped they'd never face them. You're brooding again. Daphne appeared beside him, her hair longer now, streaked with early gray that she refused to hide. The ceremony starts in an hour. I'm not brooding. I'm reflecting. Same thing. She slipped her arm through his. Nervous. Terrified. Good. That means you're taking it seriously. Today was graduation day for the Academy's first full-class students who'd entered as frightened 11-year-olds and emerged as confident young adults. 47 graduates, each one trained in the arts of defense, critical thinking, and moral reasoning that Harry and his colleagues had spent 5 years developing. It was also the day Harry was stepping down as head instructor. You could stay, you know, Daphne said quietly. No one would blame you. I know, but it's time. Harry watched the students gathering in the courtyard below. The school doesn't need me anymore. It needs fresh perspectives, new ideas, people who weren't shaped by the war. You were shaped by the war. That's exactly why they need you. They needed me. Past tense. Harry turned to face her. I've been teaching the same lessons for 5 years, fighting the same battles in my head. At some point, that stops being wisdom and starts being trauma on repeat. Daphne studied him for a long moment. What will you do instead? I don't know. That's the exciting part. Harry smiled. For the first time in my life, I don't have a destiny. No prophecy. No ancient evil to defeat. Just choices. That sounds terrifying. It is. But it's also freedom. He took her hand. Come on. We've got a ceremony to attend. The graduation ceremony was held in the Academy's central courtyard, under a sky-threatening rain but holding off out of apparent respect for the occasion. Harry sat on the platform with the other faculty, Hermione, who'd taken over as headmistress 2 years ago, Ron, who ran the tactical training program, Neville, whose resistance curriculum had become legendary, Luna, whose classes in media literacy were simultaneously the most popular and most confusing in the school, and Narcissa, whose courses on the psychology of extremism had proven so effective that the ministry had adopted her framework for their Auror training program. Quite a group, Kingsley said, settling into the seat beside Harry. He'd served his 6 months as interim minister, then surprised everyone by staying for another 4 years before finally retiring. Never thought I'd see former Death Eaters and Order members teaching side by side. Neither did I. But it works. Because you made it work. Kingsley's voice was warm. Don't underestimate what you've built here, Harry. This school, this community. It's the most important thing to come out of the war. I had help. Everyone has help. That doesn't diminish the achievement. Hermione rose to address the crowd, and the murmuring faded to silence. 5 years ago, we founded this academy with a simple goal: to create a generation that would never repeat the mistakes of the past. Her voice carried across the courtyard. Today, we celebrate our first graduates, young people who understand not just how to fight darkness, but how to recognize it, how to resist it, how to build something better. She gestured to the rows of graduates. You are not soldiers. You are not weapons. You are citizens, thinking, questioning, morally engaged citizens who will shape the future of our world. Hermione's expression was fierce with pride. Whatever challenges you face, whatever darkness you encounter, remember what you've learned here. Remember that evil thrives when good people do nothing. And remember that you are never, ever alone. The applause was thunderous. The individual recognitions took over an hour. Each graduate walked across the stage to receive their certification, pausing to shake hands with the faculty member who'd most influenced their education. Harry found himself shaking dozens of hands, looking into dozens of faces, seeing the future of the wizarding world staring back at him. One face stood out: Marcus Flint Jr., the boy who'd confronted Harry on his first day of teaching, the Death Eater's son who'd expected judgment and received understanding instead. He'd grown into a thoughtful young man, top of his class in ethical reasoning, headed for a career in wizarding law. Thank you, Marcus said as they shook hands, for believing I was more than my father's choices. You proved it yourself. I just gave you the space. That was enough. Marcus hesitated. I'm going to work with the tribunal system, help evaluate cases, make sure people get fair treatment regardless of their backgrounds. Daphne will be glad to hear it. She could use good people. Marcus nodded and moved on. Harry watched him go, feeling something warm spread through his chest. This was what victory looked like. Not defeated enemies, but healed communities. Not the end of darkness, but the cultivation of light. The celebration afterward was loud and chaotic and exactly what everyone needed. Harry circulated through the crowd, accepting congratulations and fielding questions about his plans. He kept his answers vague, partly because he genuinely didn't know what came next, and partly because the uncertainty felt liberating rather than frightening. Professor Potter. A young woman approached, her graduation robes still pristine. I wanted to thank you personally. For what? My mother was a Death Eater, marked at 19, killed during the final battle. The woman's voice was steady. I grew up thinking I was cursed, that her darkness was in my blood somehow. Your classes helped me understand that's not how it works. It really isn't. I know that now, but knowing it intellectually and believing it are different things. She met his eyes. You taught me that I get to choose who I become, that my mother's choices were hers, and mine are mine. That's the most important thing I've ever learned. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd given thousands of lectures over 5 years, covering everything from combat techniques to moral philosophy. But moments like this, individual students telling him that something he'd said had changed their lives, those still caught him off guard. What will you do now? He asked. I'm joining the International Confederation's new task force on dark magic prevention, traveling the world, studying how different cultures handle extremism, bringing back what I learn. She smiled. Spreading the Phoenix Academy's approach globally. That's ambitious. I learned from ambitious people. She extended her hand. Thank you, Professor, for everything. Harry shook her hand and watched her disappear into the crowd. Evening fell. The celebration continued, but Harry slipped away. He found his usual spot on the cliff, watching the stars emerge one by one. The weight of the day, the ceremony, the conversations, the constant awareness that an era was ending, pressed down on him. Thought I'd find you here. Ron settled onto the rock beside him, holding 2 bottles of butterbeer. You Irish exited your own graduation ceremony. I said goodbye to the people who mattered. Harsh. Ron handed him a bottle. So, what's the actual plan? You've been dodging that question all day. Because I don't have one. Harry took a long drink. For the first time in my life, I'm not preparing for anything. Not training for a fight. Not building toward a goal. Just existing. That sounds peaceful. It sounds terrifying. Harry looked at his oldest friend. I've been the chosen one since I was a baby. The boy who lived. The defeater of Dark Lords. Even after I gave up the scar, I was still the founder of the Phoenix Academy. Always a title. Always a role. And now I'm just Harry. Whoever that is. Ron was quiet for a moment. You remember third year? When we found out about Sirius, and everything we thought we knew turned out to be wrong. Hard to forget. I was terrified. Not of Sirius, of the uncertainty. Of not knowing what was true anymore. Ron took a drink. But you just kept going. Kept asking questions. Kept pushing until you found the real answer. I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice. You could have accepted the easy answer. Could have let the adults handle it. But that's not who you are. Ron met his eyes. You're the person who has to know. Who has to understand. Who can't rest until things make sense. Is that a compliment or a criticism? Both, probably. Ron smiled. My point is, you've never known who you are. You've always been figuring it out. That's not going to change just because you're not fighting Dark Lords anymore. Harry processed that. It was true in a way he'd never articulated. His entire life had been a process of discovery. Learning about magic, about his parents, about prophecies and horcruxes and ancient evils. The destination had never been the point. The journey was, when did you get wise? Hermione's been making me read philosophy. Ron grinned. Don't tell her it's actually working. The next morning, Harry packed his things. It didn't take long. He'd never accumulated much despite years at the academy. Clothes, books, a few personal items. Everything he owned fit in a single trunk. Traveling light. Daphne leaned against the doorframe watching him work. Very symbolic. Very practical. Hard to wander the world with too much baggage. Is that what you're doing? Wandering the world. Maybe. For a while. Harry closed the trunk and turned to face her. Come with me. Daphne's expression flickered. What? Come with me. Leave the tribunal work. You've trained enough people to take over. Leave the responsibility and the weight and the constant pressure. Harry crossed to her, taking her hands. We've spent 5 years building something for everyone else. Don't we deserve something for ourselves? That's very romantic and very impractical. Since when has practical ever been my thing? Daphne laughed, transformed her face, made her look younger, lighter. You're serious. Completely serious. I don't know where we'll go or what we'll do. But I know I don't want to do it without you. Harry met her eyes. We've been partners through everything. Through the war, through the rebuilding, through the school. Why stop now? Because we're not 20 anymore. Because we have responsibilities. Because we're scared. Harry's voice was gentle. I'm scared too. But I'm more scared of spending the rest of my life wondering what might have been. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly she smiled. I'll need to pack. I'll help. They left at noon, walking through the academy gates with nothing but their trunks and an uncertain future. Students lined the path, waving goodbye. Faculty members called out well wishes. The community Harry had spent 5 years building turned out to see him off, and for a moment, the weight of leaving threatened to overwhelm him. Then he reached the edge of the wards, looked back one final time, and felt something release. The academy would survive without him, would thrive without him. That was the whole point of building institutions. They outlasted their founders, carrying forward the ideas and values that mattered. His work here was done. Ready? Daphne asked. No. Let's go anyway. They apparat away. 3 months of wandering followed. They visited places Harry had only read about. The magical districts of Tokyo, the hidden libraries of Alexandria, the ancient ritual sites of Peru. They met witches and wizards from 100 different traditions, learned magic that British schools had never taught, experienced a world far larger and more diverse than either had imagined. It was exactly what Harry had needed. You're different, Daphne observed one evening in Barcelona. They were sitting on a rooftop, watching the Muggle city glitter below. Lighter, more present. I feel different. Harry stretched, enjoying the warm Moranian air. For the first time in my life, I'm not waiting for something. Not anticipating the next crisis. Just here. That's called peace. Is it? I'd forgotten what it felt like. You never knew what it felt like. You went from the Dursleys to Hogwarts to war to rebuilding. Peace wasn't an option. Harry thought about that. She was right. His entire life had been defined by conflict, by survival, by the constant need to fight or prepare for fighting. Peace wasn't just unfamiliar. It was genuinely foreign. How do people do this? He asked. Just live? Without a mission. They find smaller missions. Jobs, hobbies, relationships, children. Daphne glanced at him. Speaking of which, are you? No, not yet, but I've been thinking about it. She turned to face him fully. We've been together for 6 years. We've survived a war, built a school, saved the world from ancient evils. At some point, the question of what comes next becomes unavoidable. Harry's heart was racing. What are you saying? I'm saying that I love you. I've loved you since you grabbed my arm in that doorway and burned the darkness out of me. And I want... She paused, gathering herself. I want to build something with you. Not an institution. Not a legacy. A life. A family. If you want one. Harry looked at her. This woman who'd stumbled into his life broken and desperate. Who'd become his partner, his confidant, his anchor through everything that followed. Who was now offering him the one thing he'd never let himself hope for. A normal life. Family. A future that wasn't defined by darkness. Yes, he said. God, yes. Daphne's smile was radiant. Good. Because I was prepared to hex you if you said no. Romantic. Practical. She kissed him. Now shut up and enjoy the moment. He did. They married 3 months later, in a small ceremony at the Phoenix Academy. The guest list was deliberately limited, close friends, family, such as it was, the people who'd been with them through everything. Hermione officiated, Ron stood as witness, and Luna provided musical accompaniment on an instrument that might have been a harp or might have been a modified garden rake. Harry didn't care. He was marrying Daphne Greengrass, and nothing else mattered. I never thought I'd have this, Daphne said during her vows. A future. Family. Someone who looked at all my broken pieces and decided to stay anyway. You gave me that, Harry. You gave me the chance to become someone worth knowing. You were always worth knowing. You just needed someone to see it. That's very sweet. Also very sappy. Are we done being emotional now? Not quite. Harry took her hands. I spent my whole life being defined by other people's expectations. The chosen one. The boy who lived. The hero who was supposed to save everyone. But with you, I don't have to be any of that. I can just be Harry. And that's the greatest gift anyone's ever given me. Now who's being sappy? Learned from the best. Hermione cleared her throat. If the sappiness is concluded, I believe we have a marriage to complete. They completed it. The years that followed were quieter than either had expected. They settled in a cottage outside Edinburgh, close enough to the academy to visit, far enough to have their own life. Harry consulted occasionally on dark magic cases, but mostly focused on writing. A memoir initially, then a series of books on practical defense that became required reading for Auror trainees across Europe. Daphne continued her work with the tribunal system, but remotely, only traveling when absolutely necessary. She developed a framework for evaluating rehabilitation that had been adopted by 6 countries, and her expertise was in constant demand. And there were children. James came first, named for Harry's father, with Daphne's blonde hair and Harry's stubborn disposition. Then Lily, quieter than her brother, with a thoughtful intensity that reminded everyone of her mother. And finally Albus, the youngest, who seemed determined to be as different from his siblings as possible and succeeded magnificently. Harry watched them grow and marveled at the simplicity of it all. After everything he'd been through, the prophecies, the battles, the impossible choices, his greatest achievement was simply being present. Being a father. Being a husband. being ordinary. The 10th anniversary of the Academy's founding brought everyone together. The celebration was larger than Harry expected. Hundreds of graduates returning to share stories, dozens of faculty members past and present. A genuine sense of community that warmed something deep in his chest. Quite a turnout, Ron observed. They were standing on the same cliff where Harry had once brooded about his future. Who knew we'd be this popular? You're popular. I'm notorious. There's a difference. Keep telling yourself that. Ron nudged him. Seriously, though. You okay? I'm better than okay. Harry looked out at the gathering below. I'm happy, Ron. Actually, genuinely happy. I didn't know that was possible. After everything we went through, you earned it. Ron paused. We all did. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun set over the mountains. What do you think comes next? Ron asked eventually. For the school. For any of it. The world's changing. New threats emerging. The Court of Shadows is still out there, -2 of its members. Sooner or later, something else is going to try to break through. Probably. Harry wasn't worried. But that's not our fight anymore. We've trained a generation to handle what comes. Prepared them better than anyone prepared us. He looked at his friend. At some point, you have to trust that the work you've done matters. That the people you've taught will carry it forward. And if they can't, if something comes that's too big for them, then we help. We advise. We contribute what we can. Harry smiled. But we don't have to carry everything ourselves anymore. That's the whole point of building institutions. They outlast us. Ron considered this. When did you get so zen about everything? Daphne's been making me read philosophy. That explains it. The ceremony that evening was Hermione's triumph. She spoke about the Academy's founding, its growth, its impact on wizarding society across the globe. She introduced graduates who'd gone on to remarkable careers. Aurors, researchers, teachers, healers, diplomats. She painted a picture of a world transformed by education and understanding. But the moment Harry would remember most came at the end. 10 years ago, Hermione said, a group of people who had every reason to hate each other decided to try something different. They decided that the wounds of war could be healed, that enemies could become allies, that the future didn't have to repeat the past. She looked at Harry, then at Narcissa, then at the assembled crowd, former Death Eaters and Order members, students from every background, a community built on the radical idea that people could change. This academy exists because of that decision, because a handful of people chose reconciliation over revenge, understanding over condemnation, hope over despair. Hermione's voice was thick with emotion. And today, looking at what we've built, what all of you have built, I know it was the right choice. The applause was deafening. Harry clapped until his hands hurt, tears streaming down his face, surrounded by everyone he loved. This was what liberation looked like. Not the breaking of chains, but the building of something new. Not the defeat of enemies, but the transformation of communities. Not the end of darkness, but the cultivation of light strong enough to hold it back. Later that night, Harry found himself alone on the cliff one final time. The celebration had wound down. Most people had gone to bed. But Harry couldn't sleep, too full of emotion, too aware of the magnitude of what they'd accomplished. One more brooding session for old time's sake? Daphne appeared beside him, wrapped in a warm cloak against the chill. Reflecting, Harry corrected automatically. Of course. She slipped under his arm, pressing against his side. Big day. The biggest. And you know what's strange? What? I'm not sad. I thought I would be watching everything we built become its own thing independent of us. But instead, I'm proud. Relieved. Like I've finally finished something I started a long time ago. You have finished something. Daphne looked up at him. You broke the cycle, Harry. Generations of darkness, passing from one era to the next. You actually stopped it. We stopped it. We helped. But the vision was yours. The belief that people could change, that enemies could be redeemed, that the future could be different, that was you. She reached up and touched his face. You saw possibility where everyone else saw only pain. That's not nothing. Harry looked at the stars. The same stars he'd watched from this cliff for over a decade. The same infinite expanse that had witnessed his struggles, his victories, his transformation from traumatized hero to ordinary man. "Do you think it'll last?" he asked. "What we built. I think it'll change. Everything changes. But the core of it, the idea that understanding is better than fear, that people are more than their worst choices, that'll survive." Daphne smiled. "Because you planted it deep, in hundreds of students, in the institutions we created, in the very way our society thinks about conflict and redemption. That's very optimistic. I learned from an optimist." She kissed his cheek. "Come to bed. The children are finally asleep, and we should take advantage while we can." Harry took one last look at the valley below, at the academy that had become so much more than a school, at the community that had grown from the ashes of war. Then he turned and followed his wife inside. The stars kept watch overhead, unchanged and unchanging, as below them a world slowly, painfully, beautifully healed. Epilogue. 20 years later, James Potter graduated from the Phoenix Academy at 17, went on to become the youngest head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in history, and eventually succeeded Kingsley Shacklebolt as Minister of Magic. Lily Potter followed her father's path into education, becoming a renowned researcher in defensive magic and eventually founding a sister institution in Australia. Albus Potter, true to his contrary nature, became an artist. His paintings of the war years, based on stories his father had told him, hung in museums across the wizarding world, helping new generations understand what their parents and grandparents had endured. Ron and Hermione remained at the academy until retirement, their partnership both professional and personal becoming legendary in educational circles. Narcissa Malfoy lived to see her grandchildren graduate from the school she'd helped build. She died peacefully at 93, surrounded by family, her final years spent writing a memoir that became required reading for students of history. Draco Malfoy completed his rehabilitation and went on to reform the pure-blood institutions that had shaped his childhood. His work on dismantling blood-based discrimination became a model for other societies. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the defeater of Dark Lords, lived to see his grandchildren's grandchildren. He never fully retired, never completely stopped fighting for what he believed in. But he learned, finally, to let others carry the weight. On his final night, surrounded by generations of family, Harry closed his eyes and remembered everything. The cupboard under the stairs, the letter from Hogwarts, the friends who'd stood beside him through impossible darkness, the love that had saved him, again and again, when nothing else could. He remembered Daphne's face the first time he'd broken her mark, remembered the weight lifting from his shoulders when the scar finally disappeared, remembered watching his children grow, then his grandchildren, then great-grandchildren, each generation freer than the last because of choices he'd made decades before. He remembered the darkness, and he remembered the light that had held it back. "Worth it," he whispered to no one in particular. It was all worth it. Then Harry Potter, who had survived more than any person should have to survive, who had saved the world and then learned to live in it, closed his eyes one final time, and found peace.